There is something about The Simpsons that feels permanent, like a landmark you pass every day, something that was always there before you arrived, and will still be standing long after you've gone. For 36 years, that yellow family has been sitting on that couch, living in that house, circling through the same town in the same loop. Springfield is comfortable. Springfield is familiar. Springfield feels, in a strange way, like home. But underneath that familiarity, underneath every couch gag and donut joke and Homer falling down the stairs, there is another story. A long, tangled, sometimes deeply uncomfortable story about what it actually took to keep that show on the air for more than 3 decades. The screaming fights behind closed doors, the lawsuits that came within inches of ending everything, the casting decisions that sparked national conversations, the episodes that were made and then unmade, the real people who were broken by the machinery of the show and never quite put back together. Tonight, we are going to settle into that story together, not rushing through it, not hitting highlights and moving on. We are going to take our time and let it wash over us, the way all good stories do. Long, slow, complete. Every major scandal, every controversy, every wild moment in the history of the most analyzed television show ever made. So get comfortable. Whatever position feels right. Let your body settle where it is. The lights can be low or off entirely. There is no hurry here. Let's begin. We meaning. We me sing it see. Section 1. The King of Pop in Springfield. The Stark Raving Dad Mystery. The Secret Voice Credit. And the Episode That Vanished. Wimmy to 2. It is the third season premiere of The Simpsons. September 19th, 1991. The episode is called Stark Raving Dad, and by any measure, it is one of the most beloved episodes the show has ever produced. It is warm and funny, and genuinely moving in the way the best early Simpsons episodes managed to be. Homer is committed to a mental institution after wearing a pink shirt to work. While there, he meets a large white man who sincerely, earnestly believes he is Michael Jackson. This man calls himself Leon Kompowski. He speaks in a gentle, measured way. He tells Homer that he is the king of pop, and the voice coming out of this large, gentle, deluded man is unmistakably, obviously, completely the voice of Michael Jackson. Except it isn't. Officially. The credit that aired with the episode read simply, John J. Smith. There was no John J. Smith anywhere in the entertainment industry. John J. Smith had no other credits, no agent, no biography, no public presence of any kind. John J. Smith was a name that had been invented specifically so that a very famous person could appear on a cartoon without admitting they had done so. The very famous person was Michael Jackson, and the story of why he did it, how he did it, and what happened to that episode 30 years later is one of the strangest and most fascinating controversies in the entire history of The Simpsons. Let's go back to the beginning of how this happened, because the beginning is stranger than you probably expect. By 1991, Michael Jackson was arguably the most famous human being on Earth. Thriller had come out 8 years earlier, and fundamentally redefined what a pop album could be. Bad had come out in 1987. The world tour for that album was still being discussed as something unprecedented. Michael Jackson was at a level of cultural saturation that is genuinely difficult to comprehend from the vantage point of a world that has become accustomed to celebrity at scale. He was not just famous, he was a global phenomenon in a way that the word phenomenon doesn't quite capture. And Michael Jackson, quietly, privately, in the company of very few people, was a devoted fan of The Simpsons. This is confirmed, this is not a rumor. Multiple people who were close to Jackson in that period have described the specific way he talked about the show. He found it genuinely funny. He watched it regularly. He paid attention to what the writers were doing in a way that went beyond casual viewership. Jackson connected with the show's particular brand of satire and emotional honesty in a way that apparently surprised even people who knew him well. The Simpsons producers found out about this the way many things happen in Hollywood, through a chain of mutual acquaintances and shared social circles that eventually leads back to a phone call. The story, as it has been told by the people involved, is that Michael Jackson simply called the show and expressed interest. Not through layers of management and legal teams, not through the elaborate apparatus of a superstar's public-facing machinery. He called and said he wanted to be involved. The producers were, by their own description, somewhere between stunned and terrified. because having Michael Jackson on your show was extraordinary, but Michael Jackson was also a man who operated under conditions that were almost impossible to manage. He was under contract restrictions with his label. He was navigating an extraordinarily complex public persona. He was, at that moment, simultaneously one of the most beloved and one of the most scrutinized figures in the world. Getting him to actually record something, and then figuring out how to credit it, was going to require a level of logistical creativity that most television productions never have to consider. The solution they arrived at was elegant in its simplicity. Jackson would record the voice. He would do the character work. He would perform the singing that the episode required. But he would not be credited under his own name. The John J. Smith pseudonym would cover his involvement entirely. The show would not confirm or deny. Jackson himself would not confirm or deny, and the audience would be left to draw whatever conclusions they arrived at on their own. What they produced together was extraordinary. The character of Leon Kompowski is written as a man who has constructed an entire inner world around the belief that he is Michael Jackson. He is gentle and certain and not threatening in any way. He is in a mental institution not because he has done anything dangerous, but because the gap between how he sees himself and how the world sees him is too wide for ordinary life to bridge. There is something genuinely poignant in the character. In another context, with another actor, the joke might have been mean. A deluded man who thinks he's famous. Easy target. But the voice coming out of Leon is so warm, so patient, so soft around the edges, that the character becomes something else entirely. He becomes, over the course of the episode, a kind of unexpected anchor for Homer. He listens to Homer talk about his family with what feels like real attention. He helps Homer understand that he has been neglecting something important. And then, in the episode's final act, he helps Homer make things right with Lisa through a song. The song is called Lisa, It's Your Birthday. Leon and Bart sing it together as a gift for Lisa. It is deliberately corny, it is deliberately simple, and it is, in the way that the best Simpsons emotional moments are, unexpectedly devastating if you let it land. There is a complication here worth understanding. Michael Jackson sang the speaking parts of Leon Kompowski. He did all the dialogue, all the character work, all the gentle, measured conversation between Leon and Homer. But the singing, specifically the singing in Lisa, It's Your Birthday, was performed by a sound-alike. A professional Michael Jackson impersonator named Kip Lennon was brought in to handle the musical sections, apparently because Jackson's label restrictions around his singing voice were even more stringent than his restrictions around general performance. So the voice of Leon Kompowski is, technically, two different people. Jackson speaking, Lennon singing, blended together seamlessly enough that most viewers never thought to question it. The episode aired. The public response was immediate and overwhelming. Audiences knew. They heard that voice and they knew. The internet as we understand it today did not yet exist, but the cultural chatter was immediate and impossible to ignore. Entertainment journalists wrote carefully worded pieces that stopped just short of confirmation. The show's producers gave carefully worded non-answers that stopped just short of denial. Michael Jackson gave no comment whatsoever, which was itself a kind of comment. For years, the episode existed in this strange confirmed but not confirmed state. Everyone knew. Nobody officially said so. It was one of Hollywood's most open secrets. And then, gradually, the veil came down. It happened in pieces. First, people close to the production began talking more openly in interviews. The showrunners began referencing the episode in ways that made the subtext increasingly explicit. By the late 1990s, the discussion had moved from speculation to near acknowledgement. By the 2000s, most official Simpsons discussions treated Jackson's involvement as accepted fact, while still technically avoiding the direct confirmation that would make it unambiguous. The full confirmation, the moment when the show and its creators simply stated plainly that yes, this was Michael Jackson, came after Jackson's death in June 2009. When someone is no longer alive, the agreements that govern their professional life begin to look different. The label restrictions, the contractual fine print, the elaborate machinery of managing a living person's public image, all of it changes when that person is gone. The Simpsons producers were no longer navigating around a living man's wishes. They were honoring a memory. In that context, the confirmation felt less like a revelation and more like a long overdue acknowledgement of something the world had known for 20 years. But the story did not end there. because it never ends there with The Simpsons. In 2019, a documentary called Leaving Neverland was released. The film, directed by Dan Reed, presented detailed allegations from two men, Wade Robson and James Safechuck, who said that Jackson had sexually abused them as children. The documentary was 4 hours long. It was explicit. It was methodically constructed, and it reignited a conversation about Michael Jackson that had been circling, unresolved, for decades. The response to Leaving Neverland split the public in ways that are still not fully healed. Jackson's estate mounted a fierce legal challenge to the film's accuracy. Many of his fans maintained that the allegations were false or motivated by financial interest. Many others felt that the documentary was credible and its claims could not be ignored. The conversation became one of those cultural flashpoints where it seemed impossible to find ground that everyone could agree to stand on. For The Simpsons, the question became immediate and unavoidable. What do you do with Stark Raving Dad? The episode had been beloved for nearly 30 years. It was consistently ranked among the show's finest. It had emotional resonance. It had genuine craft. Lisa's birthday song, "Lisa, It's Your Birthday," had become a cultural touchstone. The episode had been one of the first things that people pointed to when they wanted to demonstrate that The Simpsons was capable of genuine warmth alongside its satire. And it was built, in large part, around the voice of a man who was now at the center of serious and credible-seeming allegations of child abuse. In March 2019, the executive producers of The Simpsons made a decision. Stark Raving Dad would be removed from rotation, not permanently deleted, not officially stated to be gone forever, but pulled from circulation. It was removed from streaming platforms. It was pulled from syndication broadcasts. It was taken off Fox's digital platforms. The physical DVD releases that already existed still contained the episode, but no new viewer coming to The Simpsons fresh would encounter it unless they specifically sought it out. Executive producer James L. Brooks explained the decision in an interview with the Wall Street Journal. He said, simply, that it felt like the right thing to do. He did not use language that condemned Jackson outright. He did not make a sweeping statement about how the episode should be understood. He used the quiet, careful language of someone who has thought about something for a long time and arrived at a place of genuine uncertainty. He said the episode made him feel uncomfortable now. He said that discomfort was reason enough to remove it. Not everyone agreed with this decision. There were voices, some of them prominent, who argued that removing the episode was a form of retroactive erasure that didn't actually solve anything. The episode still existed on millions of DVDs. It was still accessible through unofficial channels. Removing it from official platforms didn't change the history of its existence. It didn't take back the 30 years during which it had been celebrated and loved. All it did, these critics argued, was create a symbolic gesture that satisfied no one, while also slightly distorting the historical record of what the show had been. Others argued the opposite. They said that continuing to stream an episode that featured the voice of someone credibly accused of child abuse as an anchor for a warm, loving story about family was something that the show's creators simply weren't comfortable with anymore, and that discomfort was a legitimate reason to withdraw it. Nobody was obligated to keep programming available forever, simply because it had once been good. There is a third reading that doesn't get discussed as often, but which feels worth examining here. The episode of Stark Raving Dad is, at its core, about a man who is not who he says he is. Leon Kompowski presents himself as Michael Jackson. He is warm, he is gentle, he is persuasive, he makes you want to believe him. He becomes part of Homer's life and leaves a genuine mark. And then he reveals, in the episode's final moments, that he was never Michael Jackson at all. He was just a man, a bricklayer from New Jersey who found that claiming a famous identity made people pay attention to him in ways that his real life never had. The real voice underneath the performance was always someone else's. There is something about that framing, in light of everything that came after, that sits in an uncomfortable place. The episode is built around a character who hides behind a famous name. The actor voicing that character hid behind a pseudonym. The real person underneath the famous name has since become defined, at least for many people, by behaviors that contradict everything the character of Leon Kompowski represents. Leon is gentle and harmless, and reveals himself honestly. The allegations against Jackson describe someone who was not those things. Whether any of this changes how you feel about the episode is genuinely a personal decision. The Simpsons producers made their decision. You are welcome to make your own. What is not in question is that Stark Raving Dad became the first major instance of The Simpsons being forced to reckon with a controversy that it had not created, not satirized, and not been able to see coming. It was a controversy that arrived from the outside world and attached itself to something the show had made with genuine love. And the response to that controversy, quiet and uncertain, and characterized by careful language rather than bold declarations, set a template for how the show would navigate controversy for the next several decades. The episode exists in a kind of limbo now, present but inaccessible, famous but not watchable through official channels. A 30-year-old piece of television that managed to find itself at the center of one of the most painful cultural conversations of the 2010s and 2020s. Homer still ended up back home by the end. He always does. But Leon Kompowski, the large gentle man who sang Lisa a birthday song, has been quietly written out of Springfield's official history. And somewhere, on a physical DVD in a shelf somewhere, he's still there, still singing, still gentle, still not quite who he says he is. Ooh. All. 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 If you're still awake and enjoying this, drop a comment below letting me know where you're watching from and what time it is there. And if you want more long-form content like this, subscribe so you don't miss the next one. Q2, Section 2, The Apu Controversy, a documentary, a character, and the conversation that changed voice acting forever. He arrived in the very first season of The Simpsons, in an episode called The Telltale Head, though he appears in the background so briefly that most people didn't register him as a character yet. He became a recurring presence through Season 1 and 2, started getting real storylines in Season 3, and by the middle years of the show's run had become one of its most beloved supporting characters. He has a PhD in computer science from Caltech. He has 8 children. He is devoted to his wife Manjula. He is hardworking, generous, and possessed of a philosophical patience that the show uses mostly for jokes but occasionally, in the quieter moments, uses to say something genuinely thoughtful. He is voiced by Hank Azaria, a white man from Queens, New York, who has no Indian heritage whatsoever. The voice Azaria developed for Apu in the late 1980s draws on a caricature of Indian accented English that has its roots in a long tradition of Western entertainment, treating South Asian speech patterns as a source of comedy. The accent is thick, the cadence is exaggerated. The specific way Azaria performs certain words and phrases has the quality of a joke that you are in on, even if you aren't sure exactly why it's funny. It signals otherness. It signals difference in a way designed to produce laughs from a largely white American audience. For 25 years, this was simply part of The Simpsons. Apu was popular. His character was well-written compared to many Asian characters on American television in the same era. He had complexity. He had storylines that treated him as a full person rather than a prop. By the standards of the 1990s, Apu was arguably a relatively progressive character. And then, in 2017, a comedian named Hari Kondabolu released a documentary called The Problem with Apu. Kondabolu is an Indian-American comedian who grew up watching The Simpsons. He loved the show. He still loves parts of the show. His documentary is not a dismissal of the series as a whole. What it is, carefully and thoughtfully, is a 49-minute examination of what it felt like to grow up Indian-American, in a country where the most prominent Indian character in popular culture was a joke. He interviews other Indian-American performers and writers and public figures. He talks to Aziz Ansari, to Asif Manvi, to Sakina Jaffrey, to Kal Penn, to a wide range of people who grew up in the same environment he did. And what emerges from those conversations is a portrait of a specific kind of experience. The experience of being a kid and hearing your classmates do the Apu voice at you. Of being a teenager and having adults you didn't know imitate that accent to your face, as if it was a greeting. Of entering professional spaces and encountering the Apu impression, deployed as a way of signaling that you were not quite all the way there yet. That you were, in some fundamental sense, a punchline that had learned to walk around and go to school. The documentary is not angry in tone. This is worth saying clearly. because the public debate around it was sometimes characterized by people who had not watched it as a piece of aggrieved entitlement, which is not what it is. Kondabalu is sad more than angry. He is thoughtful. He makes space for the genuine comedy that Apu has produced over the decades, while also asking the question of what it costs when that comedy comes entirely at the expense of a community's dignity. The show responded, and the response was widely considered a disaster. Season 29, Episode 15, No Good Read Goes Unpunished. The episode aired on April 8, 2018. Marge is reading Lisa a book she loved as a child. A book that she discovers on rereading is full of offensive stereotypes and dated caricature. She struggles with how to make it right. She changes things. She edits. She rewrites. And the result is so sanitized, so stripped of everything that made the original interesting, that there's nothing left worth reading. The episode ends with Marge and Lisa looking directly at the camera. Lisa says, "Something that started decades ago and was applauded and inoffensive is now politically incorrect." Marge says, "What do you do?" Lisa shrugs and says, "Some things will be addressed at a later date." She is looking at a photograph of Apu as she says this. The reaction was swift and, from a PR standpoint, catastrophic. The episode had turned a genuine, good-faith critique about representation into a meta-commentary that seemed to be saying, "We know, we don't know what to do, and we're a little annoyed that you're making us talk about it." The image of Lisa shrugging and saying, "It will be addressed at a later date," while looking at a photograph of Apu read, to most people who watched it, as the show saying, "We are not going to actually address this. We are going to acknowledge that it exists, and then do nothing." Hari Kondabolu responded on Twitter with a kind of exhausted clarity. He said that the episode was a disappointment. He said he had expected more from writers who were intelligent enough to have created the show he loved. He said that the message seemed to be that the show wasn't going to change, and that the only response available to people who had raised concerns was to be made into a joke about people who raise concerns. Hank Azaria did not respond publicly immediately. He would later, but in 2018 he was largely quiet, while the debate raged around him. The wider conversation that exploded around the controversy was about more than Apu. It was about a structural reality in Hollywood that had existed for decades and was only beginning to be examined with any real seriousness. The reality that characters from marginalized communities were routinely voiced by white actors. The reality that those performances often relied on accent and mannerism as comedy in ways that communities being caricatured found harmful. The reality that the financial and professional barriers that kept actors from those communities out of these roles were not accidental. That they were the product of casting patterns and industry habits that dated back to the earliest days of American entertainment. The Simpsons was not the only show having this conversation. It was having it most publicly and most visibly, because the problem with Apu had made it impossible to avoid. But the Apu controversy was the leading edge of a much larger reckoning that was beginning to move through the entertainment industry. Between 2018 and 2020, the conversation evolved and deepened. Leaving Neverland happened. The murder of George Floyd happened. The wave of examination and reconsideration and accountability that followed those events washed through Hollywood at a speed that no institution had quite prepared for. And in the summer of 2020, a series of decisions happened in rapid succession that would have seemed impossible just a few years earlier. In June 2020, Hank Azaria announced that he would no longer voice Apu. The announcement came through his representative and was confirmed by multiple outlets. Azaria did not make a long statement at the time. He did not explain exactly what had changed or when. He simply said that after a great deal of thought, he had concluded that stepping away from the role was the right thing to do. The show itself remained characteristically cryptic. There was no announcement about what would happen to the character. There was no press release explaining whether Apu would be recast with an Indian-American actor, written out of the show entirely, reduced to a background presence, or handled in some other way. Springfield simply went quiet about Apu for a while. Azaria, over the course of the following year, began to speak more openly about his own journey through the controversy. He gave a series of interviews in 2021 that were, by any measure, unusually candid for a public figure discussing a mistake. He talked about the specific moment when the impact of the character had become real to him. He described a conversation he had with the child of a friend, an Indian-American child, who told him about being bullied with the Apu voice at school. He said that in that moment, Something had shifted for him in a way that no amount of intellectual engagement with the debate had managed to shift before. He then did something that very few public figures in the middle of a controversy ever do. He decided to apologize personally, not just publicly, not just in interviews, but person by person, face to face, to as many Indian American people as he could reach. He began reaching out to Indian American performers and writers and cultural figures. He met with them privately. He listened. He apologized. He asked them to tell him what they thought about the character, about his performance, about what it had meant for their lives. He collected these conversations without publishing them. He sat with them. The response to this process, from the people who participated in it, was largely positive in a complicated way. Several Indian American performers who spoke publicly about meeting with Azaria said that the conversations had been genuine and meaningful. They said that he had listened more than talked. They said that he had not tried to defend himself or explain his original choices. He had simply shown up and been present with the weight of what had been said. This is not nothing. In a media landscape where accountability tends to mean a prepared statement and a few days of silence before returning to normal, Azaria's behavior after the Apu controversy was genuinely unusual. Whether it was enough, whether the years of the character's existence had caused harm that a series of private apologies could address, is a question that different people answer differently. The character of Apu has largely faded from The Simpsons since 2020. He appears occasionally in crowd scenes. He is visible in the background sometimes. But the era of Apu-centric storylines, of episodes built around his family and his struggles at the Quickie Mart, appears to be over. The show has not replaced the voice. It has simply turned the volume down until the character is no longer audible. There is something worth sitting with in that choice. Apu's absence is its own kind of statement. The show did not replace him with an Indian American actor and lean into the character's genuine complexity. It did not write a proper send-off that honored 30 years of his existence in Springfield. It let him quietly recede. The Quick E-Mart is still there. The shelves are still stocked. But the person behind the counter has been rendered silent by a combination of controversy and institutional inertia. Whether that is better or worse than continuing with the old version is genuinely unclear. The Indian American community that Kondabolu spoke for in his documentary did not uniformly want the character eliminated. Many of them wanted him recast. Many wanted him reimagined. Many wanted what he had always represented, a South Asian character in a major American cultural product, to be handed to South Asian actors and writers who could do something more complex and more honest with it. That didn't happen. What happened instead was a quiet disappearance. Hank Azaria has moved on. He is still one of the most prolific voice actors in the business. He still voices several other major characters on The Simpsons. Clancy Wiggum and Professor Frink and Mo Sheslack are still running around Springfield without controversy. The specific history of Apu sits in Azaria's past as something he has tried, in his own way, to reckon with. Hari Kondabolu made a documentary that changed how the entertainment industry talked about voice casting. In the 3 years following the problem with Apu, multiple other shows announced that they would be replacing white voice actors in roles portraying non-white characters. Family Guy, Big Mouth, Central Park, The Simpsons, in one specific instance. The wave of recasting that followed was, in no small part, a downstream consequence of the attention that Kondabolu's film brought to the conversation. Whether The Simpsons specifically did right by the community the film represented is something people still disagree about. What is not in dispute is that the conversation happened, that it was overdue, and that the show's initial response to it was one of the worst PR moments in its long history. Springfield is quieter without Apu's voice filling the Quickie Mart. It is unclear if that silence is better than what came before, or if it is simply a different kind of failure. But the conversation that came out of the Apu controversy rippled far beyond The Simpsons. It touched every animated series, every studio, every production company that had been operating under the same assumptions that had produced Apu in the first place. It changed what the industry felt it could get away with. It changed what actors felt comfortable doing. It changed what audiences were willing to accept. A 49-minute documentary about a cartoon convenience store clerk changed Hollywood's voice casting practices. That is a remarkable thing to be able to say. Ooh, ooh. Before The Simpsons, Was The Simpsons, it was a conversation between three people. Matt Groening, James L. Brooks, Sam Simon. The version of the story that gets told most often focuses on Groening. He created the characters. He drew the original designs on a napkin, or so the story goes, in a waiting room before a meeting with James L. Brooks about developing animated shorts for the Tracy Ullman Show. He gave the family members the names of his own family, Homer, Marge, and then, in place of his own name, Bart, an anagram of the word brat, because Groening presumably felt some brotherly sympathy for the role of the troublemaker. The Groening origin story is clean and charming and the kind of thing that makes good profiles in entertainment magazines. He is, without question, the creator. The copyright on the Simpson family belongs to him. His name appears in the opening credits of every single episode the show has ever aired. But the show that actually aired on television, the thing that made The Simpsons worth watching, was in very large part the work of a third person whose name is less famous and whose story is significantly more complicated. Sam Simon. Sam Simon was a television writer and producer who had worked on Taxi and Cheers before landing at The Simpsons in its earliest formation. He became the showrunner for the first 4 seasons of the series. This means that during the period widely considered the show's foundational era, the seasons during which the creative DNA of the show was established, it was Simon who was in the writer's room every day. Simon who was hiring the writers. Simon who was running the production. Simon who was making the daily decisions about what the show was and what it was trying to say. The show's visual style, the specific way it moved and cut and paced its jokes, developed under his supervision. The writers who defined the early Simpsons voice, people like Al Jean and Mike Rice and Jay Kogan and Wallace Wolodarski, were working under Simon's direction. The specific grammar of the show's comedy, the way it set up emotional moments and undercut them at just the right second, the way it balanced satire with genuine sentiment, the way it knew exactly when to be heartbreaking and when to pull back into safety, that was Simon's work in large part. And Sam Simon and Matt Groening hated each other. Not in the complicated, grudging respect way that creative partners sometimes develop a hostile dynamic that is secretly productive. Actually, genuinely, personally hated each other. The working environment between them was, by multiple accounts from people who were there, toxic in a way that made coming to work every day an act of endurance. The specific nature of their conflict is difficult to pin down, because the people involved tell it differently depending on when they were asked and how they were feeling. Groening has suggested that Simon was difficult to work with and took credit for things that weren't his. Simon, in interviews before his death, described a dynamic in which Groening was a figurehead who showed up for press but wasn't in the building doing the creative work, while Simon was running the actual machine that produced the show. Both things can be true to varying degrees without either of them being the complete picture. What is clear is that after 4 seasons, Sam Simon left The Simpsons. He negotiated a deal that gave him a producing credit and profit participation in perpetuity. This means that from the day he left in 1993 until the day he died in 2015, Sam Simon received a share of The Simpsons revenue, a show that generated hundreds of millions of dollars in licensing and merchandising and syndication over those years. A show that became one of the most commercially successful television properties in history. Simon became extremely wealthy from this arrangement, and he spent that wealth in ways that became, in the last decade of his life, a defining part of his story. He gave most of it away. In 2012, Simon was diagnosed with stage 4 colorectal cancer. The prognosis was dire. He was told he had between 3 and 6 months to live. He survived for 3 more years, which he spent donating enormous sums to animal welfare organizations, to feeding programs, to health initiatives. He funded a veterinary clinic. He funded a boxing gym in a low-income neighborhood. He paid for Christmas dinners for thousands of people who couldn't afford them. He dedicated himself, in the time he had left, to trying to do as much direct practical good as he could with the money that The Simpsons had made him. The relationship between Simon's wealth and The Simpsons is complicated by the bitterness that preceded it. Simon did not seem to feel warmth toward the show. He did not make peace with Groening before he died, at least not publicly. He gave interviews in his final years that were blunt about the acrimony and the sense that his creative contributions had been undervalued or misrepresented. He talked about The Simpsons as something that had given him financial resources without giving him the recognition that the financial resources couldn't replace. And Groening, for his part, made statements about Simon's death that were warm and acknowledging in the way that eulogies tend to be, while also being carefully worded in a way that seemed to leave space for the complications underneath. The Simon story is not the only complicated creative relationship in the show's history. There is also the matter of Conan O'Brien. Before he was a late-night host with a team of writers and a distinctive gap-toothed grin, Conan O'Brien was a writer on The Simpsons. He joined the show in 1991 and left in 1993. In the period he was there, he wrote some of the most beloved episodes in the show's history. Marge versus the Monorail is his. That episode, in which a fast-talking con man sells Springfield on a monorail it doesn't need, is frequently cited in lists of the greatest Simpsons episodes ever made. It is a masterwork of satire, of pacing, of the specific kind of joke that is funny in the moment, and then becomes funnier the more you think about it. O'Brien left to become the host of Late Night with Conan O'Brien, and his departure was friendly by the standards of the television industry. He has spoken warmly about his time at the show in many interviews. He has returned as a guest voice multiple times. The relationship between O'Brien and The Simpsons is, compared to the Simon situation, relatively uncomplicated. But his departure represents something worth understanding. The Simpsons in its early seasons was a place where extraordinarily talented writers worked under extraordinary pressure to produce an extraordinary volume of content. Many of them burned out. Many of them moved on. Many of them went on to create their own shows, their own voices, their own legacies that traced back to the specific years they spent in Springfield's writer's room. The showrunner history of The Simpsons is long and tangled and involves dozens of people cycling through positions of creative authority. Al Jean, who first served as showrunner in the early seasons and then returned in season 13 and has remained in the role ever since, is the continuity. He is the constant. He has been the person most responsible for the show during its longest era. But the show that exists today is significantly different from the show that Al Jean originally helped build. Whether it is better or worse is the subject of endless debate. Whether the constant turnover of writers and showrunners and creative vision has helped or harmed the show is not a question with a clean answer. What is clear is that the human cost of producing The Simpsons for 36 years has been substantial. Careers have been made and broken by the show. Creative relationships have been formed and destroyed. The pressure of maintaining a weekly primetime animated comedy for 3.5 decades has ground through an enormous number of talented people. The lawsuits tell part of this story. In 1992, the creators of the original Tracy Ullman Show shorts brought an action related to the development of The Simpsons as a standalone series. The argument centered on the transition from short animated bumpers on someone else's variety show to a primetime series with its own creative identity, and whether the people responsible for the original shorts had been adequately credited and compensated for that transition. The lawsuit was resolved, as most entertainment lawsuits are, through a combination of negotiation and non-disclosure agreements that make the specific terms impossible to discuss publicly. What the existence of the lawsuit tells you is that the origins of The Simpsons were contested territory, that multiple parties had legitimate claims to roles in creating what became one of the most valuable television properties in history, and that the way those claims were resolved was through the legal machinery of the entertainment industry, rather than through any kind of generous acknowledgement. There is a version of The Simpsons story that is clean. A visionary creator, a supportive network, a team of brilliant writers, a show that changed television. That version is not false, but it is incomplete. The complete version includes the people who did foundational work and did not receive credit proportional to their contribution. It includes the bitter departures and the contested ownerships, and the quietly filed lawsuits, and the producing credits negotiated by people who felt they had no other leverage. The show that makes you feel good every Sunday night was built by a complicated set of human beings, under conditions that were sometimes genuinely unhealthy. That doesn't make the show worse, but it does make it more real. It does make it more like every other large creative enterprise in history, which is to say that the beauty of the product does not perfectly reflect the beauty of the process. Springfield was built on difficult ground. The people who built it knew that better than anyone. Wu Gansi T. It is about a television news network called Fox News. The joke appears in different forms in different episodes, but its core is always the same. Fox News is not actually a news organization, but a propaganda machine for conservative politics, staffed by people who are either true believers or cynical opportunists. And operating under the pretense of journalism, in a way that would be funny if it weren't so consequential. The joke is made by a show that airs on Fox. This is the central absurdity at the heart of one of the strangest relationships in television history. The Simpsons and Fox News are both properties of the Fox Corporation, a media company owned ultimately by the Murdoch family. For decades, they have shared corporate parents while being, culturally and politically, almost diametrically opposed. The Simpsons is broadly liberal, skeptical of authority, and committed to puncturing the pretensions of powerful institutions. Fox News is broadly conservative, supportive of specific authorities, and committed to a version of journalism that its critics argue is indistinguishable from advocacy. The result is a situation where one division of a corporation has spent decades attacking another division of the same corporation, and the corporation has allowed it to continue because both divisions are profitable enough that interfering would cost more than the embarrassment is worth. It began relatively early in the show's run. By the mid-1990s, The Simpsons was taking potshots at Fox News in ways that went beyond general media satire. These were specific, targeted jokes that named the network by name and depicted it in unflattering ways. The on-screen logo, the specific visual style of the on-air talent, the particular flavor of its political commentary, all of it was reproduced close enough to the real thing to be unmistakable. One of the most famous versions of this appears in an episode where the Fox News ticker at the bottom of the screen is shown running in the background of a news broadcast. The ticker items are visible for only a few seconds, but they are dense with specific references. Rupert Murdoch, terrific dancer. Study, 92% of Democrats are gay. JFK Memorial desecrated. Is there nothing this administration can't do right? Each one is calibrated to feel like a specific parody of the Fox News editorial line, hitting the exact registers of the network's coverage in ways that required someone to be paying very close attention. In 2003, the joke got serious enough that Fox News considered legal action. The network filed suit, or prepared to file suit, over the show's use of the phrase fair and balanced, which at the time was Fox News's official slogan. The argument was straightforward trademark infringement. The Simpsons had used the phrase in a context that was clearly satirical and clearly mocking, and Fox News was considering whether it could claim that the use damaged the brand. The suit never actually materialized. Fox News dropped the idea before anything was filed publicly, apparently after someone in the legal chain pointed out that suing a comedy show for mocking you would generate the kind of publicity that would be significantly more damaging than the joke itself. The Streisand effect, the phenomenon by which attempting to suppress something draws more attention to it than simply ignoring it, was understood by media lawyers even before it had a name. But the fact that the network got close enough to filing that it was discussed as a real possibility tells you something about the temperature of the relationship. This was not good-natured ribbing that everyone was comfortable with. This was a genuine corporate tension that happened to be playing out through legal threats and comedy bits, rather than through the more conventional channels of corporate conflict. Rupert Murdoch himself has appeared on The Simpsons multiple times. The show has depicted him in ways that range from mildly affectionate to directly hostile. In one episode, he is portrayed as a sinister billionaire media mogul who manipulates public opinion through his news properties. This is not a great leap from the most common critical characterization of the actual Rupert Murdoch. The show was, in effect, making a pointed political argument about its own corporate parent through the medium of cartoon caricature. What makes this story interesting beyond the obvious irony is the structural question of how it was allowed to happen at all. The answer, as best as can be determined from the accounts of people who have been involved in the show's production, is that Rupert Murdoch made a decision early in the show's history to leave the creative team alone. He may not have loved what they were doing with his network's image. He almost certainly had opinions about specific jokes and specific episodes. But he understood, in the way that very successful media operators understand, that the value of The Simpsons as a commercial property was directly dependent on the creative freedom of the people making it. Control the content and you damage the thing you're trying to protect. This decision, pragmatic rather than principled, created the peculiar situation of a media company that was actively mocked by one of its most successful properties for decades, without intervening in any meaningful way. There are exceptions to this general hands-off policy. Several episodes over the years have been reported as having experienced pushback from the network on specific content. An episode in the early seasons that dealt with gay marriage and was unusually direct by the standards of network television at the time, reportedly went through significant internal debate before airing. Episodes that touched on specific ongoing news stories involving Fox were sometimes reported to have generated conversations between the production team and the network. But these were exceptions, negotiated case by case, rather than a systematic content oversight regime. The default was to leave the show alone. The writers, naturally, understood this dynamic and used it, knowing that they had unusual latitude compared to most network shows, knowing that the corporate structure of their situation gave them a specific kind of protection. They pushed the Fox News jokes further than they might have otherwise. The jokes became not just a running commentary on American media, but a kind of ongoing demonstration that the show could say these things and the network would continue to air it. The joke about Fox News was also, on a meta level, a joke about the specific conditions under which The Simpsons was allowed to operate. In recent years, the relationship between the show and Fox News has become somewhat more complicated by the changing political landscape. The show's writers have generally maintained their liberal orientation. The jokes about Fox News have continued, but the broader cultural conversation about media bias, about the nature of news, about the responsibilities of corporate media ownership, has become significantly more fraught than it was in the 1990s. The jokes that once felt like safe satirical targets now exist in a media environment where every major news organization is perceived as politically compromised by someone. The Simpsons has adapted. The Fox News jokes continue, but they are surrounded by a broader skepticism about media institutions in general that gives them more company than they once had. The show is no longer the only mainstream entertainment property, making pointed observations about cable news. The landscape has caught up with what Springfield was doing 20 years ago. What remains is the fundamental strangeness of the situation. A show making fun of its owner's most politically influential property, for 3 decades, in prime time, without meaningful consequence. It is its own kind of miracle of market economics. The show is too valuable to suppress. The jokes are too central to its identity to remove, so the contradiction sits there, unresolved, on television every Sunday night. Homer watches the news on his couch. The news is biased and sensational and occasionally sinister. Homer does not notice. He reaches for his beer. The credits roll, and Rupert Murdoch's network airs it all again next week. Woo. Woo. To 2. Section 5. The Celebrities Who Never Forgave Springfield. George Harrison, Frank Grimes, and every famous name that left the show changed. The number runs into the hundreds. Some of these appearances are brief and inconsequential, cameos designed to create a specific comic moment and nothing more. Some are elaborate affairs involving significant creative collaboration between the production team and the celebrities' people. Some are passion projects, cases where a famous person approached the show and asked to be included because, like Michael Jackson, they were quiet, devoted fans. And some have been disasters. The relationship between The Simpsons and its guest stars is, when examined closely, a complicated one. The show has a specific gravitational pull that makes celebrities want to be part of it. Being on The Simpsons has a cultural weight that being on most other programs does not. There is something about appearing in Springfield that feels permanent, in a way that a late-night appearance or a movie cameo does not. The show has been running so long that its guest list is effectively a section of cultural history. But The Simpsons also does not treat its guest stars with particular reverence. The show's writers have consistently resisted the approach, common on some other variety-adjacent programs, of essentially handing the microphone to a celebrity and letting them do their own material. The Simpsons writes its guests into the world of Springfield. It places them in situations that require them to be characters, not versions of themselves. And sometimes, that means the situations they're placed in are unflattering. George Harrison's story deserves to be told carefully because it involves a kind of sadness that the public version of the story doesn't always capture. Harrison appeared in the show in 1997, voicing himself in the episode Homer's Phobia. He plays himself as a member of the band Canned Heat. Without getting into the specific details of the interaction with Homer in that episode, the texture of the appearance is warm and somewhat self-deprecating. Harrison is charming in it. The appearance itself is not the problem. The problem, as reported by people close to Harrison in his later years, was how the show had handled him in other contexts. Specifically in terms of how his late wife Olivia had felt about certain material involving the portrayal of real people, and the broader question of how the show used real public figures in ways that their subjects sometimes found uncomfortable. Harrison's own relationship with fame was complex in ways that made the particular dynamic of The Simpsons difficult for him. He had spent decades trying to manage his own image, to be more than just a beetle, to be understood as a private person with spiritual commitments and a creative identity that went beyond what the public expected of him. The machinery of celebrity that a show like The Simpsons operates within, the machinery that turns famous people into reference points and comic fodder, was at odds with what Harrison had spent much of his life trying to escape. By the late 1990s, he was not enthusiastic about the celebrity culture he was embedded in. His appearance on the show was, by multiple accounts, not a decision he made with particular excitement. He did it. It was fine. He moved on. Harrison died in November 2001. He was 58 years old. From lung cancer. In the years since his death, his estate and the people who knew him well have been careful about how his image and voice are used. The appearance in Homer's Phobia exists as a historical document, a famous person present in a famous show at a particular moment in both of their histories. The warmth in the episode is real. The complications underneath it are real too. The story of Homer's enemy, the character of Frank Grimes, is different in kind but related in theme. It is not a celebrity story, but it is a story about what happens when The Simpsons turns its critical eye on its own protagonist and, by extension, on the audience that has embraced him. Season 8, Episode 23. Homer's Enemy. Frank Grimes is a new employee at the Springfield nuclear power plant. He has had a genuinely difficult life. He grew up in a sack. He was raised by strangers. He worked incredibly hard to overcome a childhood defined by poverty and neglect. He put himself through school through sheer force of will. He earned a doctorate in nuclear physics through correspondence courses, working nights and studying in between. He is, by any objective measure, an extraordinary person. He watches Homer Simpson drift through their shared workplace eating donuts and sleeping at his console, and nearly causing catastrophes on a daily basis. And he cannot process what he is seeing. Homer Simpson has accomplished nothing. Homer Simpson is catastrophically incompetent. Homer Simpson has somehow stumbled into a home and a family and a job and a life that Frank Grimes has spent decades working toward, with none of Homer's success. And nobody else in Springfield seems to find this strange. Frank Grimes tries to hold Homer accountable. He points out Homer's failures. He brings them to Burns's attention. He tries to make visible what is obviously visible, and the world of the show turns against him for it. Homer doesn't understand why Frank is upset. The other workers find Frank's frustration disproportionate and irritating. Burns doesn't care. Marge thinks Frank is being mean to Homer. Frank Grimes dies at the end of the episode. He has a mental breakdown from the accumulated stress of watching Homer float through life unscathed, and he dies through an accident he causes during that breakdown. At his funeral, Homer falls asleep and starts laughing in his sleep about something funny, and the congregation laughs with him, and the episode ends. The episode is one of the most discussed in the show's history. Critics and fans have spent years unpacking what it says about the show's world, about Homer as a character, about American attitudes toward competence and accountability. The interpretation that makes the most people uncomfortable is also, probably, the most accurate one. Frank Grimes is the show confronting the fact that Homer is not actually a hero. He is a man whose incompetence is consistently rewarded, and whose failures are consistently absorbed by the people around him. And the show is asking you, the audience that has been cheering for Homer all along, to sit with what it means that you love this man. Frank Grimes has never been forgotten. He appeared posthumously in a later episode. He has been referenced and discussed in fan circles for more than 25 years. He is, in his brief appearance, one of the most haunting figures in the show's history. The celebrities who have left Springfield with complicated feelings are not all as dramatically situated as Harrison or as conceptually loaded as Frank Grimes. Some of the stories are smaller and more personal. Dustin Hoffman voiced a character in the episode Lisa's Substitute in 1991. He used a pseudonym, Sam Ettick, which the show's writers have described as a joke on the word Semitic. Hoffman's appearance in the episode is genuinely beautiful. His character, Mr. Bergstrom, is a substitute teacher who connects with Lisa in a profound way and then leaves, giving her a note that says, simply, "You are Lisa Simpson," and she carries that with her. The episode is regularly cited as one of the most emotional in the show's history. Hoffman has not talked much about the appearance in public. He has not told a story of regret or complication. It sits in the show's history as a rare case of a celebrity encounter that seemed to produce something genuinely good for everyone involved. Elizabeth Taylor, as mentioned in the context of Maggie's first word, did something similar. She came in for a single line, "Daddy," and that line became one of the show's most quoted. Taylor was reportedly delighted by the assignment. She found it charming. She had no complicated feelings about Springfield. The celebrities who have genuinely not forgiven the show, who have publicly expressed unhappiness about how they were treated, tend to fall into a specific category. People who agreed to appear, and then felt that the show used their presence for something other than what they expected. The gap between what a celebrity expects when they agree to be in The Simpsons and what they actually encounter when the script arrives is sometimes larger than they anticipated. The show has its own artistic logic. It will not bend that logic for a guest star, no matter how famous. And some famous people find, when they encounter a storytelling framework that does not revolve around their own importance, that they are less comfortable than they expected to be. Springfield doesn't care how famous you are when you arrive. It will put you through whatever story it has decided to tell. And the story it has decided to tell does not always end the way a famous person would choose. Television has a complicated relationship with the episodes it would rather forget. Section 6. The banned, pulled, and buried episodes. What happened after 9/11? The international prohibitions. And the episodes Springfield pretends don't exist. Television has a complicated relationship with the episodes it would rather forget. Every long-running series has them. The stories that seemed fine in the room and became problems when they met the real world. The jokes that landed differently at home than they did on the page. The episodes that the cultural moment changed the meaning of between production and broadcast. The Simpsons, running for 36 years through some of the most turbulent periods in recent American history, has accumulated more of these than almost any other series. The morning of September 11, 2001, was a Tuesday. The Simpsons was not on television that day, but the ripple effects of what happened that morning traveled forward through time and caught the show in ways that required immediate action. The most significant example is an episode called The City of New York versus Homer Simpson, which aired in 1997. The episode involves Homer being forced to travel to New York City to retrieve his car, which has been clamped to a parking meter at the base of the World Trade Center. The Twin Towers are prominently visible throughout the episode. There is a sustained sequence at their base that involves comedy centered on the specific location. After September 11th, the episode was pulled from syndication. It was not aired in reruns for years. It was not made available through standard viewing channels. The decision was made quietly and without particular fanfare. The kind of decision that television stations and production companies make in the immediate aftermath of a national trauma without feeling the need to issue a press release explaining themselves. The episode eventually returned to circulation. The buildings that no longer existed remained on screen. Unchanged, cartoon representations of something real that had been destroyed. Watching the episode now involves a kind of double vision. The comedy happening in the foreground and the knowledge of what would happen to those buildings living in the background. The City of New York versus Homer Simpson is not the most controversial Simpsons episode in terms of its content. Taken entirely on its own terms, divorced from history, it is a middling episode from the show's middle seasons. Not particularly good or bad. What it became, after 2001, is something different. A piece of television that carries weight it was never designed to carry. A comedy about parking that became, through no fault of its own, something adjacent to grief. Several other episodes were also pulled in the months following September 11th. Episodes that dealt with explosions, with skyscrapers, with terrorism in any adjacent register. The show's producers were, like every other content producer in America in that period, navigating genuinely unprecedented territory. What was appropriate to air and when? What felt irreverent in ways that would hurt people who were already hurting? There were no established answers. Decisions were made case by case, episode by episode, with sensitivity and a certain amount of paralysis. The international history of banned and restricted Simpsons episodes is its own long story. In China, significant portions of the show's run have been unavailable through official channels, for reasons that vary depending on which episode and which moment in the Chinese government's evolving relationship with Western media. Episodes that deal with political topics, with religious content, with labor rights, have been restricted at various times. The show's general irreverence toward authority is not a characteristic that makes it easy to broadcast in a country where the government maintains significant oversight over media content. In Brazil, a 2002 episode dealing with Springfield's relationship with Brazil caused a diplomatic incident. Blame It on Lisa depicted Rio de Janeiro in ways that Brazilian officials found deeply offensive. The city was shown as dangerous, impoverished, and rife with crime, in ways that the Brazilian Tourism Board and government officials argued were unfair characterizations that would harm the country's international reputation. Legal action was threatened. The show's producers issued a statement that was apologetic in its general framing, without being a complete retraction. The episode was not pulled from American rotation. It continued to air, but the controversy demonstrated, as these controversies often do, the specific friction that occurs when a show built on American cultural assumptions starts making jokes about places that have different self-images and different tolerances for being made into punchlines. Several Middle Eastern countries have restricted or banned The Simpsons entirely at various points, citing the show's treatment of religion in general and of Islamic faith in particular. The show has always been willing to make religious jokes. God is a recurring character. Jesus has appeared. Buddha has appeared. Religious institutions are regularly satirized. In a cultural context where the line between satire and blasphemy is drawn differently, this has created significant friction. The episode most often cited in discussions of religious controversy within the American context is Homer the Heretic from Season 4. Homer decides to stop going to church and has a deeply personal religious experience at home. God appears to Homer in a dream, and they have a direct conversation. The episode is genuinely thoughtful about questions of faith and formal religion, and it lands on a conclusion that is more nuanced than most network television would have allowed. It was and remains controversial among religious communities, some of whom felt it mocked faith, others of whom felt it treated genuine spiritual questioning with unusual respect. The episode has never been pulled. It airs regularly, but it stands as an example of the show going significantly further than most mainstream entertainment would in its engagement with religious subject matter. There are episodes that were never pulled, but probably should have been by the standards they were held to, and episodes that were pulled and probably didn't need to be. The calculus of what gets removed from rotation and what doesn't is never fully consistent. It is made by different people, in different moments, under different pressures, and the results reflect that inconsistency. What the full history of The Simpsons banned and restricted episodes tells you is that the show has always lived at the edge of what American network television considered acceptable. It has pushed that edge for 36 years. Sometimes it pushed too far, and the show or the network pulled back. Sometimes it pushed in directions that subsequent history made uncomfortable. And sometimes it pushed in directions that turned out to be important, that turned out to be worth pushing, that produced television that said something true and difficult about the world. The episodes you can no longer watch easily are not always the worst ones. Sometimes the ones that got pulled are pulled because they were doing something that the world wasn't ready for yet. Sometimes the discomfort they created was the point. Be our discomfort. Section 7. The voice cast revolt salary negotiations, strike threats, and the year they nearly replaced everyone. This seems like an obvious statement, but it becomes significant when you understand how unusual the relationship between those voices and the production has been over the decades, and what it has cost to maintain it. The 6 primary voice actors who define the show are Dan Castellaneta, Julie Kavner, Nancy Cartwright, Yeardley Smith, Hank Azaria, and Harry Shearer. Together, they voice the 5 main family members, and roughly 24 supporting characters. They are the sound of Springfield. They have been the sound of Springfield for 36 years. In the beginning, they were paid very little for this work. The early seasons of The Simpsons were produced when the show was still finding its feet commercially. The cast was paid per episode at rates that were reasonable for television voice work, but were not calibrated to what the show was about to become. When The Simpsons turned into the global cultural phenomenon it became in the early 1990s, the gap between what the cast was being paid and what the show was generating became a source of significant tension. The first major salary renegotiation happened in the early 1990s and resulted in the cast getting substantially more per episode than they had been receiving. This was publicly reported at the time as a relatively smooth process, though the accounts of people close to the negotiations suggest it was less smooth than the public version indicated. The more dramatic confrontations came later. In 1998, the cast collectively threatened to stop voicing the show unless their compensation was restructured significantly. The specific ask was not just a per-episode increase, but a share of the back-end profits that the show was generating through syndication and merchandise. This was a significant ask. Back-end participation for voice actors on an animated series was not standard. The studios and networks resisted. The negotiations were tense enough that there were real conversations about what would happen if they failed. Could the show continue with different voice actors? Could it recast its main characters and survive? These were not rhetorical questions. They were operational ones, and the production team had to have genuine answers ready in case the cast walked. The cast ultimately did not walk. A deal was reached. The specifics were not fully disclosed, but the actors received substantially better compensation and some form of participation in the show's commercial success, beyond their per-episode fee. The exact structure of that deal has been the subject of subsequent negotiations and renegotiations, with the terms shifting as the show's commercial picture changed over the years. By the late 2000s, each member of the main cast was reportedly earning approximately $8 million per season. This figure, when it became public, was immediately controversial. For a show that was entering what many critics felt was a long decline in quality, paying its voice actors $8 million each per season seemed, to some commentators, disproportionate. For others, it seemed entirely reasonable given what those 6 voices generated in terms of commercial value for the Fox Corporation. The 2011 negotiations were the most fraught in the show's history, and they ended in a way that changed the show permanently. By 2011, Fox had decided that the existing compensation structure was unsustainable and had told the production that unless costs could be brought down significantly, the show would be canceled. The network was specific. It needed the cast's salary reduced by approximately 45%. The cast, understandably, responded to this request with significant resistance. Harry Shearer was notably public about his frustrations during this period. Shearer, who voices Mr. Burns, Ned Flanders, Principal Skinner, Kent Brockman, and numerous other characters, has always been the cast member most willing to speak plainly about the conditions of the show's production. He gave interviews in which he described the negotiating process as frustrating and the demands being made of the cast as unreasonable, given the show's commercial performance. The negotiations eventually resolved with the cast accepting a reduced per-episode rate that brought their individual salaries down from the $8 million figure to something in the $4 to $5 million range, accompanied by a deal that gave them 2% of the show's profits. This deal was, by any measure, still extraordinarily lucrative. But the process of arriving at it was, by multiple accounts, unpleasant. And the threat that had driven the negotiation, the possibility of cancellation or recasting, had been real enough that nobody in the cast's position could afford to entirely ignore it. Harry Shearer eventually left the show entirely in 2015 before returning. His departure and return is a story in itself. Shearer announced in May 2015 that he would be leaving The Simpsons. The announcement was made somewhat unusually, through Twitter, and it was framed in terms that were clearly not a mutual parting of the ways. Shearer said that the show's producers had made him an offer that he found unacceptable, and that rather than accept unacceptable terms, he was leaving. He was specific that the terms he found unacceptable were related to exclusivity restrictions that would have prevented him from pursuing other work while under contract to The Simpsons. The show's producers responded by announcing that Shearer's many characters would be recast if he did not return. The specific characters named included some of the most important supporting figures in the show's world. The prospect of Ned Flanders or Mr. Burns being voiced by someone other than Shearer was, for many longtime viewers, genuinely alarming. The public discussion about the Shearer departure was extensive. Shearer did press. The producers did press. Both sides characterized the situation in ways that reflected their own interests. The specific contractual issues that drove the dispute were not fully disclosed. A deal was eventually reached. Shearer returned. The characters he voices continued in his voice. The crisis resolved. But the episode illuminated something important about the power dynamics of the show at a specific moment in its history. The cast was irreplaceable in a profound sense. The voices of The Simpsons are tied to the characters in a way that decades of listening have made essentially biological for the audience. The idea of someone else voicing Ned Flanders or Mr. Burns creates a specific cognitive dissonance that most viewers cannot easily resolve. The show knew this. The cast knew this. The production company knew this. The negotiations were, at their core, a series of reminders that this knowledge existed on both sides of the table. The conclusion that emerges from the long history of salary disputes and contract negotiations in The Simpsons cast is that the show's extraordinary longevity has created a specific kind of leverage for its performers that most television actors never develop. These six people became, over 36 years, genuinely irreplaceable. Not in the sense that no human being could be found to make noises similar to theirs, but in the sense that the audience would never fully accept the substitution. They became the show, in a way that went beyond performance. They became the institutional memory of Springfield. And that irreplaceability has given them a power that they have used, periodically, to ensure that the show's commercial success was shared more equitably than it would have been otherwise. Whether they have always used that power wisely is a question that people inside and outside the production have different answers to. What is clear is that The Simpsons has survived every salary dispute, every contract crisis, every threatened departure that its cast history has produced. The voices are still there. The show is still on the air. And the next negotiation, whenever it comes, will be conducted in the shadow of all the previous ones. Woo. Section 8. Matt Groening versus Sam Simon. There is a version of The Simpsons creation myth that you will find in most official histories. Matt Groening had characters he'd been developing as a comic strip. James L. Brooks saw potential in them. The show was developed, the team was assembled, television history was made. In this version, Sam Simon is an important figure, but he is in a supporting role. The alternative version, the one that emerges from talking to people who were actually in the building during the first 4 seasons, is different. In this version, the show that went on television, the specific creative organism that millions of people fell in love with, was in very large part Sam Simon's work. Groening had the characters. Brooks had the institutional weight and the network relationships. Simon had the craft. Sam Simon grew up in Palo Alto, California, the son of a businessman. He was, by accounts that stretch back to his childhood, relentlessly smart and relentlessly difficult. He had opinions and he held them loudly, and he did not particularly modify his behavior in response to the discomfort of people around him. These qualities made him excellent at running a television writer's room, where strong opinions and the willingness to defend them are valuable tools. They also made him personally exhausting. He came to The Simpsons with real credentials. He had worked as a writer and producer on Taxi, one of the great American sitcoms of the late 1970s. He had worked on Cheers, which was during the years of his involvement arguably the best sitcom on American television. He knew how to structure comedy. He knew how to develop character. He knew how to build a show that could run. When he arrived at The Simpsons, he encountered a show that had interesting bones and unclear muscles. Groening had the family. The family had personality and potential, but the specific voice of the show, the specific way it would tell its stories, the rhythm and grammar of its comedy, had not yet been established. Simon established it. He hired the writers who would define the early seasons. He built a room culture that prized intelligence and speed, and a specific kind of referential wit that became the show's signature. He made decisions about the visual grammar of the show that are still visible in how it looks today. He ran the production with an attention to craft that shaped everything the show became. And then he left. 4 seasons in, 1993, with a producing credit and profit participation, but without the showrunner title and without, many people who worked with him felt, adequate public recognition of what he had contributed. The years after his departure from The Simpsons were not uniformly kind to Simon professionally. He worked on other projects. Some succeeded, some did not. He had the financial security that his Simpsons deal provided, and he used it to pursue interests beyond television, most notably animal rights and welfare, which became the central preoccupation of his adult life. He founded and funded a series of animal advocacy organizations. He worked with charities focused on dog rescue, on farm animal welfare, on the treatment of animals in entertainment. He gave significant money to organizations that provided veterinary care to animals belonging to low-income owners. He was, in this dimension of his life, genuinely generous and genuinely committed in ways that went beyond writing checks. He showed up. He did the work himself. When he was diagnosed with cancer in 2012, he intensified this activity rather than pulling back from it. People who knew him in his final years describe a man who had made peace with certain things and was still fighting about others. He was still, in some moods, angry about what he felt was the misrepresentation of his contribution to The Simpsons. He was still capable of saying cutting things about Groening in interviews, and he was simultaneously at the most productive phase of his philanthropic life. He died in March 2015. Matt Groening's public statement after Simon's death was warm. He acknowledged Simon's contribution to the show in language that was more direct than his previous public statements had sometimes been. He said that Simon's death was a significant loss, and that Simon had been central to building what the show became. Whether this acknowledgement was sufficient, whether it came too late, whether the decades of friction had created a wound that could not fully close, is something only the people involved could know with any precision. What we have from the outside is the record, a show that was made by several people whose contributions were weighted differently in the public story than they were in the actual building, and the human costs that came with that misalignment. The Sam Simon question is not a question that The Simpsons has ever fully answered. The show still airs. Simon's name appears in the credits, as it has since the early seasons. His financial interest in the show generated revenue for causes he cared about until his death, and his estate presumably continues to benefit from the show's ongoing commercial activity. But the question of whether the most important collaborative relationship in the show's founding was treated fairly, by the institution and by history, remains uncomfortable. The people who were there remember differently. The record shows a man who did foundational work and spent years feeling that the credit did not match the contribution. This is not an unusual story in Hollywood. It is, in some ways, the most common story Hollywood tells. But in the context of a show about a family that is always, ultimately, held together by love despite everything, there is a particular irony in the story, of the men who built that family together and could not find a way to do the same. Section 9. The Predictions, Controversy, Conspiracy Theories, Frightened Writers, and the episode Nobody Wants to Talk About. These are the official answers. These are the answers the show's writers and producers give when they're asked about it. But there is a specific subset of the predictions that these explanations handle less cleanly. And there is one prediction in particular that has caused more genuine discomfort inside the production than any other, and which exists now in a complicated limbo between acknowledgement and avoidance. Let's start with the broader conspiracy theory ecosystem that has grown up around the predictions, because understanding that ecosystem helps explain why the genuine outliers are difficult to discuss rationally. The internet has generated an enormous quantity of false Simpsons predictions, images that have been altered to appear as frames from Simpsons episodes, screen caps that have been taken out of context, reversed, or had text added to them, claims that specific episodes depicted specific events that, when you actually watch those episodes, do not depict those things at all. The misinformation layer around the prediction phenomenon is substantial. Probably the majority of the most shared Simpsons predicted X images that circulate on social media are either fabricated or misrepresented. This matters because it makes it harder to talk about the cases that are genuinely strange. When the field is flooded with nonsense, legitimate outliers become harder to distinguish. The cases that the production team genuinely does not have clean explanations for share certain characteristics. They are not just general trend extrapolations. They are not cases where the show depicted something that was already obviously coming. They are cases where the specific detail, the specific image, the specific combination of elements, aligns with a future event in a way that seems to require more than coincidence to explain, and more than cultural influence to account for. The episode that causes the most discomfort among people who think seriously about this question is Marge in Chains, from 1993. This is the episode that depicted the Springfield flu, the Asian flu that arrives in town via delivery packages from Japan, causes widespread illness, leads to panic buying and shortages, and results in the townspeople gathering in a public space, demanding a cure, while a crate is broken open, and something emerges from it. The episode aired in May 1993, 27 years before COVID-19. The general flu pandemic structure is explainable through trend observation. Infectious disease experts had been warning about pandemic risk for decades. The show's writers were smart, well-read people who paid attention to public health discourse. A flu pandemic from Asia was not an exotic or unpredictable scenario in 1993. Influenza outbreaks from Asia were a recurring historical phenomenon. The show made a joke about the direction current epidemiological trends pointed. But the specific visual of the crate being opened and releasing something into the crowd, which in the episode is a swarm of killer bees, and in 2020 was metaphorically resonant with the murder hornet story that dominated news cycles during the early pandemic, sits in a slightly different category. The specificity of that image, combined with the general pandemic framing, combined with the timing, produces an unsettling quality that the volume of content explanation doesn't fully discharge. Writer Bill Oakley, who wrote Margin Chains, addressed this directly in a 2020 interview when the episode was going viral again. He was visibly uncomfortable. He said he wished people would stop bringing it up. He said it was a coincidence. He seemed to mean it, but he also seemed slightly shaken by the specificity of the coincidences he was being asked to account for. This is the texture that distinguishes the genuinely strange prediction outliers from the easily explained ones. The people who wrote the episodes are not comfortable with it either. They have the statistical and cultural explanations ready. They deliver them smoothly. And then there is sometimes a small pause after the explanation, where they seem to be deciding whether the explanation actually satisfies them. The 9/11 adjacent prediction is discussed even less frequently. In 2001, a Simpsons segment from a decade earlier briefly recirculated because of a coincidence of imagery that most people, reasonably, found too uncomfortable to examine closely. The details are not important to rehearse here. What is important is that they existed, that they were noticed, and that the production team's response was silence. Sometimes silence is the correct response to things that cannot be explained cleanly. Sometimes the most honest thing a person can say about a genuinely strange coincidence is that they don't know what to make of it. The Simpsons predictions controversy, in its most serious form, is not about whether the show has supernatural access to future information. It is about what it means that a show which has been doing sharp cultural observation for 36 years has accumulated an unusually large number of predictions that hold up to scrutiny. It is about what the existence of those predictions tells us about the predictability of human events, about the degree to which the forces shaping our present are more visible than we acknowledge, about whether a group of intelligent people, paying very close attention to the currents of American life, can see further ahead than the rest of us typically manage. The answer the show's writers would give, and the answer that is probably closest to true, is that they are not prophets. They are observers. They have paid closer attention to American culture for longer than almost anyone else in the entertainment business, and they have committed their observations to a record that runs to nearly 800 episodes. When the future arrives and some part of it resembles what they saw coming, it feels like prophecy. It is actually the accumulated weight of 36 years of careful looking. Whether that distinction is comforting depends entirely on whether the thing they saw coming is something you wanted to arrive. Lou. In Grab. Section 10. The Death Episodes. Phil Hartman, Marsha Wallace, and the Real Grief, hidden inside cartoon jokes. You. The Simpsons has been running long enough that this has happened many times. Long enough that the show has had to figure out, repeatedly, what it does when a voice is gone. Long enough that the question of how to honor the dead while keeping the living show alive has become something the production has developed, through painful experience, a kind of institutional knowledge about. No death in the show's history hit harder, or had more lasting consequences for the people involved, than the murder of Phil Hartman. Phil Hartman joined The Simpsons in the 4th season as the voice of Troy McClure, a washed-up actor who appears in various instructional films and infomercials throughout the show. The character was an immediate success. Hartman had the specific quality, a kind of gleaming artificial confidence, combined with an undercurrent of desperation, that made Troy McClure immediately, indelibly himself. Every appearance was a pleasure. The character became one of the show's most beloved recurring presences. Hartman also voiced Lionel Hutz, the incompetent attorney who represented the Simpsons family with catastrophic results in various legal matters. Hutz was the kind of comic failure that Hartman performed with a specific melancholy that made the jokes land harder than they should have. He was not just funny because he was bad at his job. He was funny because there was something genuinely sad underneath the buffoonery. a man who had very clearly not become what he had hoped to become and had made peace with it in the worst possible way, by pretending he had become something better. Hartman was also a cast member on news radio during this period, and was a foundational cast member of Saturday Night Live in the late 1980s and early 1990s. He was, by any measure, one of the most talented character performers of his generation. His ability to inhabit a specific type of American man, hollow but confident, charming but deeply empty, was unmatched. He could make you laugh at that type and feel sorry for him in the same breath. On May 28, 1998, Hartman was shot and killed by his wife Bryn Hartman at their home in Encino, California. Bryn subsequently died by suicide. They left behind 2 children. The impact on the cast and production of The Simpsons was immediate and profound. These were people who had worked with Hartman regularly for nearly a decade. They knew him. They cared about him. The news arrived without warning and without any of the preparation that makes grief even slightly easier to bear. The show responded by retiring Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz. Not recasting them, retiring them. The decision was made relatively quickly and has never been reversed. Both characters have been referenced in passing since Hartman's death, but neither has appeared as a voiced character. They exist in the show's world as presences that have gone quiet, characters that the show knows are there but chooses not to bring forward. This was an extraordinarily generous and respectful thing to do. It would have been commercially reasonable to recast both roles with other actors. Troy McClure was popular enough that a recast version could likely have performed well. The decision not to do so was a statement that these specific characters, in the ears and minds of the audience, belonged to Phil Hartman in a way that made reuse inappropriate. Dan Castellaneta, who voices Homer, gave interviews in the years following Hartman's death that described the specific texture of grief that settled over the production. He talked about the way you keep expecting to hear someone in the next recording session, and then suddenly understanding again that they will not be there. He talked about how the show had to find its way back to being funny, which is what it is, when the people making it were carrying something very heavy. The broader cast of The Simpsons has dealt with other deaths over the decades, not all as sudden or as violent as Hartman's, but each carrying its own weight. Marcia Wallace voiced Edna Krabappel, Bart's long-suffering 4th-grade teacher at Springfield Elementary. She was a recurring presence from the show's earliest seasons and was one of the most fully realized supporting characters in The Simpsons world. Edna Krabappel was a woman who had clearly expected more from her life and had learned to protect herself from those expectations with cynicism and a specific kind of dark humor that Wallace performed with extraordinary precision. In 2013, Wallace developed pneumonia after being treated for breast cancer. She died in October of that year. The show faced a different kind of decision than it had with Hartman. Edna Krabappel was a character who appeared more regularly than either Troy McClure or Lionel Hutz. She was integrated into the show's ongoing storylines. She had, in recent seasons, been given a significant emotional arc through her relationship with Ned Flanders, which had become one of the show's warmer ongoing threads. Retiring her entirely would create a visible gap in Springfield's population. The show chose to retire the character after an extended tribute. In the episode following Wallace's death, Springfield Elementary was shown with a tribute image, a drawing of Edna Krabappel laughing, with the words, "We'll miss you, Mrs. K," written beside it. It was a quiet, genuine moment in an animated show, the world of the show pausing to acknowledge that something real had happened in the world outside it. The character of Edna Krabappel was subsequently written out through references to her death. She appears in the show's history, she comes up in conversation, Ned Flanders deals with his grief over losing her, but she is not voiced. She is not brought back through a recast. She exists in Springfield's past tense. The treatment of these deaths tells you something important about what The Simpsons values at its core. The show has always had the option of treating death as a production problem to be solved through recasting. It has consistently chosen not to. It has chosen to honor the specific human beings who gave these characters their voices by allowing those characters to go quiet when those human beings are gone. This is not universal practice in animation. Many long-running animated series have recast characters following the death of voice actors, sometimes successfully, sometimes with results that feel like an erasure of history. The Simpsons has taken a different approach, one that treats the connection between a voice and a character as something more than a contractual arrangement. something more like a marriage between sound and identity that the show is not willing to dissolve. Other deaths in the extended Simpsons family, the writers and directors and production staff who make the show possible, have been acknowledged in other ways. Many episodes carry dedications. Many seasons open with credits that remember people who have passed. The show has become, over 36 years, the kind of institution that carries the weight of its own history, including the human losses that history contains. Springfield is a town where nobody ages, where nobody dies permanently, where the reset button is always available. But the people who build Springfield do age. They do die. And the show has found, in its best moments, a way to hold that truth alongside the fiction it creates. To be both a comedy about a cartoon family that never changes and an ongoing human enterprise that is changed constantly by the real losses of real people. Buyur Halirem. Section 11. The network fights every time Fox tried to control its own show, and every time it failed. This is worth remembering. The show did not emerge from a culture of artistic support and institutional confidence. It emerged from a struggling fourth network that was desperate for something to differentiate itself from the big three, and that was willing to take chances that CBS and NBC and ABC would not have considered. Rupert Murdoch launched Fox Broadcasting Company in 1986. The network's early years were characterized by programming that the established networks would have rejected as too edgy, too strange, or too demographically targeted to be worth the risk. Married with Children was one of these shows. America's Most Wanted was another. And in December 1989, The Simpsons was another. The creative freedom that the show enjoyed in its early years was directly related to Fox's outsider status. A network that is fighting for its survival, that has nothing to lose by taking creative risks, creates very different conditions for its programmers than a network that is defending a dominant market position. Fox in 1989 could not afford to micromanage the creative decisions of its most interesting show. It needed the show to succeed, and it had to trust the people making it to know how to do that. As Fox became more established, as it became a genuine competitive player in the network landscape, the conditions changed. The network developed more standard institutional reflexes about content. It developed more consistent standards and practices reviews. It developed, in short, the specific kind of bureaucratic caution that successful institutions develop when they start having things to protect. The tension between this institutional caution and the show's creative independence became a recurring feature of the show's history. The most consistent area of conflict was religion. The Simpsons has always been willing to make religious jokes. God appears as a character. Jesus appears as a character. Religious institutions, religious figures, religious belief systems are treated as appropriate subjects for satire. This is, at the fundamental level, the kind of content that network standards and practices departments are specifically designed to manage. The show's producers have described, over the years, a negotiating process around religious content that was sometimes smooth and sometimes frustrating. Episodes that went to very specific places, about specific denominations or specific theological positions, sometimes generated pushback that required revision. The general principle that the show could engage with religion was accepted. The specific implementation was negotiated episode by episode. Political content generated similar dynamics. The show has made political jokes about both major American parties with some consistency, though its liberal orientation has always meant that Republican politicians and conservative institutions take more pointed hits on average. Fox, as a network that became identified over time with conservative politics through the influence of its news division, was sometimes uncomfortable with specific political content from its most visible entertainment property. The documented cases of specific episodes being altered or delayed due to network pressure are not numerous, but they exist. An episode dealing with gay marriage in the 2000s went through an extended negotiation process. Episodes dealing with specific ongoing political controversies were sometimes timed differently than the production team would have chosen. The production team describes a process that was rarely a hard no, but was often a negotiation about framing, about specific jokes, about the degree of explicitness in political criticism. What is striking about the full history of the Fox-Simpsons relationship is how much creative control the show has retained. Despite being a network television property, The Simpsons is not an independent film. It is not a cable show operating under pay television rules. It is a broadcast network show subject to all the institutional pressures that come with that context. And yet its track record of political and social commentary is significantly bolder than most comparable network shows. This is partly the result of the specific contractual protections the show's producers negotiated in its early days. James L. Brooks, who came to the project with significant institutional power derived from his film career and his producing track record, negotiated creative protections for the show that were unusual by network standards. The ability to deliver episodes without network notes having binding authority was reportedly among the protections he secured. It is also partly the result of the show's commercial value. A show that generates hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue has a specific kind of leverage that a show struggling to justify its renewal does not. The network was always aware that aggressively managing the content of The Simpsons risked damaging the specific quality that made it commercially valuable. You don't interfere with the machine that makes your money. And it is partly the result of the show's cultural position. By the late 1990s, The Simpsons was not just a television show. It was an institution. It was a piece of American culture that had achieved a kind of independence from its commercial context. Meddling with it visibly would have created a public story about censorship and creative interference that would have been more damaging to Fox than whatever content was being censored. The network fights that defined the show's history were mostly quiet ones, negotiations that happened in conference rooms and on phone calls and in the kind of professional exchanges that don't produce dramatic anecdotes but accumulate over time into a pattern. The pattern is of a show that pushed consistently and a network that pushed back inconsistently, and a balance that was maintained through 36 years of ongoing adjustment. The show won most of these fights, not because the network was weak, but because the show was strong. Strong in ratings, strong in cultural significance, strong in the specific kind of institutional protection that comes from being the thing that defines a network's identity, whether the network likes all of it or not. Fox is the Simpsons network. Whatever else it broadcasts, whatever other successes it has had and will have, the connection between Fox Broadcasting and The Simpsons is what defines its place in television history. The network has always known this, and that knowledge has been, ultimately, the most effective protection the show has ever had. Woo is Section 12. The Golden Age Debate. What went wrong? What stayed right? And the fans who never left. Seasons 3 through 8. The period roughly corresponding to 1991 through 1997. The era when the show was doing things that had never been done on television before. When every episode felt like it had been made by people who were genuinely enjoying themselves. When the jokes were dense and layered, and the emotional underpinning was real enough to make you feel something even when you were laughing. The debate about when the show declined has been running for approximately as long as the decline itself has been happening, which means it has been running for about 25 years. The Simpsons isn't as good as it used to be, is one of the most commonly uttered sentences in American pop culture. It has been uttered for so long, by so many people, in so many contexts, that it has become almost meaningless through repetition. It is the thing you say about The Simpsons, the way you say, it's complicated, about relationships you don't want to examine closely. It is true, in a general way, but it doesn't quite do justice to the specific nature of what changed. The decline of The Simpsons is, at its core, a story about the impossibility of sustaining a specific kind of creative energy indefinitely. The early seasons of the show were powered by a combination of talent and desperation and institutional youth that produced something extraordinary. The writers in those early years were making something genuinely new. They had no template for it. They were inventing the grammar of prime-time animated comedy as they went. That kind of creative pressure, the pressure of making something that doesn't exist yet, produces a specific quality of work that cannot be reproduced once the template exists. By the time the show was in its 10th and 11th and 12th seasons, it was working from its own template. The new writers who arrived in those years were people who had grown up watching the early seasons. They knew what The Simpsons was supposed to sound like. They knew the rhythms and the references and the emotional beats. And because they knew them, they could reproduce them. But reproduction is not the same as invention. The show that was being made in its middle and later seasons was a very good reproduction of the thing the early seasons had invented. And a very good reproduction of a great thing is still not the great thing itself. This is the clinical explanation. The human explanation is more specific and more interesting. The key writers and showrunners who defined the Golden Age did not stay. They moved on. They created their own shows. They pursued other opportunities. The specific combination of people who were in the building between 1991 and 1997, the specific mix of voices and personalities and competing creative visions that produced the best episodes, was not a stable arrangement. It was a temporary alignment of talent that was always going to dissipate. Conan O'Brien left to do late-night television. Greg Daniels left to eventually create and develop The Office for American audiences. George Meyer, one of the most influential writers in the show's history, and a figure whose specific contribution to the show's voice is consistently cited by people who were there, stayed longer than many, but eventually moved to other things. John Swartzwelder, who wrote more episodes than anyone else in the show's history, and whose specific comedic sensibility is in some ways the most recognizable individual voice in the early seasons, simply stopped. He wrote his last episode in 2003 and has not written another since. Swartzwelder is worth a brief pause, because he is one of the most fascinating figures in the show's history, and one of the least publicly known. He wrote 59 episodes of The Simpsons. 59. The next most prolific writer in the show's history is significantly behind him. He wrote episodes that are on every list of the show's best. His specific sensibility, which can be described as aggressively silly in ways that are also somehow deeply strange, as committed to absurdist non sequitur in ways that also somehow serve the story, is unlike anything else in television. He also gave essentially no interviews during the period he was writing the show, and has given almost none since. He does not have a social media presence. He does not do panels or retrospectives. He wrote 59 of the best episodes of the most discussed show in television history, and then walked away and has been, for 20 years, essentially unreachable. The information available about why he stopped writing for the show is limited and secondhand. What is generally reported is that the show switched from in-person writers' room sessions to a model where writers could work remotely, and that Swartzwelder, who had some difficulty with the traditional writers' room format, found the transition to be a good time to conclude his involvement. Whether there were other factors, whether there was a more specific reason for his departure, is not publicly known. He has since written a series of detective novels that are, by accounts of people who have read them, unmistakably his. Dense with jokes, aggressively strange, possessed of a specific comic sensibility that you would recognize if you know his Simpsons work. The Golden Age is not entirely gone from the show. There are episodes in the later seasons that feel genuinely good in the way the early seasons felt good. There are moments where the writing achieves something real. The show's creative capacity has not completely disappeared. It has contracted. The consistently brilliant has become the occasionally brilliant. And the occasionally brilliant, in a show that has produced nearly 800 episodes, is still an enormous amount of content. The fans who insist the show should have ended seasons or decades ago are making an argument that is not unreasonable. There is a version of The Simpsons legacy that would have been cleaner and easier to defend if the show had stopped when it was still doing its best work. The cultural conversation about the show would be different. The reputation would be different. But the fans who are still watching, who still find things in the show that are worth their time, are also not wrong. The show is not what it was. It is also not nothing. It continues to exist in the world as a living thing, changing and adapting, and occasionally producing something that reminds you of why you fell in love with it in the first place. The Golden Age debate is, ultimately, a conversation about what we want from the things we love. We want them to be perfect. We want them to maintain the specific quality that made us fall in love with them. And the inconvenient truth is that the things we love are made by human beings working under conditions that change over time. And the specific conditions that produce greatness are not conditions that can be engineered or sustained. They arise and they pass, and what comes after is not the same, even if it is good in its own way. Springfield in 2025 is not Springfield in 1993. The characters are the same. The house is the same. The couch is the same. But the specific life that inhabited it in those early years, the specific quality of imagination that made every episode feel like a small miracle, that was a moment that has passed. The miracle was real. The moment was real. What remains is something different but still, in its way, worthy of attention. Ooh. Lerv. Section 13. The characters they couldn't kill. The ongoing lives of Springfield's most controversial figures and the people behind them. Lerv. Lerv. There is a specific kind of character that The Simpsons creates with a frequency that other shows do not manage. Not the hero or the villain or the love interest. The character who should be peripheral but becomes essential. The character who arrives in a single episode, designed to serve a single function, and then refuses to leave. The history of these characters, the stories of how they were created, and what happened to them and to the people who made them, is one of the more unusual dimensions of the show's production history. Comic book guy. His real name is Jeff Albertson, though this was not established until a 2005 episode, approximately 15 years after his first appearance. He was created as a one-note joke, the overweight, judgmental, socially awkward pop culture obsessive who deploys withering commentary on everything around him from behind the counter of a store that sells the things he loves. His most famous line, "Worst episode ever," is delivered during a Treehouse of Horror segment in which he is commenting on the quality of his own death, which is a perfect encapsulation of the character. He is the audience member who cannot stop critiquing, even when the critique is manifestly inappropriate. He became, over time, an uncomfortable mirror. The fans of The Simpsons recognized something in Comic Book Guy that they were not entirely comfortable recognizing. The judgmental obsessive who measures the things he loves against an impossible standard of personal nostalgia and finds them perpetually wanting. That is, in one reading, the template of the devoted fan. And The Simpsons built this character, deployed him as a comic resource across 30-odd years, and never fully resolved the question of whether the character was a gentle self-parody or a sharper critique. Jeff Albertson is still in Springfield. He has become more sympathetic over the years, given a relationship with a woman named Kumiko, given moments of genuine human connection that soften the edges of his misanthropy without eliminating it. The character has, in other words, been treated the way the show treats its best supporting characters, given depth without being fundamentally changed. Fat Tony, the head of Springfield's organized crime operation, voiced by Joe Mantegna, with a specific quality that makes every line sound like it is being delivered from behind a velvet curtain in a room that smells of expensive food. Fat Tony arrived as a fairly direct parody of the cinematic mob boss, the Coppola-Scorsese-style figure translated into cartoon form. He has become, across many appearances, something considerably stranger and more interesting. There is an episode in which Fat Tony dies and is replaced immediately by his cousin, also named Fat Tony, who is identical in every way. The show does not treat this as worthy of extended discussion. The cousin is just Fat Tony now. The episode moves on. This is a joke about the specific narrative role that Fat Tony serves in the show's world. A role so defined by what it is, rather than who fills it, that the person inside the role is essentially interchangeable. But it is also a joke about identity and replacement, and the way institutions outlast individuals, which is a slightly darker observation than it appears to be. Mantegna has voiced Fat Tony across more than 3 decades of the show's run. He has described, in interviews, a genuine affection for the character that goes beyond the standard professional relationship. There is something in the character's specific brand of malevolent dignity that Mantegna finds endlessly interesting. He has returned to Fat Tony again and again with what appears to be genuine creative investment, finding new angles on the archetype with each appearance. Sideshow Bob, Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr., voiced by Kelsey Grammer, who arrived in the character in the show's first season and has returned to it across more than 30 years. The character was originally a functional antagonist, a foil for Bart in the specific way that the show needed a specific kind of villain. Sideshow Bob was the sophisticated Frasier-esque nemesis who wanted to kill a 10-year-old boy for reasons that were both understandable and completely absurd. What happened to the character over time is genuinely interesting. The show could not keep putting Sideshow Bob in the same situation. It could not continue to tell the same story, the brilliant criminal foiled by the child, indefinitely. So it gave him complexity. It gave him family. It gave him a brother, Cecil, played by David Hyde Pierce, which was a specific joke about the relationship between Grammer and Hyde Pierce as the stars of Frasier that was so perfectly calibrated it almost took your breath away. It gave him a brief period of legitimate political power. It gave him, eventually, actual success in killing Bart, in an episode where the show committed to the premise so completely that you genuinely didn't know where it was going. Kelsey Grammer's relationship with the character has been, by his own description, one of the most enduring and satisfying creative relationships of his career. He talks about Sideshow Bob the way actors talk about roles that got under their skin in ways that other roles did not. There is something in the character's specific combination of genuine menace and operatic self-pity that Grammer performs with evident pleasure. He sings, he speechifies, he is destroyed repeatedly, and returns, somehow more intact for the destruction. The characters of Springfield, who have become genuinely complicated creative and human stories, are too numerous to fully catalog. But the pattern they share is important. The show's supporting cast became, over 36 years, a community. These are not interchangeable background figures. They are specific individuals with specific histories, and specific voices, and specific relationships to the main family and to each other. They constitute a world. Building that world required, and continues to require, the sustained creative investment of the people who make them. The voice actors who have grown up with these characters, who have been performing them for decades, have developed relationships with them that go beyond professional obligation. The writers who have returned again and again to these characters have built internal consistency and continuity that turns the fictional Springfield into something with genuine structural integrity. The controversy around this is not about the characters themselves, but about what they represent. They represent the reason the show cannot end. The world of Springfield has become too dense, too populated, too real in its fictional way to simply stop. There is no natural ending point. There is no story that concludes everything. There is only the ongoing life of a community that has been running for 36 years and whose residents have become, for the people who make the show, and for the people who watch it, genuinely real in the way that fictional people can become real. Who? The Merchandise Machine. Section 14. The Merchandise Machine. How Springfield became an empire, and what that empire cost. New. In the early 1990s, Bart Simpson was on everything. T-shirts, lunchboxes, sleeping bags, school supplies, video games, keychains, bumper stickers, posters, trading cards, breakfast cereals. Bart Simpson was, for a period of approximately 2 to 3 years beginning in 1990, one of the most aggressively merchandised fictional characters in the history of American popular culture. The commercial success of Simpsons merchandise in the early 1990s was extraordinary by any measure. The show had generated $1 billion in merchandise revenue by 1990, its first year as a standalone series. This was before streaming, before the internet, before any of the modern commercial infrastructure that makes entertainment franchises financially enormous. This was physical product, sold in physical stores, to physical consumers who were buying Bart Simpson stuff because Bart Simpson was the most prominent cultural figure in their immediate field of view. The merchandise explosion was both a product of the show's success and, some people argued, a danger to it. There is a specific risk that attaches to cultural phenomena when they become commercial phenomena. The overexposure problem. When a character is everywhere, when you cannot move through the commercial landscape without encountering them, the specific quality that made them attractive in the first place begins to dilute. They become wallpaper. They lose the edge that made them interesting. There is a case to be made that the early 1990s merchandise surge damaged the cultural perception of The Simpsons in ways that the show took years to recover from. The show was in its creatively richest period, during the exact years that the merchandise saturation was at its most extreme. The genius of the writing was happening simultaneously with Bart Simpson appearing on every available surface, and the association between the cartoon's artistic ambition and the commercial ubiquity of its image made it harder for some critics and audiences to take the former seriously. Matt Groening had significant involvement in the early merchandise decisions and has described, in various interviews, a mixed relationship with the commercial exploitation of his characters. He was proud of the show's success. He was also, at times, uncomfortable with the specific directions that commercial exploitation took. The tension between maintaining the artistic integrity of the work and allowing the commercial machinery to run at full speed is a tension that every successful creator in popular culture navigates, with varying degrees of success. The Simpsons movie, released in 2007, was the most significant commercial event in the show's history. It grossed $536 million worldwide, on a budget that was reported at approximately $75 million. It was a significant commercial success. It was well received critically, and it demonstrated that the show retained a cultural vitality that many people had been prepared to declare dead. The movie also spawned its own merchandise wave, smaller in scale than the early 1990s surge, but still substantial, and it raised, inevitably, the question of sequels. The movie had worked. Should there be another? Al Jean, as showrunner, has addressed this question periodically over the years since 2007. The position has consistently been that a sequel would only happen if there was a story worth telling. The vagueness of this standard is, itself, informative. There is always potentially a story worth telling. The real constraint is not story but conditions. The conditions under which the main cast would agree to the work. The conditions under which the production team would feel creatively ready. The conditions under which Fox and Disney, which acquired Fox in 2019, would greenlight the project. Those conditions have not aligned in the nearly 20 years since the first film. The movie sequel exists as a permanent possibility, something that is always being discussed, always being considered, never quite materializing. In this way, it resembles many things in Springfield, present in conversation, absent from reality, its existence dependent on conditions that may never fully obtain. The merchandise continues. It is less overwhelming than it was in 1990, but it is vast. The Simpsons appears on clothing, on kitchenware, on collectibles, on phone cases, on watches, on all the surfaces of everyday life that are available for printing. Every major commercial platform that licenses popular culture content has a Simpsons presence. Universal Studios built a Simpsons-themed area in multiple of its theme parks. Springfield, the actual physical place, exists in Orlando, Florida, and Hollywood, California, as a collection of simulated storefronts and walkways themed around the show's iconography. You can buy food at a quick E-Mart. You can ride a roller coaster themed around the family. You can walk through a recreation of the Simpson family's living room. This is the ultimate extension of the merchandise logic. The show is not just an object to own. It is a place to visit, a physical space that promises something like the experience of being in Springfield, which is to say, a physical space that promises an emotional connection to something fictional that has become, for millions of people, more familiar than many things that are real. Whether that promise can be kept is a question that depends on what you are looking for when you visit. The physical Springfield of the Universal theme parks is a reasonable simulacrum of the visual world of the show. The food is fine. The rides are engaging. The experience is, by the standards of theme park entertainment, well executed. What it cannot provide is the actual thing. The actual thing is the feeling of watching a perfect Simpsons episode, the feeling of the joke landing, the feeling of the emotional moment arriving when you weren't quite expecting it, the feeling of a show that knows you well enough to give you what you need before you know you needed it. That is not something that can be bottled and sold, though the merchandise machine has been trying to bottle it for 35 years. The most honest version of the Simpsons merchandise story is that it is a story about the gap between what we love and what we can own. We love the show. We want to carry that love around with us. We buy a mug with Homer's face on it because it is the closest approximation available of the thing we actually want, which is to take the show with us everywhere. The mug is not the show. The theme park is not Springfield. The merchandise is the shadow of something we can't hold directly. But it is also, for many people, enough. A connection to something beloved, even a commercial and physical connection, is still a connection. The Simpsons mug on the desk is a small daily reminder of something that mattered. The mug did not write the show, but the show is why the mug exists. And the mug, in its small way, keeps the show present in a life that might otherwise not have room for it. Woo! Section 15. The season that broke everything. Season 9, The Principal and the Pauper, and the episode fans have spent 28 years angry about. But the episode deserves a more extended treatment as a piece of production history, because the story of how it was made, how it aired, and how it was received is one of the most revealing episodes in the show's behind-the-scenes history. The episode was written by Ken Keeler, who joined the show's writing staff in Season 5, and is widely considered one of the most talented and also most idiosyncratic writers to have worked there. Keeler has a PhD in mathematics from Harvard. He went on from The Simpsons to become a core writer on Futurama, and is, within the world of animation fandom, something of a cult figure. The specific episode was conceived as a way of generating genuine dramatic stakes for a supporting character who had been present since the show's earliest days, without ever being placed at the center of a story with real emotional weight. Principal Skinner had appeared in hundreds of episodes. He was familiar. He was beloved. He was defined. And the question the writer was apparently asking was, what would it take to make Skinner genuinely interesting? The answer arrived at was, reveal that everything we know about him is built on a lie. The episode was completed and aired on September 28, 1997. The backlash, as described earlier, was immediate and sustained. Harry Shearer, who voices Skinner and had voiced him through 7 seasons of established character development, was publicly critical. He described the episode as a betrayal of the character. He suggested that the decision to reveal Skinner as an imposter was the kind of creative decision that damaged the show's coherence in ways that couldn't be easily repaired. Ken Keeler responded, in commentary and interviews, in terms that were notably undefensive. He acknowledged that the episode was deliberately disruptive. He was not trying to preserve what had been established. He was trying to do something that would feel genuinely unexpected, in a show that had become somewhat predictable. Whether the specific disruption he chose was the right one is a judgment call on which reasonable people disagree. What makes the episode particularly interesting in the context of the show's broader history is the metatextual dimension it acquired over time. The episode is about a community choosing to maintain a fiction over a truth. It is about the institutional power of comfortable lies, and it was made by a show that was, at the time, beginning to be criticized for its own comfortable fictions, for the repetition and the reset button, and the failure to let its world change or grow. Whether Keeler was aware of this dimension, or whether it arrived retroactively through interpretation is unknowable. What is knowable is that the episode became, in the years after its airing, something more than a controversial creative choice. It became a kind of interpretive lens through which the show's relationship with its own continuity could be examined. The episode is simultaneously the thing fans point to when they want to argue that the show betrayed its audience, and one of the most genuinely interesting things the show has ever done in terms of interrogating its own logic. That contradiction has never been resolved. It probably cannot be resolved. It sits in the show's history as a permanent point of contention, an episode that divided people at the time and continues to divide them, and that refuses to be simply categorized as either a mistake or a masterpiece. This is, in a way, the most Simpsons thing imaginable, a show that generates enough heat to keep fans arguing about a specific episode for 28 years, not because the episode is bad, but because it is strange and uncomfortable and does something that the show usually doesn't do, which is to look directly at the machinery of its own fiction and refuse to look away. Wissaus Manchili South Park for Libato, Section 16. The episodes that got writers fired, quit, or otherwise ended careers. Wis? Escale Buffor 2. The writer's room of a successful television show is one of the most intense professional environments in American culture. It is a room full of very intelligent, very opinionated people who have strong feelings about jokes, and about story, and about what the show they are making should be. These rooms produce great work. They also produce the kinds of interpersonal conflicts that come when intelligent, opinionated people are in close proximity under sustained pressure. The Simpsons writers' room, over 36 years, has seen a remarkable amount of human drama. Not all of it has been documented. Not all of it has been acknowledged. But enough of it has leaked into the public record to give a picture of what the experience of writing the show has been like for the people who did it. The specific episodes that ended professional relationships, or that marked the end of eras in the show's creative history, cluster around certain inflection points. The transition out of the golden age, the arrival of new showrunners with different creative visions, the moments when a writer pushed a joke or a premise beyond what the room or the network or the audience was prepared to absorb. David S. Cohen, who writes under the name David X. Cohen and went on to be one of the primary creative forces behind Futurama, was part of The Simpsons writing staff during the mid-1990s. His departure, along with that of several other key writers who followed Matt Groening to the new show, created a talent gap that the show struggled to fill. The episodes that mark the transition from the golden age to the less consistent period that followed are not generally episodes that ended specific careers, but they mark the moment when the specific combination of people that made the show extraordinary dispersed. The writers who stayed, and the writers who subsequently arrived, were not lesser talents. They were different talents working under different conditions. The show they made was not the same show that the departing writers had made. This is not a moral judgment, but a practical one. The specific creative organism that produced the show's best work was a temporary assembly that dissolved over time. And the show that emerged on the other side of that dissolution was genuinely different. There are individual episodes in the show's history where the creative vision in the room so dramatically diverged from what the audience or the network expected that the collision produced visible damage. The Armin Tamzarian episode we have discussed. The Homer's Enemy episode, which was controversial not for content reasons but for tonal reasons. For the show's willingness to be genuinely dark about the nature of its protagonist, in ways that made some viewers profoundly uncomfortable. Season 23 saw another departure that was widely discussed in fan communities. John Frink, one of the show's longest-serving writers, moved to a less active role. Al Jean, who has been showrunner since season 13, has been the primary creative constant in the show's second and longer act. Whether the periods of most acute creative struggle correspond to specific personnel changes is a causal argument that is difficult to make definitively without inside knowledge. What is clear is that the show's creative health has correlated with the presence or absence of specific voices. The broader story here is about the tension between institutional continuity and creative freshness that every long-running show faces. The Simpsons resolved this tension, for most of its history, by relying on the institutional framework that Al Jean provides while cycling new writers through the room regularly. Some of these new writers have made significant contributions. Some have not. The show absorbs both kinds. What it cannot absorb, what no institution can absorb indefinitely, is the departure of the foundational voices. The writers who established what the show is, who created the grammar that everyone after them works in, carry with them when they leave a kind of creative knowledge that cannot be fully transmitted or replicated. The show they built persists. The specific way they would have built the next episode of that show is gone. Loom. This is not hyperbole. The idea of a Simpsons theatrical feature was floated in the show's very first season and was seriously in development for the entire period between that discussion and the movie's 2007 release. 17 years of scripts, of false starts, of creative debates about what a feature-length Simpsons film could do that the television show could not. The production history of the movie is its own long scandal, because the gap between the idea of the movie and the execution of the movie was itself a source of ongoing controversy within the production. The fundamental challenge was the question that always dogs any adaptation of a beloved series. What is the movie for? What does a Simpsons movie do that the show doesn't do? What story justifies feature-length treatment, justifies the theatrical release, justifies the years of development, and the tens of millions of dollars of production cost? Various answers to this question were proposed and discarded over the years. Stories that were too big for the show's format, stories that were too intimate and would have been better served by a regular episode, stories that required the movie's budget and scope to work, stories that required nothing the show couldn't already do. The team that produced the final film included many of the show's most significant writers working in close collaboration. The script went through more drafts than any document in the show's history, reportedly exceeding 100 distinct draft versions before the final screenplay was locked. This number, if accurate, suggests not a smooth creative process, but an extended period of genuine uncertainty about what the film needed to be. The film that was ultimately made centers on Homer causing an environmental catastrophe that results in Springfield being sealed under a dome by the EPA, and the family's subsequent exile and attempt to return and save the town. It is, in retrospect, a reasonable premise for the movie. It uses the theatrical scale for something that genuinely requires theatrical scale. It has an emotional core that connects to what the show has always been about, the family's resilience, and the specific way that Homer's failures are always ultimately redeemed by his love. But the journey to arrive at that premise was not clean. There were versions of the film that would have been genuinely problematic if they had been made. There were creative directions that were pursued seriously for extended periods before being abandoned. The 17-year development period was not a period of smooth creative evolution. It was a period of genuine creative struggle. The film grossed $536 million worldwide and was received well critically. This outcome vindicated the decision to make it and the specific choices made in its production. But it also, in some ways, validated the difficulty of the process. The film took 17 years to make, partly because the people making it were, for a long time, genuinely uncertain whether they were capable of making something worthy of the show's legacy. The care with which they approached the project, the caution that extended the development timeline, was also the care that produced a result they could be proud of. Whether a sequel will ever arrive is a question that has been asked repeatedly since 2007. The answer continues to be, maybe, possibly. The conditions have not aligned. When they do, perhaps. There is a version of the future in which The Simpsons Movie 2 exists, and is good. There is a more probable version in which it continues to not exist, for the same reasons the first movie took 17 years. The Simpsons does not rush. The Simpsons endures. Whether the movie sequel will follow the same logic as the show itself, running forever in a state of ongoing existence without quite reaching the ending, is a question that has a certain internal logic. Springfield under the dome is a useful image here. The town contained, isolated, unable to escape its own circumstances. The movie ended with the dome removed and the town restored. But in a certain sense, the show itself has always been inside a dome. The dome of the floating timeline. The dome of the reset button. The dome of the production infrastructure that keeps it alive regardless of what happens inside it. The movie was the moment the show left the dome for 90 minutes and looked at itself from the outside. The view was good, and then the dome closed again, and Springfield went back to being exactly what it had always been. Whew. Section 18. The real Springfield question. Every American town that claims the name and what they've been fighting about. This is a genuine geographic fact. The name is one of the most common place names in the country. There are Springfields in Ohio, Illinois, Massachusetts, Missouri, Oregon, Tennessee, Georgia, Virginia, and on and on. Each of these towns has, at various points in the show's history, made a claim to being the inspiration for, or the real-world basis of, the fictional Springfield. These claims have generated their own small industry of controversy and competition that plays out periodically on local television news and in regional newspaper profiles, and in the specific kind of civic boosterism that American towns engage in when they feel they have been associated with something culturally significant. The most aggressive campaign to claim Springfield's identity was waged by Springfield, Vermont, which in 2007 ran a contest to be named the site of the premiere of The Simpsons movie. The town lobbied hard. It produced promotional materials. It made its case to the show's producers. And it won, in a competition against other Springfield claimants, the right to host the film's U.S. premiere. The Springfield, Vermont premiere was a genuine event. The town built a donut-shaped premiere screen. The cast attended. The local economy benefited. The national media covered it. It was, by the standards of a small New England town, an extraordinary moment. Whether Springfield, Vermont is the real Springfield is another question. Matt Groening has said, as noted earlier, that the name came from Springfield, Oregon, where he grew up near. The show's geographic impossibility means that no single real Springfield can claim to be the model. Springfield is an aggregate, a composite, a town built from the parts of every American town that has ever existed. But the competition among real Springfields to claim the fictional one is itself a kind of story about how people relate to the show. These towns are not confused about the difference between fiction and reality. They are engaging, with full awareness, in the specific game of associating their actual place with an imaginary one. They want the association because the imaginary place has value. The fictional Springfield has more cultural presence than most real Springfields. Being connected to it, even loosely, even through the accident of a shared name, is worth something. This is the full circle of the show's cultural impact. It began as a way of depicting the American town. It became a way of defining what the American town looks like in the public imagination. And now real American towns compete to be associated with the fictional one. The original has been replaced, in the cultural imagination, by the copy. Homer is still on his couch in a town that doesn't exist and is more famous than the towns that do. Baboos 2Y. Section 19. The most controversial treehouse of horror moments when Halloween got too scary for the people making it. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are among the most anticipated in the show's annual calendar. They exist outside the show's main continuity, which gives the writers permission to do things they cannot do in regular episodes. Characters die, characters are transformed. The world of Springfield is subjected to horrors that regular Springfield cannot accommodate. The family is killed. The family is murdered. The family is eaten. Over 35 years of Treehouse of Horror specials, certain moments have generated controversy that reached beyond the normal complaints about quality or taste. The most consistent source of controversy in the Halloween episodes is violence. The show uses its horror anthology format to depict violence that would be impossible in a standard episode. Characters are graphically killed. Bodies are mutilated in ways that are simultaneously cartoon and genuinely disturbing. The specific register of the Treehouse of Horror violence, which is graphic enough to be unsettling, but filtered through enough cartoon exaggeration to maintain a comic distance, sits in a specific uncomfortable space that some viewers find liberating and others find inappropriate for a broadcast network show. The Parents Television Council, which has been a persistent presence in discussions of The Simpsons content throughout the show's history, has repeatedly cited Treehouse of Horror episodes as examples of content inappropriate for family viewing. The council's objections have been consistent. The violence is too graphic. The content is too dark. The framing as comedy does not adequately protect younger viewers from disturbing material. The show's producers have consistently disagreed with this assessment. Their position has been that the Treehouse of Horror format is clearly distinguished from the regular show, that the horror comedy tradition it draws on has a long history in American popular culture, and that parents retain the ability to manage what their children watch. A specific episode that generated extended controversy was a segment parodying Desperate Housewives that appeared in a Treehouse of Horror around the time that the network drama was at its peak popularity. The segment incorporated violence against women in ways that some critics found tonally difficult, even accounting for the horror comedy context. The show was capable of making the joke. Whether the joke should have been made was a question that produced significant debate. The political horror segments have generated their own category of controversy. Several Treehouse of Horror episodes have included segments that use the horror format to make specifically political arguments. The most discussed example is a segment that depicted the 2016 election, which aired after the result was known and which processed the result through horror imagery in ways that were, depending on your politics, either cathartic or offensive. The segment depicting Springfield under authoritarian rule, which has appeared in various forms across different Halloween episodes, has been both praised as effective political satire and criticized as inappropriately partisan for a mainstream entertainment product. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are, in microcosm, the story of every controversy the show has ever generated. They take the show's existing willingness to push boundaries and amplify it through the additional permission that the horror format provides. The results are sometimes brilliant and sometimes gratuitous, and the line between those categories is drawn differently by different viewers. What the sustained existence of the Treehouse of Horror tradition tells you is that the show has maintained, over 35 years, a commitment to using its protected format to do things that regular network television cannot or will not do. The monsters and the violence and the darkness that fill those episodes are not accidents. They are choices. Deliberate choices to occupy territory that the show's regular format leaves empty. Springfield is a safe town most weeks. Every October it becomes genuinely frightening. And the controversy that surrounds those October episodes is, in part, a controversy about whether frightening should ever be allowed to be genuinely frightening, or whether the fright should always be buffered by the reassurance that everything will be normal again by the end. The Treehouse of Horror episodes vote consistently against the reassurance. Things are not normal by the end. Everyone is dead. The dome has come down, the world has ended. And then the credits roll, and Springfield wakes up the following week exactly as it was, and the horror is over. Until next October. Goo! Section 20. The end that never comes. Why The Simpsons keeps going. Who wants it to stop? And what an ending would actually look like. At some point, The Simpsons will end. This is not a controversial statement. Every show ends eventually. The specific conditions that have kept The Simpsons running for 36 years, the commercial viability, the institutional support, the creative availability of the cast and production team, will eventually change in ways that cannot be managed. The show will end. What is controversial, and what has been a source of ongoing debate for roughly 25 years, is the question of when it should end, and whether the ending, when it finally comes, will be chosen or forced. The argument for ending the show sooner, rather than later, has been made many times by many people, including some people inside the production. The argument goes like this. The show in its later seasons is a diminished version of what it was. Every new episode that airs in the later seasons is an episode that will be held up in comparison to the show's best work and found wanting. Every season that continues past the point of genuine creative vitality is another season of evidence for the argument that the show should have ended years ago. The longer it runs past its peak, the more the later seasons dilute the overall legacy. The argument against ending the show, at least before the natural end of whatever contractual period is currently in force, is made primarily through the commercial logic that has governed the show from the beginning. The Simpsons continues to be profitable. The Fox Corporation continues to benefit from its existence. The cast and production team continue to be employed and compensated by it. These are not small considerations. A show that generates hundreds of millions of dollars in licensing and syndication and streaming revenue every year is not a show that its commercial proprietors have any incentive to cancel. There is also an argument from within the production community that the end of a show should be chosen rather than forced, and that the specific moment of choosing is something that requires careful timing. Al Jean has spoken in interviews about the desire to end the show properly, on the production's own terms, with an ending that does justice to the characters and the history. Whether this ideal ending is possible after 36 seasons, whether it is possible to conclude a show that has lasted this long with anything other than an anticlimactic conclusion, is a question without an obvious answer. The show has imagined its own ending multiple times, in dream sequences, in flash-forward episodes, in the Treehouse of Horror format. The show has gestures toward conclusions that it has always pulled back from. The future is glimpsed, and then the present reasserts itself. The ending is approached, and then avoided. This is the show's fundamental creative choice, rendered as narrative. The Simpsons does not end because endings are the one thing the show's world cannot accommodate. An ending would require the characters to grow, to change in ways that cannot be undone, to reach a conclusion that forecloses the future. A show built on the premise that everything resets cannot end without destroying the premise. The family that has been preserved in amber for 36 years would have to age. The children would have to grow up. Homer and Marge would have to grow old together or apart. Springfield would have to stop being a present tense place and become a past tense one. The show would have to acknowledge, finally, that 36 years have passed. That acknowledgement is the ending, and the show has been deferring it since 1989. The fans who want the show to end are not wrong about the quality argument, but they may be asking for something that the show, structurally, is not capable of providing. A proper ending requires commitment to the consequences of time. The Simpsons has built its entire identity on refusing those consequences. To end properly would be to become, in some sense, a different show. There is a future, somewhere, where the show ends, where Bart is finally told he's grown up, where Lisa finally leaves Springfield and goes to the world that is waiting for her intelligence, where Homer finally stops falling and sits still for a moment on the couch that has held him for 36 years, and looks at Marge, and the screen goes dark. That ending would be devastating and beautiful, and final in the way that all real endings are. It would honor 36 years of the best and worst of American animation. It would close the book on the longest-running scripted primetime show in television history. It would mean saying goodbye to Springfield. And maybe that is why it hasn't happened yet, because for the people who make the show, and the people who watch it, goodbye to Springfield is the one thing that is genuinely too hard to say. The show keeps going not because anyone believes the later seasons match the early ones. It keeps going because it is the only way to keep the family together on the couch. One more week, and then one more after that, and then one more. The loop continues. The family is still there. The lights in Springfield are still on, and somewhere in a hospital bed, a man is still dreaming about the only thing worth dreaming about. Woo! Lager. Section 21. The small controversies that tell the big story. A catalog of every minor scandal the show generated, and what they add up to. Each one is a data point. Together they form a portrait. There was the controversy about Lisa Simpson's vegetarianism. In Season 7, Lisa became a vegetarian in the episode Lisa the Vegetarian. The episode was substantially influenced by Paul McCartney, a committed vegetarian himself, who agreed to appear on the show on the condition that Lisa's vegetarianism would be a permanent character change and not a reset in a subsequent episode. The show agreed. Lisa has remained vegetarian in every subsequent episode, one of the very few permanent changes in character that the show has maintained across its entire history. The controversy this generated was modest but real. Some viewers felt the show was being used as an advocacy platform for dietary choices in a way that was inappropriate. Some felt that the agreement with McCartney, allowing a guest star to stipulate permanent character changes, was a problematic precedent that violated the show's creative autonomy. Others felt it was simply a reasonable accommodation that added something permanent and true to a character who deserved more permanence than the show's reset button usually allowed. Paul McCartney was happy with the result. Linda McCartney, who also appeared in the episode and died the following year, was happy with it. Lisa Simpson has been a vegetarian for nearly 30 years, and the occasional jokes about her vegetarianism in Springfield's meat-heavy environment have been consistently good. On the scale of controversies the show has generated, this one resolved in an unusually satisfying way. There was the controversy about the show's depiction of Ireland in the episode In the Name of the Grandfather, which aired in Season 20. Homer and Grandpa travel to Ireland, and the episode's depiction of Irish culture was received with significant unhappiness by Irish viewers and by Irish Americans, who felt the portrayal relied on stereotypes that were lazy and insulting. The show's producers acknowledged that the episode had not fully succeeded in what it was trying to do, and expressed regret about specific elements of the portrayal. It was not the show's finest hour in terms of international cultural sensitivity. There was the controversy about Bart's attitude and its influence on children, which began in the show's very first season and ran continuously for years. The specific concern was that Bart Simpson, as an unruly child who called his father by his first name, talked back to authority figures, and gloried in misbehavior, was a negative influence on American children who would emulate his behavior. This concern was expressed by school administrators, by parents, by religious organizations, and by politicians. President George H.W. Bush, during the 1992 election campaign, explicitly stated that he wanted American families to be more like the Waltons and less like the Simpsons. The show's response, in the Season 4 episode that aired shortly after Bush's statement, was to have Homer Simpson watching the speech on television and saying, with characteristic irritation, that the Simpsons are just like the Waltons. They're both praying for an end to the Depression. This exchange is one of the most quoted moments in the show's political history. It captures something essential about the show's relationship to its critics. The willingness to take the criticism and turn it into a joke that is funnier and more pointed than the criticism itself. There was the controversy about the episode Homer's Barbershop Quartet and the parallels it drew to the Beatles, which some fans of the band felt were too casual and irreverent. There was the controversy about the episode depicting Aerosmith that band members themselves later characterized as having been less fun to make than it looked on screen. There was the controversy about the show's depiction of Brazil that we discussed at length. There were dozens of smaller incidents where a specific joke about a specific place or person generated a specific complaint that was addressed, or not, in a specific way. Each of these small controversies is a story about the same thing, a show with extraordinary reach, making jokes about an enormous range of subjects, generating pushback from some of those subjects, managing that pushback through a combination of apology, ignoring it, and occasionally making funnier jokes in response. The show has never been universally loved. Even in its golden age, there were critics and communities who found it offensive, inappropriate, too dark, too crude, too disrespectful, too politically slanted. The controversies were not concentrated in any particular period. They have been a continuous feature of the show's existence, from the very first season. What changed over time was the texture of the controversies. In the early years, the show was controversial because it was doing something new, because its specific brand of satire was unfamiliar, and some audiences found the unfamiliarity threatening. In the middle years, the controversies were more about specific incidents, specific episodes that went too far in specific directions. In the recent years, the controversies have been more structural, more about the categories and representations that define the show's world, rather than specific jokes within it. The Apu controversy was not a controversy about a specific joke, but about a character who existed across 3 decades of episodes. It required a kind of reckoning that the show was not institutionally set up to conduct quickly or gracefully. The response was awkward, partly because the show had never been asked to conduct this kind of reckoning before, and partly because the institutional reflexes that had served it through earlier controversies, the quick response, the clever counter-joke, the willingness to absorb the pushback and continue, were the wrong tools for this particular moment. Together, the full catalog of Simpsons controversies tells the story of American culture from 1989 to the present, refracted through the specific lens of a show that was always trying to say something true about that culture, and that sometimes succeeded brilliantly and sometimes failed instructively. The show's controversies are the show's engagement with the world it depicts. A show that has never generated controversy has never said anything worth saying. Springfield has always been in trouble. That is why it has always been interesting. Movies. Section 22. The Simpsons and the Internet Age Fan Communities. Memes, GIFs, and the Second Life of Springfield Online. Movies. 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 The Simpsons was born 6 years before the World Wide Web became publicly available. It became a cultural institution during the period of America Online and dial-up modems and the early Usenet newsgroups, where the first online fan communities formed. And it reached its current status as an inexhaustible meme reservoir during the era of social media, broadband internet, and the specific conditions of the mid-2010s internet culture that treated the show as raw material for an endless supply of reaction images and cultural references. The story of The Simpsons' relationship with the internet is the story of how old media survives and even thrives in the conditions of new media. It is also, more specifically, the story of how a show's second life can sometimes be more culturally significant than its first. The early internet communities built around The Simpsons were remarkably sophisticated by the standards of early online fan culture. The alt.tv.simpsons Usenet newsgroup was active in the early 1990s and maintained detailed analytical archives of episodes that are, in some cases, more rigorous than anything the official press produced about the show. The fans who gathered in these early spaces were doing the kind of close reading that literary scholars apply to serious literature, finding patterns and references and intertextual connections that most viewers would never have noticed. These early communities established the specific analytical culture that has surrounded The Simpsons ever since. The idea that the show rewards careful attention, that there is always more happening than what is immediately visible, that the jokes have layers and the emotional beats have context, and the visual language is doing work that the dialogue doesn't always make explicit. This idea was developed and articulated by internet fan communities before it became the standard critical framework for discussing the show. The transition from early internet fan communities to the era of memes changed the relationship between the show and online culture in significant ways. The Simpsons has generated more widely circulated memes than almost any other entertainment property in history. This is partly a function of the show's enormous episode count, which provides an essentially inexhaustible supply of moments that can be isolated and repurposed. It is partly a function of the show's visual style, which is clean and recognizable, and translates well to the compressed image formats that internet meme culture requires. And it is partly a function of the show's writing, which generates dialogue that has the specific quality of being both contextually specific and contextually flexible. A line that means one thing in its original episode can mean a dozen different things when lifted out of context and applied to different situations. The steamed hams incident is the most extreme example of this phenomenon. Steamed Hams is a segment from a 1996 episode called 22 Short Films About Springfield. In the segment, Principal Skinner invites Superintendent Chalmers to his home for dinner, burns the food, secretly orders from Krusty Burger, and presents it as his own cooking, and delivers a series of increasingly absurd rationalizations for the obvious deceptions. The segment is brilliant, the writing is tight, and it has always been recognized as one of the show's better short comedic pieces. And then, in 2017, internet culture discovered it and spent approximately 2 years making increasingly surreal variations on it. The steamed hams genre of internet video content involved taking the original segment and remixing, recontextualizing, or deconstructing it in ways that ranged from clever to genuinely avant-garde. The original segment was remade as a theatrical performance piece. It was set to different pieces of music. It was depicted as if it were happening in different artistic styles. It was told from different characters' perspectives. The specific verbal exchange, particularly Superintendent Chalmers' delivery of Aurora Borealis, at this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen, became one of the most quoted lines on the internet for an extended period. The show's producers were, by accounts, both amused and somewhat baffled by this phenomenon. The specific segment that became a meme was not one that the production had identified as particularly significant. It was a good bit. It was one good bit among hundreds. The fact that internet culture had decided it was the specific piece of the show worth elevating to meme status was not something anyone had anticipated or engineered. This is characteristic of the show's relationship with internet culture generally. The memes that have emerged from The Simpsons are largely not the moments that the show itself would have chosen as its representatives. Homer backing into a hedge, the "Everything's Coming Up" Milhouse clip, the "Why Not Zoidberg" meme, which originated on Futurama but gets associated with the broader Groening universe, the "Feels Good Man" precursor in the show's visual history. Internet culture has its own logic for what elevates from the show's enormous archive, and that logic does not always map onto the show's own assessment of its best work. The show has, over time, incorporated awareness of its internet life into the production. Episodes in recent years have made direct references to the show's meme status. There have been jokes about the specific memes. There have been references to the fan communities and the analytical culture they maintain. The show is aware that it exists in a second dimension, an online space where its clips and images are in constant circulation and constant reinterpretation, and it has found ways to acknowledge this without fully assimilating it. The relationship between The Simpsons and the internet is also a relationship between old media authority and new media democracy. The show, in its original broadcast context, controlled what Springfield was. The writers decided what happened. The producers decided what aired. The audience received the product. In the internet age, the audience has become a producer. The Simpsons audience doesn't just watch the show. It remixes it, recontextualizes it, argues about it in elaborate analytical threads, finds connections and patterns that the production team may not have intended, and generates secondary content that sometimes has more cultural visibility than the primary content it derives from. This is a genuinely new situation for a show that launched in an era when the relationship between producer and consumer was a one-way street. The internet didn't just extend The Simpsons' cultural life. It changed what The Simpsons is. The show is now, simultaneously, a piece of television content produced weekly and an ongoing archive that a global community continuously mines for meaning, for humor, and for the specific kind of comfort that comes from spending time in a world that has been fully realized and that you know deeply. We to Quas. Section 23. The Racial and Cultural Controversies Beyond Apu. A deeper look at how Springfield has handled identity across 3 decades. But it was not the only one. The show's 36-year history contains a complex record of how it has depicted race, ethnicity, and cultural identity, a record that contains both genuine progressive effort and significant failures. The character of Dr. Hibbert, the Simpson family's primary physician, is worth examining in this context. Dr. Hibbert is black, cheerful, competent, and defined primarily by a specific laugh that the show deploys as a character identifier. He is voiced by Harry Shearer, a white actor. The Hibbert character has generally been treated more generously than Apu in terms of the complexity of his portrayal. But the question of white actors voicing black characters was raised in the 2020 recasting discussions with the same force it had been raised about Apu. In June 2020, Harry Shearer announced that he would step back from voicing Dr. Hibbert. The character was recast with Kevin Michael Richardson, a black actor whose extensive voice work includes many high-profile animated series. Richardson's version of Hibbert appeared beginning in season 32, and the transition was received more smoothly than many had anticipated, partly because Richardson brought genuine warmth and dignity to the role that honored the character's established identity while also grounding it in a more authentic cultural context. Carl Carlson, Homer's longtime friend and co-worker, presents a different case. Carl has been voiced by Hank Azaria throughout most of the show's history. Azaria's depiction of Carl is distinct from his depiction of Apu in terms of cultural specificity. Carl is not defined by an accent or by caricatured cultural markers in the same way. But the structural issue of a white actor voicing a black character remained. The 2020 recasting movement addressed this as well. Carl was recast with Alex Desert, a black actor, beginning in the same period as the Hibbert transition. The show's handling of these recasting decisions was, compared to its initial response to the Apu controversy, significantly more graceful. By 2020, the production had the experience of having been caught flat-footed by the problem with Apu and the internal conversations that followed. It had been 2 years since the awkward Lisa and Marge camera moment that had functioned as the show's first formal response. The institutional reflexes had been updated. The recasting of multiple characters in a short period was handled with relatively little public drama. The new voice actors were announced. Existing voice actors made supportive statements. The show moved forward. The transition was not seamless, because voice transitions in animated shows that have run for decades never are. But it was handled with a directness and lack of defensiveness that the earlier Apu situation had not demonstrated. Beyond the specific casting controversies, the show has generated a running discussion about the racial composition of Springfield itself. The town has historically been majority white, with supporting characters of color occupying roles that are largely subordinate to the main family's story. The specific ways in which this demographic reality was written into the show's world have been criticized by media scholars and cultural critics who track representation in popular media. The show has responded to these criticisms in the ways it responds to most pressures. Gradually, incompletely, with occasional genuine effort and occasional obvious inadequacy. It is better on these dimensions than it was in 1989. It is not where its best critics would like it to be in 2025. The gap between those two statements describes a trajectory that is real but frustratingly slow. The broader truth here is that The Simpsons was always a show about a specific kind of American family, a white working-class family, in a generic American town, and the specific perspective of that family has been the show's primary lens since its beginning. The show's awareness of the limitations of that lens has grown over time, has been pressured into growing by external criticism, and has not grown as fast or as completely as it should. This is an honest accounting that the show's most generous defenders and its most critical critics would probably both accept as accurate if they approach the question in good faith. View? Goo. Lav. Section 24. The Lasting Legacy. What The Simpsons actually changed, what it left behind, and why it still matters. In the lawsuits and the recasting debates and the pulled episodes and the salary disputes and the bitter departures. This is appropriate because this is where the real history lives, in the parts of the story that don't appear in the anniversary retrospectives and the official commemorations. The difficulties of The Simpsons are as much a part of its history as its achievements, and a complete accounting of the show requires honesty about both. But we should also, in this final extended section, be honest about what The Simpsons actually accomplished. Because the accomplishments are real, and they are substantial, and they have been insufficiently acknowledged in the critical conversation about the show's later years. The Simpsons changed what animated television for adults was permitted to be. Before The Simpsons, primetime animated television was generally assumed to be a children's or family medium that operated within specific content constraints. The Simpsons demonstrated, definitively and permanently, that animation was a storytelling form capable of adult themes, complex satire, genuine emotional depth, and sustained engagement with serious ideas. Every adult animated series that followed, from King of the Hill to Bob's Burgers to Archer, owes its existence in some form to what The Simpsons established. The show created and popularized a specific grammar of comedic television that has influenced not just animation, but live-action comedy across the period of its run. The specific way Simpsons episodes structure their jokes, building layers of reference and misdirection that reward careful attention, the way they balance emotional authenticity with satirical distance, The way they use the specificity of character to generate comedy that is also genuinely about something became a model that the best comedy writers of the past 30 years have worked in dialogue with. The show's political and social commentary has been, at its best, some of the sharpest and most prescient in American popular culture. The episodes that predicted or illuminated trends in American political life, that held up structures of power and wealth and media to scrutiny in ways that mainstream journalism was not always willing to do, represent a genuine contribution to the public conversation. The fact that this contribution came in the form of a cartoon about a nuclear plant safety inspector does not diminish its substance. The show created a world that has become part of the shared cultural vocabulary of the past 3 decades. Homer Simpson is a character that most people in the English-speaking world can reference with confidence that they will be understood. The specific associations that attach to his name, the specific qualities he represents, the specific kind of lovable failure he embodies, have become a cultural shorthand. He's such a Homer Simpson, conveys something specific and widely understood that would require several sentences to explain to someone who didn't know the reference. This is not a trivial achievement. Creating a character who becomes genuinely archetypal, who adds something to the cultural vocabulary that wasn't there before, is something that most shows never manage. The Simpsons managed it with its entire main family, and with several dozen supporting characters who have achieved similar, if smaller scale, archetypal status. The show has also been a genuine employer of talented people across 3 decades, a fact that often gets lost in the abstract cultural analysis. The writers, directors, composers, animators, voice actors, and production staff who have worked on The Simpsons across its history represent an enormous concentration of talent that the show has supported through a sustained period. Some of the most significant creative voices in American entertainment developed their craft in part through their time at The Simpsons. The show has been, in this sense, an institution, and the show has been a companion. This is the hardest thing to quantify and the most important thing to acknowledge. For 36 years, millions of people have spent Sunday evenings in Springfield. They have watched the family survive impossible situations and find their way back to each other. They have laughed at jokes that were better than they needed to be, and felt, sometimes in moments of genuine surprise, emotions they weren't expecting. The show has been present in their lives through periods of personal change and loss and growth, in ways that television can be present in a specific and irreplaceable way. The controversies we have discussed are real and they matter. The failures of representation, the bitter creative disputes, the mishandled responses to legitimate criticism, the gradual decline from the heights of the Golden Age. All of it is part of the record. A complete picture of The Simpsons includes all of it. But a complete picture also includes what the show has given. The laughter, first. Always the laughter. And then the recognition. The feeling of seeing something true about the world, rendered visible through the specific lens of a yellow family in a town that doesn't exist. And then the comfort, which is real even when it is complicated. The comfort of returning somewhere familiar and finding it unchanged. Springfield is still there. The lights are still on. The couch is still waiting. Homer is still falling. And the show is still catching him, every single time, before he hits the ground. Okay. Final section. The night closes in everything we've covered, and why it all comes back to the same couch. If you are still with us, you have traveled through 36 years of one show's history, the fights and the failures, and the extraordinary moments of genuine creation that happened in between. You have heard about Michael Jackson hiding behind a pseudonym and leaving a warm voice in an episode that has since been complicated by history. You have heard about Hari Kondabolu asking a quiet question that changed an industry. You have heard about Sam Simon doing foundational creative work and spending decades feeling that the credit didn't match the contribution. You have heard about the fights between a show and its own network, about the voices that have made Springfield real for 3.5 decades, about the deaths that left silences the show chose not to fill. You have heard about the predictions and the bans and the controversies and the moments when the show got it wrong and the moments when it got it right, with such precision that it felt like something more than television. All of it happened. All of it is part of what The Simpsons is. Not just the good parts. Not just the moments of genuine brilliance that defined the Golden Age and still appear, occasionally, in the later seasons. All of it together. The mess, and the brilliance, and the humanity, and the failure. That is what makes the show worth the kind of attention we have given it tonight. Not because it is perfect, because it is real, in the specific way that long-running human enterprises become real, carrying the weight of everything that happened to make them, carrying the marks of every person who touched them, carrying the contradictions that accumulate when a large group of fallible human beings spend 36 years trying to make something worth watching. The night is settling. If you have been letting this wash over you, if the voice has been part of the quiet around you, it is time now to let it become quieter still. The words can recede. The stories can settle somewhere in the back of the mind, not demanding anything. Springfield is still there. It will be there when you wake up. The family is still on the couch. The show is still running. All the scandals and controversies and bitter departures and passionate defenses have not changed the fundamental fact that 36 years later, the show is still here, and the people who watch it still, in some corner of themselves, feel something when the theme music plays. That is enough. That has always been enough. The couch is comfortable, the light is low, Homer is probably asleep in front of the television, which is probably still on. Rest easy. Springfield will be here in the morning. Ooh! The complete history of The Simpsons, and music, every band that was featured, every artist who fought back, and the show's complicated relationship with sound. The show is not just a comedy with background music. It is, at various points in its history, a genuinely musical enterprise. It has original songs, it has parody songs, it has cameos by some of the most significant musical figures of the 20th and 21st centuries. It has produced an original soundtrack album that became a legitimate commercial success. It has staged full musical sequences that rival anything the genre has produced on film. The relationship between the show and its musical guests and its musical content is also, as with nearly everything in the show's history, a relationship that has generated its own set of controversies. Alf Clausen composed the music for The Simpsons from the second season through season 27. He was with the show for 26 years, writing and conducting original score for every episode in that period. His work is so deeply embedded in the sound of what the show is that most viewers don't consciously perceive it as composition. It sounds like The Simpsons. It sounds like Springfield. The music is the air. In 2017, Clausen was abruptly fired. He found out through a phone call from a Fox executive. He had not been warned. He had not been given the opportunity to negotiate. He was simply told that the show was moving in a different direction, and his services would no longer be required. He had composed music for the show for 26 years, and his departure was handled in a way that people who knew him described as callous. The reason given publicly was that the show was transitioning to a new musical approach, incorporating more contemporary sounds and a different production methodology. Clausen's specific orchestral style, which had been one of the defining characteristics of the show's sound for more than 2 decades, was being replaced by something different. The fan response was significant. Clausen was not a figure with enormous public visibility. Most viewers could not have named the composer of The Simpsons. But when the story of his dismissal became public, the reaction combined with the reaction to other creative decisions the show had been making in that period, to amplify a sense that the institution was not treating its creative contributors with adequate care. Clausen gave an interview shortly after his departure, in which he described his shock and his sense of loss. He talked about what 26 years of working on a single show means to a person, how deeply embedded it becomes in your identity, and your routine, and your sense of who you are. He was not bitter in a way that felt performed. He was genuinely hurt. And the specific hurt he described, the abruptness of it, the lack of ceremony, resonated with many people who had watched the show for the same 26 years that Clausen had been scoring it. The musical guest history of the show is equally tangled in places. Michael Jackson, which we discussed at length, is the most prominent case. But there are many others. U2 appeared in the show's 8th season, in an episode called Trash of the Titans, which dealt with Homer running for Springfield Sanitation Commissioner. The band's appearance was well received, and Bono, in particular, was praised for committing to the joke with genuine comedic energy. The appearance was described as positive by everyone involved. The episode involving Nirvana, or more specifically the appearance of a band, clearly meant to evoke Nirvana, arrived in the period when the band's cultural dominance was at its peak. The show's engagement with grunge music, and the Seattle scene of the early 1990s was, in retrospect, one of the moments where its cultural antennae were functioning at their most sensitive. Tom Jones appeared in the show and, by the accounts of people involved in that production, was an extraordinarily enthusiastic collaborator who seemed genuinely delighted to be in Springfield. His appearance is one of the show's more purely joyful musical moments. The controversies in the show's musical history tend to cluster around two categories. The first involves artists whose work was parodied in ways they felt were not flattering. The second involves the question of how the show has credited and compensated the musicians whose work has been sampled or referenced in its score and songs. The first category is difficult to document precisely because most artists who are unhappy with a parody of their work do not make that unhappiness public. They may say something private to their representatives. They may decline to cooperate with the show in the future. But public statements of displeasure are relatively rare because publicly objecting to being parodied is a notoriously difficult position to hold with dignity. There are, however, documented cases. An episode that parodied a specific country music artist in ways the artist found unflattering led to communications between the artist's camp and the show's producers that were described, by people aware of them, as tense. The show did not alter the episode. The relationship between that artist and the show was, for some years afterward, cool. The copyright questions around the show's use of music are their own specialized legal terrain. The show has used, over 36 years, hundreds of pieces of pre-existing music in parody, homage, or direct quotation. Each use has required clearance, or has been structured specifically to fall within fair use doctrine. The specific legal work required to manage the show's musical content across 36 years represents an enormous volume of activity that happens entirely outside public view. There have been cases where this clearance work failed or was insufficient. Cases where a use that the show considered protected was challenged by a rights holder. Cases where the specific line between parody and infringement was drawn differently by the show's legal team and the rights holder's legal team. Most of these cases have been resolved without public attention. Some have not. The broader truth about the show's relationship with music is that it has been, at its best, genuinely loving. The episodes built around specific musical forms or specific bands or specific moments in music history, are among the show's most enthusiastic creative expressions. The writers who love music have used the show as a vehicle for expressing that love in ways that are infectious. Lisa's saxophone is not a prop, it is a character. The emotional register that the show accesses through music is one of its most reliable paths to genuine feeling. Alf Clausen understood this. His score was not background, it was part of the meaning. When the show decided to replace him, it replaced a piece of itself that could not be fully reconstituted by someone else working in a different style. The new music is fine. It serves the episodes. But it does not have the specific quality that Clausen's work had. The quality of a composer who had spent 26 years understanding exactly what Springfield sounds like from the inside. That sound is part of the show's history now. It lives in the episodes that Clausen scored. And those episodes will continue to exist. Will continue to be watched, long after the decision to replace him has been forgotten by most people who weren't close enough to the production to register it. Music outlasts the people who make it. This is one of the most comforting things about music. And the music of The Simpsons, even the music that exists in Complications and Controversies, is part of that permanence. Week, expanded section. The writing process in detail. How Springfield was actually built, week by week, for 36 years. This is a long time for a television series, and it means that the show's writers are always working well ahead of the broadcast calendar, pitching stories for seasons that won't air for 3/4 of a year, writing scripts for episodes that won't be voiced for months, seeing their finished work go out into the world at a moment that may feel entirely disconnected from when they created it. This timeline is part of the reason the show sometimes seems temporarily disconnected from current events. A joke that feels dated when it airs may have been written at a moment when the reference was perfectly current. A prediction that seems eerily prescient may reflect information that was available and obvious to careful observers at the time of writing, but had not yet been widely reported. The specific mechanics of the writer's room have been described in detail by many people who have worked there. The room works through a process of collective iteration that is unusual even by the standards of television production. A writer pitches a story. The room breaks the story together, finding the structure, the jokes, the emotional beats. A script draft is produced by the pitching writer. That draft goes back into the room and is rewritten, often extensively, by the collective. The final script may bear limited resemblance to the original draft. This process is both the source of the show's best work and a potential homogenizing force. When the room is functioning at its best, the collective iteration improves every element of the script. Weak jokes are replaced by stronger ones. Structural problems are identified and solved. The specific voice of the show, the specific quality that makes a Simpsons episode sound like a Simpsons episode, is maintained and expressed through the collective process. But the collective process also means that individual voices can be diluted. The specific sensibility of a writer who pitches a story may be substantially altered by the time the episode airs. John Swartzwelder, whose 59 episodes are among the show's most idiosyncratic, was reportedly among the most resistant to having his scripts heavily rewritten by the room. The specific quality of his episodes, the particular strangeness that makes them recognizable, exists partly because he fought for it. Not every writer has the institutional standing or the creative confidence to fight for their specific vision in the room. Many excellent ideas have been smoothed into adequacy by the collective rewrite process. The show that aired was not always the show that was pitched. The best episodes of the Golden Age are cases where the collective process improved the original pitch while preserving its essential character. The worst episodes of any era are cases where the collective process transformed the original into something generic. Al Jean has been the showrunner through most of the show's second and longer act, from season 13 through the present. His tenure represents a specific kind of institutional continuity. He is the memory of the show. He has been involved with the production for long enough that he carries a detailed knowledge of what the show has been across its entire history. This knowledge is invaluable for maintaining consistency, for avoiding contradictions with established canon, for ensuring that Springfield remains coherent across hundreds of episodes. But continuity and innovation are sometimes in tension. A showrunner whose primary function is to maintain what exists may be less well-positioned to take the risks that produce breakthroughs. The show under Gene's long second tenure has been notably consistent and notably safe, rarely doing things that feel genuinely surprising. Whether that consistency is appropriate for a show at the stage of life that The Simpsons has reached, or whether it represents a missed opportunity to take the risks that the show's institutional position could have supported, is a question that reasonable people answer differently. The physical production of the show has changed dramatically over its history. The early seasons were animated largely in South Korea, a cost-driven decision that was standard for American animation production at the time. The specific look of the early seasons, which has a hand-drawn roughness that later seasons lost, reflects the specific capabilities of the animation studios doing that work. As the show's budget evolved and animation technology changed, the look of Springfield changed with it. The transition to digital animation from traditional cell animation is visible in the show's visual history. The Springfield of the early 1990s looks materially different from the Springfield of the 2010s. Whether the show is better or worse looking in its current form is a matter of genuine debate among fans who pay close attention to these things. What is not in debate is that the change happened and that it reflects the broader transformation of the animation industry over the period of the show's run. The recording process for the voice cast has also changed over time. In the early years, the main cast recorded their dialogue together in the same room, a practice that allowed for the kind of spontaneous interaction and reaction timing that ensemble comedy benefits from. As the show evolved and became a larger enterprise, and as the specific complications of coordinating 6 major voice actors' schedules became more complex, the practice shifted toward more individual recording. Cast members have described, in various interviews, their feelings about this transition. Several have expressed preference for the ensemble recording format, citing the specific energy that came from having the full cast in the room together and being able to play off each other in real time. The individual recording format is more logistically efficient, but loses something that the ensemble format had. These are the kinds of small decisions, invisible to viewers but felt by the people making the show, that accumulate over time into the specific character of different eras. The show that was recorded ensemble in the early 1990s sounds slightly different from the show that is recorded individually in the 2020s. The difference is subtle. Most viewers would not identify it specifically, but it is real. The production of The Simpsons is, after 36 years, a remarkably large enterprise. The staff has expanded enormously from the small team that made the early seasons. The infrastructure required to produce and distribute and commercially manage a show with The Simpsons' global presence is vast. The original small gathering of writers and artists and voice actors who figured out what the show was in a room in 1989 is now an institution with an institutional scale. Institutions have different strengths and different weaknesses than small creative teams. They are more reliable, they are more consistent, they are more durable, and they are less capable of the kind of creative risk-taking that comes from people who have nothing to protect. The early Simpsons was made by people who were trying to figure something out. The current Simpsons is made by people who know exactly what they are making. Both states of knowledge have their value, but the specific energy of not yet knowing, the energy that produced the Golden Age, was always going to be temporary. Ooh, here. Expanded section. The characters who deserved more stories the show started and never finished. And the missed opportunities of Springfield. One of the ongoing criticisms of The Simpsons in its later seasons. One of the ongoing criticisms of The Simpsons in its later seasons is not about quality in the abstract sense, but about wasted potential in the specific sense. The show has built a world so densely populated, with so many characters who have been given just enough development to suggest genuine depth, that the failure to follow through on what those characters implied is its own kind of failure. Let's talk about some of them. Sideshow Mel. Sideshow Bob's replacement as Krusty's sidekick. A man who arrived as a near-wordless background figure and slowly accumulated, across dozens of appearances, the suggestion of a genuinely interesting character. He has a bone through his hair that is never explained. He has a rich baritone voice, provided by Dan Castellaneta in what is one of the show's more underappreciated performances. He has moments of genuine philosophical depth that arrive unexpectedly and are never developed. He is, in the show's current form, one of the most tantalizing unfinished characters in Springfield's population. The show has, on a few occasions, given Sideshow Mel more substantial material. There have been episodes where he moves beyond the background and into something resembling a story. Each of these episodes suggests that a show that committed to Mel as a primary character would have rich material to work with. None of them have led to that commitment. Mel remains in the background, still holding his bone, still occasionally delivering a line that is funnier and stranger than anything around it. Edna Krabappel's relationship with Seymour Skinner was one of the show's most interesting ongoing threads. Two people who were clearly meant for each other in the sense of having compatible neuroses, circling each other across many seasons. The will they won't they question, resolved eventually by their getting together and then by Marcia Wallace's death. The show never fully explored what that relationship could have been. The specific comedy and pathos available in two deeply unhappy Springfield institutions, finding each other and making something functional, was sketched but never fully realized. Chief Wiggum is another case. The show periodically gestures toward a version of Clancy Wiggum that is more interesting than the buffoon he usually is. There are episodes that show a man who is aware of his own failures, who carries the weight of being genuinely bad at a job that matters, who has a relationship with his son Ralph that could have been the basis for a much deeper ongoing storyline. The Wiggum-Ralph relationship has all the elements of a genuinely moving story about a father and a son, about disappointment and love, and the specific way that parental failure shapes children. The show visits this territory occasionally and then retreats. The same is true of Sideshow Bob's arc, which reached a natural conclusion somewhere around season 20 and has since been retreading. The Bob character is so fully realized, the Kelsey Grammer performance so perfectly calibrated, that there is a genuine sadness in watching the character go through increasingly elaborate variations on the same fundamental story. Bob wants to kill Bart. Bob fails to kill Bart. Bob is redeemed slightly. Bob loses that redemption. The cycle repeats. There is still pleasure in these episodes, because the performance is always good and the jokes are often good. But the specific potential of the character, the possibility of an arc that genuinely changed him, has been deferred so many times that it has begun to feel like it will never be realized. Homer's relationship with his workplace, specifically with the nuclear power plant and with Mr. Burns, is perhaps the most significant missed opportunity in the show's entire history. The episode Homer's Enemy suggested one direction. The revelations about Mona Simpson suggested another. The Burns-Grandpa Simpson deal suggested a third. All of these threads indicate the existence of a rich, dark story about Homer being a creature of the specific system that shaped him. a story about the way institutional power reaches into individual lives and leaves marks that look like character, but are actually wounds. The show has circled this story many times. It has never told it directly. Whether it should is a question without an easy answer, because the show's comedy depends partly on Homer's inability to fully understand his own situation. Giving him that understanding would change him in ways that might change the show irreparably. But the existence of all the elements of that understanding, the fact that the show has placed everything necessary for a devastating revelation about Homer's life, right there in the record, without ever connecting it fully, is one of the most tantalizing unresolved narrative threads in television history. Lisa's future is the most discussed of these threads. The show has imagined her future multiple times. It has shown her as an adult, as a professional, as someone who finally found a world adequate to her intelligence. These glimpses are among the show's most beautiful and most painful moments, because they acknowledge what the rest of the show refuses to acknowledge, that Lisa will eventually grow up, and that what she becomes will be something extraordinary. But the glimpses always close. The future is always put back in the box. Lisa returns to being 8 years old, and the specific pain of being 8 years old and too intelligent for Springfield, too sensitive for the school, and the town, and the family that loves her without always understanding her, continues. Whether the pain of Lisa's situation is better addressed by showing her eventual escape into the future, or by honoring the difficulty of her present, is a creative question that the show has implicitly answered every year it has continued. By choosing the present. By keeping Lisa 8 years old. By maintaining the pain rather than resolving it. There is something in that choice that is, actually, the most honest thing the show does. The promise of the future is always there. The escape into something better is always theoretically available. But the present keeps arriving anyway, with all its difficulty intact. That is the experience of childhood. That is the experience of anyone intelligent enough to see what is wrong with their situation and not yet powerful enough to change it. The stories the show never finished are, in their incompleteness, their own kind of story. About the difficulty of resolution. About the way institutions outlast the ambitions of the people who made them. About the specific melancholy of a world so fully imagined that its unrealized potential is visible. Look. Expanded section. What happens to Springfield in the age of streaming Disney, subscription models, and the final transformation of the show's commercial life? This acquisition included Fox Broadcasting, which included The Simpsons. The show that had spent 30 years making jokes about corporate media consolidation was now the property of the largest media company in the history of entertainment. The irony was noticed immediately by every media observer who had watched the show for any significant period. The Simpsons had, in a 1998 episode, depicted the Fox network being acquired by a fictional megacorporation in a gag that was specifically about the inevitability of media consolidation. When Disney actually acquired Fox 21 years later, the episode circulated widely online as another example of the show's apparent prescience. In this case, though, the story the show was telling was not quite the one that had arrived. The specific shape of the Disney-Fox merger was something different from the cartoon version. But the general trajectory, the acceleration of media consolidation into fewer and larger corporate entities, was exactly what the show had been pointing to. The Disney acquisition changed the commercial context of The Simpsons in several important ways. Most significantly, the show became the flagship property of Disney+, the streaming service that Disney launched in November 2019 as its entry into the subscription streaming market. The Simpsons was placed on Disney+ as a marquee title, a piece of content that the service could promote to potential subscribers as a reason to sign up. The placement of The Simpsons on Disney+ involved a technical decision that generated immediate controversy among devoted fans. Disney+ is a widescreen streaming platform, meaning it displays content in a 16:9 aspect ratio. The original Simpsons episodes through season 19 were produced in a 4:3 aspect ratio, the boxy square format of pre-HD television. When these episodes were placed on Disney+, they were displayed in a modified version that cropped the original image to fit the widescreen format. The problem with this cropping is significant for a show whose visual comedy is as precisely calibrated as The Simpsons. Many of the show's jokes depend on information visible in the upper or lower portions of the original frame. Sight gags that appear at the top of the screen in the original format are lost when the image is cropped. The specific visual grammar of the early seasons, developed by artists who knew exactly what would be visible in a 4:3 frame, is altered in ways that change the meaning of individual jokes when displayed in cropped 16:9 format. Fan response to this discovery was vocal and specific. Detailed examples of jokes that were broken by the cropping circulated widely online. The argument was not abstract. It was illustrated with specific before and after comparisons, showing exactly how the visual comedy of specific scenes had been altered by the presentation decision. Disney responded. In 2020, the platform added an option to view the classic episodes in their original aspect ratio, restoring the full frame that the original artists had intended. This was an unusual case of a corporate streaming platform reversing a content presentation decision in response to fan feedback, and it was widely praised by the fan community. The broader question of what Disney's ownership means for the show's future is one that is still being answered. Disney is a company with specific institutional values about content appropriateness that are somewhat more conservative than Fox's. Whether this affects the show's ongoing creative freedom is something that the show's producers have addressed by noting that Disney has, so far, maintained the same hands-off approach to the show's content that Fox generally maintained. The show has made jokes about Disney since the acquisition. It has depicted the characters in Disney-adjacent contexts. The specific irony of a show that spent 30 years mocking corporate media consolidation being absorbed by the most powerful corporate entity in the media landscape has been acknowledged, if not fully explored. Springfield is now, in a corporate sense, next door to Disneyland. Whether this changes what Springfield is, in the essential sense, is a question the next several seasons will answer more definitively. The show has survived the transition from an outsider network property to a major network institution. It survived the transition through varying commercial and creative conditions over 3 decades. It will, in all likelihood, survive the transition to Disney Plus streaming content. The question is, what it will look like on the other side of that transition. What Springfield looks like when it has been a Disney property for as long as it was a Murdoch property. Whether the specific quality of its satire, which has always been sharpest when directed at the powerful institutions that surround it, survives the process of being fully incorporated into the most powerful institution of all. Woo! 2. Expanded section. The complete history of Simpsons spin-offs, failed pilots, and the shows that came from Springfield. To new forms. The Simpsons has been the source of several spin-offs and attempts to extend the Springfield universe into new forms. The history of these attempts is, in its specific character, a history of the difficulty of extending what is essentially irreducible. The most directly relevant is Futurama, which is not technically a Simpsons spin-off but which shares its creative origin with the Groening universe and benefits from the institutional knowledge of the Simpsons production. Futurama began in 1999, was canceled in 2003, was revived by Comedy Central in 2008, was canceled again in 2013, and was revived again by Hulu in 2023. It has had, in other words, a production history that is almost as complicated as its protagonist's relationship with time. Futurama shares with The Simpsons a specific quality of combining genuine emotional depth with intelligent, densely referential comedy. It has produced episodes that are, by any standard of television quality, as good as anything The Simpsons has ever made. The episode Jurassic Bark, which involves Fry discovering what happened to his dog after he was cryogenically frozen, is routinely cited as one of the most emotionally devastating pieces of animation ever produced. The specific gut punch of that episode's ending operates on a level of genuine grief that most television never approaches. Whether Futurama is better or worse than The Simpsons at its peak is a debate that the internet has conducted across many platforms and never resolved. They are different things. Futurama has the advantage of a contained narrative universe with an actual ending available to it, something The Simpsons by its nature cannot have. The emotional arcs of the Futurama characters can close in ways that Springfield's never can. The actual Simpsons spin-offs tell a different story. The Tracy Ullman Show shorts that preceded the standalone series are the original spin-off in reverse. The standalone series was the spin-off of those shorts, and what became the primary cultural object began as a secondary feature of someone else's program. There were, in the early years of the show's success, numerous proposals for spin-off series based on specific Springfield characters. Chief Wiggum, who was perceived as having significant standalone comedic potential, was seriously considered as a spin-off subject. Itchy and Scratchy, the show within the show cartoon that functions as a parody of violent children's entertainment, was considered as a project. Various Springfield supporting characters were pitched as spin-off vehicles in the period when the show's commercial success made Fox eager to extend the franchise. None of these spin-offs were made. The reasons vary by proposal, but the common thread is that what made Springfield's supporting characters interesting was largely their relationship to the main family and to each other in the context of the town. Removed from that context, isolated into their own vehicle, the characters lost the specific quality that made them work. Chief Wiggum is funny, as part of Springfield's ecosystem. A show about Chief Wiggum solving crimes is a different, lesser thing. The Simpsons game, a video game released in 2007 to coincide with the movie, represents another extension of the universe. It is, by the standards of licensed video games, unusually meta and self-aware. The characters are aware that they are in a video game. They comment on video game conventions. The specific satirical intelligence of the show is applied to the conventions of the gaming medium in ways that are genuinely funny and that hold up better than most tie-in games do. The game is not widely remembered. It occupies the space that most licensed tie-in games occupy, a product that served a commercial purpose in its moment and has since faded from active cultural discussion. But within that limited category, it is better than average. The same writers who were working on the show wrote the game, and their specific sensibility is present in it in ways that most licensed games cannot claim. The question of future extensions of the Simpsons universe is something that the Disney acquisition makes more complex. Disney is a company that builds extended universes. Its major properties, Marvel and Star Wars most prominently, have been developed into enormous multi-platform franchises that extend across films and series and games and merchandise in ways that are specifically designed to create interlocking commercial dependencies. Whether the same approach will eventually be applied to The Simpsons, whether Springfield will be developed into a multi-platform franchise in the Disney mode, is something that has not happened yet, but that the acquisition makes more conceivable. The specific character of the Simpsons universe may resist this kind of extension in ways that Star Wars and Marvel do not. The show's appeal is built on a specific intimacy with its characters that extensive franchise extension tends to dilute. Springfield works as a contained world. It works as the specific place where this specific family lives. Making it into an extended universe changes what it is in fundamental ways that might not serve the original. But commerce has its own logic, and the specific commercial pressures that apply to a $71 billion acquisition are different from the pressures that applied to a network series in 1989. Whether Springfield retains the character it has built across 36 years, as it moves further into Disney's commercial ecosystem, is something that will be answered not by this account, but by the episodes and products that come after it. Rue talks to build. Expanded section. Homer Simpson and the question of the American dream. What the character actually represents and why it changed between the 1990s and today. Not because he is the best written or the most complex or the most dramatically interesting, though arguments can be made for all of these things in different contexts, but because he has served, for 36 years, as the primary fictional vehicle through which American culture has looked at a specific kind of American man and tried to figure out what it thought. The Homer of the early seasons is a specific kind of character that the show's critics and scholars have written about extensively. He is working class, undereducated, possessed of appetites that exceed his discipline, prone to impulsive decisions that cause harm to himself and others, and sustained in his life by a love for his family that is genuine, even when his behavior is not. He is, in a specific cultural reading, the American working man at the end of the 20th century, shaped by the decline of the industrial economy and the rise of the service and consumer economy, holding on to a standard of living that his father's generation had built through manufacturing, and that his own generation was having to defend through more precarious means. The show, in its golden age, treated Homer with a complexity that this reading requires. It acknowledged his failures without reducing him to them. It showed the genuine love underneath the buffoonery. It made space for his specific kind of intelligence, which was practical and emotional rather than academic, but was real. Homer is not just stupid. He is specifically unintelligent in the directions that the modern credentialed economy values, while being specifically capable in the directions that his life actually requires. His emotional instincts about his family are often right, even when his reasoning about everything else is wrong. By the later seasons, the specific calibration of this character had changed. The Homer of the later seasons is dumber than the Homer of the Golden Age, and the specific quality of his stupidity is different. Early Homer's failures came from impulsiveness and appetites and a kind of willful narrow-mindedness that was humanly recognizable. Later Homer's failures often come from a stupidity so pure that it feels like a cartoon convention rather than a character trait. The difference is not dramatic, but it is felt. Early Homer was a flawed man. Later Homer is sometimes a mechanism for jokes about a flawed man. This shift matters because of what Homer represents culturally. A culturally significant character changes the conversation about the real people they stand for. When Homer was a complex, flawed, lovable working-class man, the show was having a respectful conversation about the specific experience of the American working class in a particular economic moment. When Homer became progressively more cartoonishly incompetent, the show's relationship to that community became less clear. The controversies around how The Simpsons depicts working-class life are quieter and less organized than the controversies around racial and ethnic representation, but they are real. Critics have written about the specific ways in which Homer's character has evolved from someone whose struggles are recognizable and humane, to someone whose failures are so extreme that they function more as entertainment than as recognition. The shift is a symptom of the broader shift in the show's treatment of its own characters, from genuine engagement to comfortable management. Homer's relationship to the American dream is one of the show's most sustained and most interesting ongoing arguments. He has a house and a car and a family and a job. He has the material outline of the dream. And the show has, from its beginning, been asking what that outline means when the substance underneath it is eroding. When the job doesn't pay enough to maintain the standard of living. When the house requires constant negotiation with its own failing infrastructure. When the dream is held together not by confidence in its fulfillment, but by the specific refusal to look too closely at what is actually there. This is a critique that has become significantly more pointed in the 36 years since the show began. The economic conditions that Homer's life represents have worsened considerably. The working-class American family that The Simpsons initially depicted as financially stressed but basically functional has, in the real world, seen its economic position deteriorate substantially. The specific anxieties that were present in Homer's life in 1989 are, in 2025, considerably more acute for the people those anxieties represent. Whether the show has kept pace with this worsening, whether it has found ways to speak to the specific experience of the American working class in the 2020s, with the same relevance that it spoke to their experience in the 1990s, is a question that different viewers answer differently. The show's increasing incorporation of topical comedy and celebrity culture, its engagement with the specific texture of contemporary American life, represents an attempt to maintain relevance. Whether that attempt succeeds at the level of Homer's character, whether the Homer of current seasons is still a meaningful representation of something real, is a more open question. What is not open is that Homer Simpson has been doing this work for 36 years, carrying the weight of American working-class representation in a primetime cartoon, being loved and laughed at, and quoted by people who see something of themselves in him, and by people who are amused by him from a comfortable distance. Being the specific kind of cultural mirror that reflects different things depending on where you stand. That is an unusual burden for a cartoon character to carry. Homer carries it, as he carries everything, with a combination of genuine warmth and spectacular incompetence, and the occasional unexpected flash of something that looks a great deal like wisdom. He is still there, on that couch, in that house, reaching for the beer that is always cold, and the donut that is always fresh. The dream, incomplete as it is, still holding. Expanded section. The Simpsons and religion every controversy. The show generated with faith, and the specific way Springfield handles God. This is a statement that requires no qualification or interpretation. Within the fictional world of Springfield, the divine is not an abstraction or a matter of faith. God has a face, a voice, a specific characterization. He appears to Homer in dreams and in direct encounters. He has conversations. He has opinions. He has, in the show's specific theology, a relationship with Springfield that is personal, in ways that most theological frameworks would consider unusual. The specific handling of religious content in The Simpsons has been a recurring source of controversy since the show's earliest seasons. The complaints come from multiple directions, which is itself revealing about the nature of the show's religious content. Conservative religious communities have objected to the show's treatment of institutional religion. The Church of the Flanders, the First Church of Springfield. The specific religious culture of the Springfield evangelical community as represented by Ned Flanders and his family is depicted with a combination of genuine affection and pointed satire that many practitioners of similar faiths have found uncomfortable. The show clearly loves Ned Flanders in some fundamental way. It also clearly finds the specific rigidity of his faith, the way it functions as a set of rules rather than a relationship, the way it produces compliance rather than freedom, worth examining with some sharpness. Progressive communities have at various points objected to the show's depiction of religious faith as a whole. The show does not simply mock religion. It takes it seriously in ways that complicate the simple narrative of enlightened secular mockery. The episode Homer the Heretic is simultaneously funny about organized religion and genuinely thoughtful about the personal spiritual impulse. God, when he appears, is depicted with a specific kind of warm authority that suggests the show does not simply dismiss the possibility of the divine. Springfield's God is real within the show's world. What the show doubts is not God's existence, but the specific human institutions that claim to represent him. The Jewish experience in Springfield is its own thread. Krusty the Clown is one of the show's most important characters, and one of its most sustained meditations on Jewish identity in America. His full name is Herschel Shmoykel Pinchas Yerukam Kristofsky. His father is a rabbi. The relationship between Krusty and his father, between the entertainer who has spent his life escaping his heritage, and the religious authority who represents what he escaped from, has been the basis of several episodes that are among the most emotionally resonant in the show's history. The episode Like Father, Like Clown, in which Krusty reconciles with his rabbi father, is routinely cited as one of the great emotional achievements of the early seasons. It takes the specific texture of Jewish immigrant generational conflict seriously, in ways that network television rarely attempted. The show did not just use Jewish characters as comic accessories. It engaged with Jewish cultural and religious experience in ways that required genuine understanding and genuine care. This has not always protected the show from criticism from Jewish communities. Specific jokes and specific characterizations have been objected to over the years. The line between affectionate cultural representation and uncomfortable caricature is one that the show does not always navigate perfectly, and the specific communities who feel most directly represented by specific characters are the most sensitive judges of when that line is crossed. The show's depiction of Islam and Muslim characters has generated its own controversies, some of them serious. Episodes that touched on Islamic faith in the years following September 2001 were particularly scrutinized by communities who felt that the cultural environment of that period made any depiction of Islam in a comedy context potentially harmful, regardless of intent. The show navigated this territory with varying degrees of success. The broader point that emerges from the show's 36-year engagement with religious content is that The Simpsons has always been willing to treat religion as a serious subject. Not serious in the sense of deferential or reverential, but serious in the sense of worth engaging with honestly. It has depicted people of genuine faith with the same complexity it has brought to its secular characters. It has acknowledged that the divine impulse is real in human experience, even as it has refused to treat any specific institutional expression of that impulse as beyond question. This combination of seriousness and irreverence is precisely what makes the show's religious content persistently controversial. Communities of faith would prefer either genuine reverence or clear satire, both of which are easier to respond to than the show's specific mixture. A show that loves Ned Flanders and also points out what his faith costs him is harder to classify and harder to dismiss than a show that simply mocks religion. Springfield's God is real. His specific relationship with his creation seems to involve a great deal of Homer Simpson, which tells you something about the show's theology, or possibly just about Homer's central role in the universe of Springfield. Either way, the conversation between Homer and God is one of television's most unusual ongoing relationships, and it has generated more than 3 decades of theological controversy in the most improbable venue imaginable. Lisa Simpson, and what she means. The character's cultural legacy and the ongoing argument about whether Springfield deserves her. Not the most central, not the most beloved, not the one around whom the most plots revolve, but the most important in the specific sense of being the character who does the most significant cultural work, who carries the most weight, who means the most to the people for whom she means the most. Lisa is 8 years old. She has been 8 years old for 36 years. She plays saxophone in a style clearly influenced by John Coltrane. She has a complicated and often difficult relationship with a family that loves her but does not always understand her. She is smarter than almost everyone in Springfield, and she knows it, which is not a comfortable thing to know when you are 8. She has been, across the show's history, a vegetarian, a Buddhist, an environmentalist, a feminist, a social activist, and a committed believer in the possibility of improvement, which is the hardest thing to be in a town that is specifically designed to prevent improvement. The specific experience that Lisa represents has a name that is not always applied to it. It is the experience of the intellectually gifted girl in a culture that is ambivalent about intellectual girls. The experience of knowing more than the people around you, while also knowing that knowing more is not, by itself, enough to change anything. The experience of wanting the world to be better and having that want met, consistently, by resistance that is not hostile but is somehow more draining than hostility, because it is simply indifferent. Nobody in Springfield is trying to suppress Lisa. Nobody is working to keep her down. They simply do not share her specific quality of caring. And the absence of that shared caring is its own kind of exile. Yeardley Smith has voiced Lisa since the show's beginning. Her relationship with the character is, by her accounts, one of deep identification and genuine affection. She has spoken in interviews about what it has meant to her personally to voice a character who has been important to so many people, particularly to the girls and women who have grown up seeing something of themselves in Lisa's specific struggles. Lisa has been cited by real people as having been formative to their intellectual and professional development. Teachers, scientists, writers, activists, women in fields that were not welcoming to women when the show began, have described Lisa as a model. Not a perfect model. The show is always honest about Lisa's flaws, her self-righteousness, her occasional cruelty to the people who don't meet her standards, her difficulty accepting failure. But a recognizable model, a representation of a specific experience that was not often represented in popular culture, certainly not on mainstream network television, and that mattered to people who had that experience. The specific tragedy of Lisa's situation within the show's world is that Springfield does not deserve her. This is not the show's perspective. The show loves Springfield, but within the show's internal logic, within the honest accounting of what the town has to offer someone with Lisa's gifts, the answer is not much. Springfield is a town that rewards Homer and punishes Lisa, not through any deliberate mechanism, but through the specific way its values are organized. Comfort over challenge, familiarity over excellence. The specific pleasures of not thinking too hard over the specific pleasures of thinking as hard as you can. Lisa stays in Springfield because the show requires her to, because the floating timeline prevents her from growing up and leaving. But the question of what Lisa would choose, if she had the ability to choose, hovers over every episode she appears in. She would leave. She would go somewhere that her intelligence was not a burden. She would find people who were as serious as she is, as committed as she is, as capable of the kind of engagement she craves. And then she would probably miss Springfield anyway, because the place that frustrates you most deeply is often also the place that made you who you are. The very resistance that has shaped Lisa's character, the ongoing necessity of maintaining her commitments in an environment that does not support them, has made her stronger and more certain of who she is than she would have been in a more hospitable environment. Springfield did not mean to make Lisa extraordinary, but 36 years of not accommodating her has had the unexpected effect of keeping her essential qualities intact and sharp in a way that a more comfortable environment might not have. She has been arguing against the current for 8 years without stopping, and the arguing has made her what she is. This is, in the show's quiet and persistent way, an argument about what it takes to become yourself. Not comfort, not accommodation. The specific difficulty of a world that doesn't quite fit you, and the specific grace of finding ways to be yourself within it anyway. Muthers 2. Till we have been here. A very long time now. The controversies have accumulated. Closing addendum. The night's final thoughts on Springfield. The stories have unfolded slowly, section by section, each one adding another dimension to what turns out to be an extraordinarily complex object. The Simpsons is not just a television show. It never was. It is a document of American culture across 36 years, a record of what we laughed at and what made us uncomfortable and what we chose to look away from. It is a workplace drama about people who made something extraordinary under difficult conditions. It is a family story about people who couldn't work together and did anyway. It is a commercial enterprise that generated billions of dollars and also, occasionally, genuine art. All of these things are true simultaneously. That is the nature of any large human enterprise that runs long enough to accumulate a real history. The clean version is never the complete one. The complete version contains the embarrassments and the failures and the cruelties alongside the beauty, and asks you to hold all of it at once. The show has asked Springfield to do this. To hold all of it at once. To live in the impossible town that is also the only home anyone has. To eat the donuts and drink the Duff beer, and go to work at the cracked nuclear plant, and love the family, and forget the catastrophes, and reset every week and start again. Springfield does this. It has done it for 36 years. It will do it again next Sunday night. And somewhere outside the dome of Springfield's endless present, real people are living their real lives with the specific residue of 36 years of this show somewhere inside them. In the jokes they quote without remembering where they came from. In the characters who have become, without announcement, reference points for understanding their own families. In the late nights spent watching episode after episode in the glow of a screen, alone or with someone, finding something in that yellow family that they needed and didn't know they were looking for. That is what all of this has been about. Underneath the scandals and the controversies and the corporate acquisitions and the salary disputes, a family on a couch, a town full of impossible people, a show that keeps going, and the people who watch it, still watching, still finding something there worth watching for. Good night. Sleep gently. Springfield will be here when you wake. The complete history of Simpsons crossovers, and what they reveal, Family Guy, Futurama, and the moment Springfield opened its doors to other worlds. In September 2014, two of the most significant animated television series in American history occupied the same piece of screen space for the first time. The Simpsons Guy, the 26th season premiere of Family Guy, featured the Griffin family traveling to Springfield and spending a full hour in the company of the Simpson family. It was the largest and most commercially significant crossover in animated television history. The event had been anticipated by fans of both shows for years. The two series had existed in the same cultural ecosystem for nearly 2 decades at that point. Seth MacFarlane, the creator of Family Guy, has been public about the influence that The Simpsons had on his own work. The connections and debts between the two shows were visible to anyone who paid attention, and the specific ways in which Family Guy both honored and departed from its primary influence had been the subject of extended fan debate. The crossover episode itself generated controversy that was more interesting than the kind of controversy most crossover events produce. The episode contained a sequence in which Peter Griffin and Homer Simpson fought each other in a long, extended, genuinely brutal physical confrontation. The fight was a joke about the difference between the two shows, about the way Family Guy's comedy tends towards sustained physical gags while The Simpsons uses physical comedy more sparingly. But it was also, in a reading that many viewers and critics arrived at, a kind of statement about the relationship between the two shows and the cultural hierarchy. Homer winning the fight was not a neutral creative decision. In the world of the episode, Homer winning is the resolution of a joke. In the meta-reading that the show was clearly inviting, it was an assertion of The Simpsons' primacy, the original defeating the derivative, the template proving its superiority to the thing built from it. Seth MacFarlane, in interviews about the episode, navigated this reading with a combination of humor and genuine thoughtfulness. He acknowledged the debt Family Guy owed to The Simpsons. He did not entirely resist the reading of the fight as a symbolic statement. He was, by all accounts, a willing collaborator who understood what the episode was doing and participated in it with full awareness. The crossover revealed something about how the two shows understand their own relationship. The Simpsons treats Family Guy with the specific condescension of an established elder toward a talented but derivative younger sibling. Family Guy, for its part, seems to have made something like peace with this dynamic, accepting the hierarchy while carving out its own specific audience and cultural territory. The Futurama crossovers were structurally different because Futurama exists in the same creative universe as The Simpsons in a more organic way. Several crossover elements appear in both shows, most notably a character called the Professor Farnsworth, who is a descendant of the Simpson family. These intertextual connections are made with the specific delight of a creative team that enjoys the game of connecting their two fictional worlds. The most significant formal crossover between The Simpsons and Futurama appears in an episode of Futurama called Simpsorama, which aired in 2014 in the same period as the Family Guy crossover. The episode involves the Futurama characters traveling back in time to Springfield to prevent a future catastrophe that originated there. The conceit allows for the specific comedy of two very different but related fictional worlds occupying the same space. The episode was received warmly by fans of both shows and demonstrated something interesting about the nature of the two properties. Futurama and The Simpsons, despite sharing creative DNA, have developed into genuinely distinct fictional universes with their own internal logics. Springfield and New York are not the same place. The characters from each world bring different assumptions and different modes of being into the shared space. The comedy of the crossover comes from the specific friction between those differences. The broader history of crossover events involving The Simpsons, including the various characters from other Fox properties who have appeared in Springfield over the years, reflects the show's position as the flagship of a particular media ecosystem. The network has periodically used The Simpsons as a vehicle for promoting or acknowledging other properties in its lineup. These appearances have ranged from brief background gags to more substantial integrations. Each crossover is also a test of the Springfield world's resilience. A world that can absorb other fictional universes and remain recognizably itself is a world with genuine structural integrity. Springfield passes this test consistently. Visitors from other worlds come and go. Springfield remains. The Yellow Town absorbs every external influence and converts it to Springfield material, the way it absorbs everything else, without fundamentally changing. Police Machness. Additional section. The complete account of every major character's most controversial moment when each Springfield resident pushed the show further than the audience expected. But the complete catalog of Simpsons controversy requires accounting for the moments when individual characters, in individual episodes, generated the specific kind of reaction that changes how a character is understood. Homer's most controversial single moment may not be a moment that involves violence or stupidity, but the episode in which he is given the choice to put the crayon back in his brain, the moment of choosing stupidity, choosing the fog over the clarity that made him miserable. This is, in the context of the full show, a moment of such precise existential despair that it lands differently than the comedy around it prepares you for. Homer choosing to be less than he could be, because being more was unbearable, is a statement about the specific conditions under which certain kinds of intelligence are survivable that has haunted viewers for 20-plus years. Marge's most controversial moment is probably her appearance in Marge on the Lam, in which she begins a friendship with a woman that the episode codes as a kind of romantic attachment in ways that the show simultaneously acknowledges and retreats from. The episode is remembered by queer viewers as a case of the show gesturing toward representation and then pulling back, which is a specific kind of disappointment more frustrating than simple absence. Bart's most controversial single episode is probably Bart's Dog Gets an F, not for content reasons but for emotional ones. The episode, in which Santa's little helper is threatened with being given away if he can't complete obedience school, works because it treats the dog as something real, and the threat as genuinely possible. The emotional stakes are higher than the comedy prepares the audience for, and viewers who have lost animals have found the episode unexpectedly devastating. Lisa's most controversial moment is her relationship with Colin in The Simpsons movie, in which she develops an instant connection with an environmentally conscious boy who moves to Springfield. The controversy here is small but real. A faction of viewers felt that giving Lisa a romantic interest, however briefly, reduced her specific kind of solitary intellectual integrity to something more conventionally narrative. Lisa's aloneness has always been part of her dignity. Giving her a boy who understands her felt, to some viewers, like an easy resolution of a difficulty that was better left as difficulty. Maggie's most controversial moment is the one that exists in the space between the shooting and the final scene of Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 2, in which she mimics the gun gesture when she believes herself alone. We have discussed this at length. The controversy is not resolved by discussion. It sits in the show's history as an image that says several things simultaneously and refuses to be interpreted away. The secondary characters have their own controversial peaks. Mr. Burns's most controversial single appearance may be the moment in Homer's Enemy, when he is depicted watching a small bird that has fallen into his hand, then releasing it to fall into the industrial machinery of the plant and be destroyed. This is played as comedy. It functions in the episode as a demonstration of the specific quality of indifference that defines Burns's relationship to everything smaller than himself. But the specific image is one that has stayed with viewers for decades, because it is the closest the show has come to depicting Burns's essential nature without any softening. Ned Flanders' most controversial moment is his breakdown after the hurricane, which we have discussed. But there is a case for a different candidate. The episode in which Ned, alone after Maud's death, begins to date, and eventually nearly marries a woman named Edna. The specific texture of that storyline, the comedy of grief and of a man who has been shaped by so many years of specific domestic arrangement finding himself in new territory, is one of the show's more honest engagements with loss. The character of Sideshow Bob has a controversial peak in the episode, where he actually succeeds in killing Bart. This episode, in which the show commits fully to the premise and allows the character to finally do what he has been threatening for decades, is controversial because it represents the show temporarily abandoning its most fundamental commitment, which is to the preservation of the status quo. Bart dies, and then the episode finds a way to undo that death. That is clever enough to satisfy the requirement for a reset, while still honoring the weight of what it depicted. Whether this is the show at its most daring, or the show at its most ultimately conservative, is an argument that does not have a clean resolution. Additional section: The Simpsons and Politics. Election by election every presidential election since 1992. And how Springfield handled the political moment. How Springfield handled the political moment. The Simpsons has lived through every American presidential election. Since George H.W. Bush was in office when the show premiered, it has been a running commentary on American political life for 3.5 decades. And the specific way it has handled each political moment is a story about how the show's relationship to politics has evolved. The first important political moment was 1992, when George H.W. Bush made his comment about the Waltons and the Simpsons during the presidential campaign. The show's response, as noted, was swift and pointed. Bush lost the election to Bill Clinton. The show did not cause this and took no credit for it. But the fact that the sitting president had made The Simpsons a campaign talking point, and lost within months of doing so, gave the show a specific political resonance that subsequent politicians were perhaps more careful to consider before weighing in. The Clinton years were, in some ways, the show's most politically engaged period. The early 1990s were a moment of cultural change that the show navigated with specific attentiveness. The specific political humor of the Clinton era, the specific mix of policy optimism and personal scandal that defined that period, is visible in the episodes from those years in ways that date them precisely. The Bush years, specifically the George W. Bush years following September 2001, were a period during which the show's political commentary became somewhat more guarded. The specific cultural pressure of the post-9/11 period, the expectation that entertainment should be supportive of American institutions rather than critical of them, affected many shows including The Simpsons. The pointed anti-establishment satire that had characterized the Golden Age was present in the early 2000s, but operated with more caution. The Obama years represented a return to a more openly engaged political mode. The show's depiction of a black president, initially through a fictional president and eventually through explicit reference to Obama, was handled with care. The show clearly wanted to celebrate the historical significance of the moment, while maintaining its satirical independence. The results were episodes that were, by the show's own standards, somewhat more reverential than its usual mode. The Trump era, as discussed, produced the specific irony of a prediction come true, and a set of new questions about what the show's satire should do in the face of a political reality that already seemed cartoonish. The Simpsons has always operated most effectively when reality was slightly more conventional than what the show depicted. When reality became stranger than the show's satirical advantage was disrupted. The specific episodes about Trump that aired during his presidency were received with debate among viewers. Some felt the show found its footing and said important things about the moment. Others felt the show was less effective at processing a genuinely disorienting political reality than it had been at processing more conventional political dysfunction. The Biden years brought a different challenge. A mainstream, relatively conventional president requires different comic tools than an iconoclastic or deliberately transgressive one. The show's engagement with Biden was intermittent and often focused on questions of age and cognitive capacity that were themselves controversial as topics of comedy. Whether joking about an elderly president's age is funny or punching down is a question that different viewers answered differently, and that the show navigated without full consensus. Through all of these political eras, the show has maintained a fundamental commitment to depicting Springfield as a place where politics affects real people in ways that have consequences. The Springfield city government is a recurring source of comedy, but also a recurring demonstration of how local political dysfunction creates real problems for real people. Mayor Quimby is funny. He is also, in the logic of Springfield's world, the reason the town's infrastructure is crumbling and its institutions are underfunded. The show's political commentary has always been most effective when it is specific rather than abstract. When it shows you a specific mechanism of political failure producing a specific consequence for specific characters, the 36-year accumulation of these specific observations is the show's most significant political legacy, more significant than any specific joke or any specific target. Springfield is a politically dysfunctional town that loves its dysfunction and cannot imagine itself any other way. In this, it has been a faithful and somewhat uncomfortable mirror for the country it represents. Lickslandsmans 5. Final words. On the nature of something that lasts, or very early. Depending on when you arrived and how long you have been here, the darkness outside might be the darkness of late evening, or the specific, quiet darkness of the hours just before dawn, when the night is at its most settled, and the day has not yet begun to announce itself. This is a good time to think about things that last. Most things in American popular culture do not last. They rise and they fall, and they become the specific kind of reference that younger people are briefly curious about before returning to their own cultural moment. This is not a failure. This is simply how popular culture works. It is of its moment. It speaks to the specific conditions that produced it and the specific audience that received it. And when those conditions change and that audience ages, it recedes. The Simpsons has lasted 36 years. It is still on television. It still has an audience. It still generates cultural discussion, commercial activity, creative debate. It exists in a present tense that most cultural phenomena of its generation do not. Why it has lasted is a question with many answers, some commercial and some creative and some personal. The commercial answers involve syndication deals and licensing revenue, and the specific financial structures that keep a profitable show on the air long past when artistic considerations alone would justify its continuation. These are real. They are part of the answer. The creative answers involve the specific quality of the early work that gave the show a foundation strong enough to sustain 36 years of subsequent effort of varying quality. They involve the genuine achievement of the Golden Age seasons, which set a standard against which the show could be measured and found adequate or wanting, and which made the discussion of the show's quality a conversation worth having across decades. But the personal answers are the deepest ones. The Simpsons has lasted partly because it found its way into the personal histories of millions of people at formative moments in those people's lives. The children who watched it in the early 1990s are now adults. They carry the specific memories of watching the show in their childhoods. They have their own children, some of them, and those children are discovering Springfield now, and the specific quality of watching a parent respond to a Simpsons joke with laughter that contains 30 years of accumulated context is its own thing that the children sense, even if they can't yet articulate. The show has lasted because it became part of families, not fictional families, real ones, sitting in real living rooms in real towns, watching a fictional family in a fictional town, and finding something in the distance between the fiction and their reality that illuminated both. All the scandals and controversies and disappointments in this account are real, and they matter. None of them have been minimized or explained away. The Apu controversy matters. Phil Hartman's absence from the show matters. Sam Simon's difficult legacy matters. The episodes that were pulled matter. The quality decline of the later seasons matters. And so does everything else. The laughter that came before the controversy and the laughter that came after it. The emotional honesty that the best episodes achieved and still achieve. The specific comfort of returning to Springfield when the world is too much and finding it unchanged. The same family on the same couch. The same dog on the floor. The same open beer on the side table. The show will end. Everything ends. When it does, it will leave behind a record of 36 years of American culture that is unlike any other record that exists. Not the official record, not the news archives, not the political history or the economic data, the specific record of what made people laugh and cry and feel recognized, week after week, for longer than many of those people have been alive. That is enough. That is more than enough. Good night, Springfield. Thank you for staying so long. Thank you for never quite changing. We'll see you next week. Woo! There is a specific kind of television mythology that forms around writers' rooms. Section 26. The writers who disappeared. The Golden Age Exodus, and the names that never came back. The great ones become almost legendary in the retelling. People who worked inside them for a season or two spend the rest of their careers being asked about it. They give interviews decades later, and their voices still carry something when they talk about what it was like in there. The electricity of it. The specific way the room would erupt when someone said the right thing at the right moment. The sense, shared by everyone in the space, that something genuinely unusual was being built. The Simpsons writers' room during the peak seasons, roughly from season 3 through season 8, was one of those rooms. People who were there, and have talked about it consistently, describe it in terms that are almost reverent. Not because the work was easy. It wasn't. The hours were brutal. The pressure was constant. The standard they held themselves to was genuinely demanding in a way that most television production never is. But they were making something that they knew, in the room, was good. And making something you know is good is a specific kind of happiness that is very difficult to find and very difficult to give up. And then they left. People one by one, gradually and then all at once. The writers who had built that room walked away from it. And the story of why they left, and what happened to them afterward, and what the departure of each individual person did to the show, is a story that has never been fully told in one place. John Swartzwelder wrote 59 episodes of The Simpsons. 59. To put that in context, most television writers, working full careers on successful shows, produce a fraction of that output. Swartzwelder was, by the count of his credits, the single most prolific writer the show ever had. He was also, by most accounts, one of the strangest and most reclusive figures in Hollywood. He did not attend the writers' room. This is the detail about Swartzwelder that everyone mentions first, because it seems almost impossible. The writers' room is the central institution of American television comedy. It is where episodes are broken, jokes are tested, storylines are built, and torn down and rebuilt. Most shows require their writers to be in the room for most of the working day. It is a communal enterprise almost by definition. Swartzwelder wrote his episodes at home. He delivered scripts. Those scripts were reportedly of such quality that they required relatively little revision by the room's normal standards. He was, by the description of people who worked with him, a writer who was capable of producing fully formed comedy at a level that most people in the room could not match even in collaborative conditions. His isolation was not a problem that needed to be managed around. It was a condition of employing one of the best comedy writers alive. He left the show in the early 2000s and moved to upstate New York. He wrote a series of self-published novels featuring a private detective named Frank Burley. These novels are, by the account of the relatively small number of people who have read them, genuinely brilliant and genuinely weird, in a way that tracks precisely with the voice visible in his best Simpsons scripts. He does not give interviews. He does not appear in public. He is not on social media. He has simply removed himself from the world of professional entertainment, with a completeness that most people in that world are not capable of. The show did not find another Swartzwelder. It was not going to find another Swartzwelder. That specific combination of isolated genius, prolific output, and willingness to be contracted to produce 59 episodes of a single television show is not something that comes along more than once. Conan O'Brien's departure was different in kind, if not in consequence. O'Brien came to The Simpsons from Harvard, where he had been a writer for the Lampoon, and he came as part of the early cohort that established the room's intellectual tone. He was not just funny. He was funny in a specific way that involved layered self-awareness and a willingness to follow a joke to its most absurd conclusion without flinching. The Simpsons of the early seasons has his fingerprints on it in ways that are unmistakable. He left in 1993 to take over late night from David Letterman. The specific trajectory of his subsequent career, The Tonight Show debacle with Jay Leno, the extraordinary late-night run that followed, the passionate and devoted audience he built, all of this is well documented. But it is worth noting what O'Brien's departure meant for the Simpsons room. He left because an opportunity arose that was genuinely too significant to pass up, and his departure contributed to a shift in the room's composition that would become more significant in retrospect than it seemed at the time. Mike Rice and Al Jean, who had served as showrunners in the early seasons before handing the position to David Merkin and then later to Bill Oakley and Josh Weinstein, had established the particular style of humor that defined the Golden Age. The relationship between satire and genuine emotion. The willingness to let a joke land softly when it needed to. The specific pacing of a Simpsons episode at its best. The way it moved between comedy and something more tender, without ever losing either register. When Reese and Gene departed to pursue other projects, and when subsequent showrunners brought different sensibilities, the room began to change. Not all at once. Not in any way that was immediately obvious to casual viewers, but in ways that became increasingly apparent over time to anyone paying close attention to what the show was doing and why. Bill Oakley and Josh Weinstein, who ran the show during seasons 7 and 8, are generally given credit for some of the finest episodes in the show's history. They understood the language of the show in the deepest sense. They maintained the standard. They pushed it in places. And they left. Mike Scully, who took over for seasons 9 through 12, was not a failure. The show under his watch was still capable of genuine quality, but the specific sensibility of the peak seasons, the particular way the room had operated under the writers who built it, was not something that could simply be inherited by a new administration. Sensibility is not a memo. It is not a set of rules. It is something that lives in the specific combination of specific people making specific choices together over time. And when the people change, the sensibility changes with them. George Meyer is perhaps the most mythologized figure in the show's writers' room history. He has been described by people who worked with him as someone who elevated every room he was in. Not the loudest voice, not the most prolific, but the voice that most consistently identified the better version of whatever was being worked on. He stayed with the show longer than most. He was, by many accounts, the conscience of the room during the years when the show was still operating at its highest level. He has given very few interviews. The ones he has given describe a man who thought deeply about comedy as a form, who cared about the specific responsibility that the show had to its audience, and who was genuinely troubled by the ways that television comedy could be used and misused. He was not someone for whom the work was simply a job. It was something that he took seriously in a way that not everyone around him shared. The departure of Meyer, like the departure of every major figure from the Golden Age room, left a gap that was not filled. Rooms do not fill gaps with equivalent talent. They fill gaps with different talent. Different talent produces different work. Different work is not necessarily worse work, but it is different. And when the difference accumulates over seasons and years, the show that comes out the other end is recognizably related to but not the same as the show that went in. There is a version of this story that frames the Exodus as a tragedy. The people who built something extraordinary left, and what was left behind declined. There is another version that recognizes the natural lifespan of any creative concentration. The specific conditions that produced the Golden Age, the particular combination of ambition and talent and freedom and institutional support, are not indefinitely sustainable. Creative rooms have their peak. The peak of The Simpsons was unusually high. Its decline was perhaps inevitably going to be measured against that height. The writers who left did not leave because they stopped caring. Most of them have described the departure as painful, as a genuine loss, as something they grieved. They left because they had other things to do, because their careers took them elsewhere, because the conditions of the room changed and no longer supported the specific kind of work they wanted to make. The show continued without them. The show continues still. Some of those departed writers would tell you, if you ask them honestly, that this is the part that is hardest to accept. Not that they left, but that it kept going. Ooh, 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 ooh. Section 27. The music of Springfield Alf Clausen, A Firing, and 30 Years of Sound. The music. For the first 27 seasons of The Simpsons, the music was almost entirely composed and conducted by one man. His name was Alf Clausen. He was a classically trained composer, with a background in jazz arrangement and film scoring. He came to the show in season 2, and for nearly 3 decades he was the musical voice of Springfield. What Clausen built over those seasons is extraordinary. The Simpsons is a show that uses music constantly, not just as background underscoring, but as active comedy. The specific musical choices in the best Simpsons episodes, the way a cue will parody a film score style, or quote a recognizable piece of classical music, or land on a comedic bass note at exactly the right moment, are as much a part of the humor as any line of dialogue. Clausen understood the show's rhythm in the deepest possible way. He understood that music in comedy is not decoration, it is timing. It is the difference between a joke landing and a joke passing through the room without touching anything. He composed original music for each episode. Not stock music. Not recycled cues pulled from a library. Original composition, written fresh, tailored to the specific rhythms of the specific episode it was scoring. Over 27 seasons, this represents an output of original musical material that is simply staggering in volume and remarkable in consistency of quality. And then, in 2017, he was fired. The official communication from the show's production was that they were moving to a different approach to music. They would be licensing pre-existing music and working with a smaller in-house team. The implication was financial. Composing original orchestral music for every episode of a long-running television show is expensive. Licensing existing music, or working with smaller arrangements, is cheaper. Clausen did not speak publicly about the firing for some time. When he did, his comments were careful. He did not describe the firing as cruel or unjust in direct terms, but the context of his words made clear that it had been painful, and that the manner of the parting had not been what he would have hoped for after 27 years of service to a single show. When the fan response was significant, Clausen had not been a famous figure in the way that the show's voice actors were famous, but he had a devoted following among people who paid close attention to the show's craftsmanship. When the news of his departure became public, the grief was genuine, and the criticism of the decision was widespread. The musical character of the show changed after Clausen's departure. Not entirely. Not in ways that a casual viewer would necessarily notice in any given episode. But across seasons, the difference accumulated. The specific quality of a fully orchestrated Simpsons score, written by someone who had spent 27 years understanding exactly what the show needed from its music, was not replaceable simply by hiring other people and pointing them in the same direction. The Alf Clausen firing is a small scandal by the standards of everything else discussed in this account. Nobody was hurt in any permanent sense. The show continued. Clausen himself continued working as a composer. The harm was diffuse, and is most legible as a loss of quality rather than as an injustice. But it is a significant data point in the larger story of what has happened to The Simpsons over its long run. The show has, repeatedly and over time, made decisions that prioritized financial efficiency over the specific, difficult-to-quantify value of particular kinds of craftsmanship. Clausen's firing is the most visible music-specific instance of that pattern. There are other instances throughout the show's history, in animation, in writing, in the management of the voice cast, that tell the same story. When you strip out the craftspeople who understand something deeply in favor of cheaper alternatives, who understand it adequately, the result is a show that functions but does not sing. The Simpsons of the last several seasons functions. The Simpsons of the first 10 seasons sang. That gap is audible if you listen for it. And Alf Clausen spent 27 years making sure there was music worth listening to. Whoa. 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 Section 28. The Treehouse of Horror. 3 decades of darkness, complaints, and the night. The Simpsons got genuinely scary. Whoa. Whoa. Every October, The Simpsons does something it is not allowed to do for the other 11 months of the year. It kills people. Not the kind of implied off-screen death that a cartoon can gesture toward and then step back from. Real death, depicted on screen. Characters who have existed for years and decades. Characters the audience knows and has affection for, dying in elaborate and often darkly comic ways. The Treehouse of Horror episodes, which began in Season 2, and have continued every October since, are the show's annual permission slip. They operate outside the show's normal continuity. The deaths do not stick. The rules are different. Inside the treehouse frame, the show is allowed to be something it normally isn't. Genuinely dark. The first Treehouse of Horror aired on October 25, 1990. It was presented as three separate horror stories told by the Simpson children, framed by wraparound segments that set up the anthology structure. The stories drew from horror classics. They were funny and slightly creepy, and not particularly controversial. The show was establishing a format more than making a statement. But over the subsequent seasons, as the writers found their footing with the format, and as the cultural appetite for the segments grew, the Treehouse episodes became something more ambitious. They became the place where The Simpsons could do things that would not have passed network standards in normal episodes. The Parents Television Council, which has been a consistent presence in the history of American television content disputes, had The Simpsons in its sights for much of the 1990s and 2000s. The organization, which monitors broadcast television for content it considers inappropriate for family viewing, issued regular reports and complaints about the show's content. The Treehouse episodes were a particular focus. The complaints were predictable in their specificity. Too much violence. Too much death, depicted too casually. Too much content that, while framed as parody or fantasy, involved images and ideas that the organization felt were inappropriate for the audience that would be watching. The fact that the episodes aired in October, often during prime time, meant that children were in the audience. Content that might be acceptable in a late-night context was, the argument went, different when it aired at 8 o'clock on a Sunday evening. Fox, throughout this period, largely defended the show. The specific relationship between Fox Broadcasting and the Parents Television Council was already adversarial in ways that had nothing to do with The Simpsons. The network was perceived, by organizations like the PTC, as consistently pushing content standards further than its competitors. The Simpsons was one example of this, but not the only one. The show's producers took a position that the Treehouse segments were clearly labeled as non-canonical horror parodies, and that any viewer who found them disturbing had the option of changing the channel. This is a legally and logically defensible position. It did not satisfy the PTC, which argued that the burden should not be placed on parents to monitor their children's viewing, but rather on networks to maintain appropriate standards. This argument, in its broad outlines, has been going on in American broadcasting since the medium existed. It did not begin with The Simpsons, and it has not ended with it. What the Treehouse episodes actually contributed to the show, beyond the controversy they generated, was a body of work that represents some of the most formally experimental animation that The Simpsons ever produced. The anthology format gave writers permission to try things that the show's normal structure would not support. The segment that introduced the concept of Homer's hand reaching through a wormhole into the third dimension is one of the most technically ambitious pieces of animation the show has ever done. It combined traditional two-dimensional animation with early computer-generated three-dimensional imagery in ways that were genuinely innovative for their time. The comedy of Homer discovering that the universe outside Springfield was literally structured differently than the universe inside it. That reality had a texture beyond the flat world he had always inhabited, is both funny and genuinely strange in a way that few cartoon segments before or since have managed. The segment that depicted a world in which every piece of advertising created a functional monster, eventually building to an apocalyptic confrontation between competing corporate mascots, was a piece of satire so pointed and so visually inventive that it transcended the format it was working in. It was not just a horror parody. It was a genuinely clever piece of thinking about consumer culture done with images rather than words. The Treehouse episodes also gave the show space to experiment with genre in ways that were genuinely educational for writers who would go on to produce the show's regular episodes. Horror as a genre is built on specific structural principles, specific ways of building and releasing tension that are directly applicable to comedy. The best Simpsons episodes of the Golden Age use tension in ways that are more sophisticated than pure comedy usually requires. The writers who sharpened those tools in the Treehouse context brought what they learned back into the regular show. There are individual Treehouse segments that are regularly cited as among the best things The Simpsons has ever done, despite or perhaps because of the fact that they are tonally far darker than anything the show permits itself in normal episodes. The segment based on Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven, which ran in the first Treehouse special, used James Earl Jones as a narrator, and was so faithful to the source material, while also being genuinely funny, that it has been used in elementary school classrooms as an introduction to Poe's work. A Simpsons Halloween special as a literature teaching tool. The show has always contained multitudes. The controversy around specific Treehouse segments has usually been localized to specific images or specific jokes rather than to the format as a whole. The segment that depicted voter fraud, involving Homer's vote being eaten by a machine-generated brief political controversy. The segment that parodied The Shining so closely that the Kubrick estate reportedly considered legal action generated industry discussion about the boundaries of parody. The segments that have depicted graphic violence have, periodically, attracted the expected complaints from the expected quarters. But the Treehouse episodes have survived every controversy they have generated. They have become an institution in the specific sense of a thing that cannot now be removed from the calendar without its removal itself becoming a cultural event. The audience expects them. The audience is conditioned to October as Simpsons Horror Month in a way that is now 33 years old. No controversy has been sufficiently severe to dislodge this expectation. What the Treehouse episodes reveal about The Simpsons, across 33 years of annual installments, is something worth sitting with. The show has always wanted to go darker than its format allows. The regular episodes, with their commitment to continuity and character and the emotional logic of a family sitcom, require a certain restraint. The Treehouse episodes are the pressure valve. They are the place where the impulse toward genuine darkness, the impulse that the theories we discussed earlier suggest is present throughout the show's normal run, but operating beneath the surface, gets to come up for air. Every October, Springfield is allowed to die. Every November, it comes back, unchanged, restored, ready to pretend October never happened. Just like everything else in Springfield. The network fights no one talks about censorship, negotiation, and the lines the show was not allowed to cross. Fox Broadcasting gave the show a level of creative freedom that was unusual in American television. But it was not unlimited freedom. It was freedom within a negotiated space, and the negotiation itself is a story that has not been fully told. In the early years, the show operated with relatively little network interference. Fox was a new network trying to establish an identity in a landscape dominated by ABC, CBS, and NBC. It needed The Simpsons. The show was, in the early 1990s, the network's most significant cultural asset. This gave the show's creators a degree of leverage that most television productions do not have. When you are responsible for the most talked-about show on the network is somewhat reluctant to make your working conditions unpleasant. But leverage is not permanent. As the show aged, as Fox developed other programming, as the specific cultural heat of The Simpsons from its golden age cooled into the steadier warmth of a long-running institution, the balance of power shifted. The show became something the network maintained, rather than something it built its identity around. And in that shift, the nature of the relationship changed. Standards and practices, the network division responsible for reviewing content before broadcast, became a more active presence in the show's production process over time. The specific concerns that S&P raised about content were not always about violence or sexuality. The topics that usually define public conversations about broadcast standards. They were often about more specific things. Language choices, the depiction of particular institutions, the handling of topics that the network was concerned could generate advertiser complaints. Religion was a recurring source of negotiation. The show depicted God. Multiple times, across multiple episodes, God appeared as a speaking character. The specific design choices around how God was drawn, the specific words put in God's mouth, the tone of the show's engagement with organized religion more broadly, were all topics that received attention from the network and from advocacy groups that monitored religious content in entertainment. The show was not irreligious in any simple sense. It depicted faith as a real and important part of many characters' lives. Ned Flanders is a genuinely devout character whose faith is treated with more complexity than simple mockery. The show has depicted prayer working, churches as centers of community, and religious practice as something that provides genuine comfort and meaning. But it has also satirized organized religion, depicted religious institutions as hypocritical or corrupt in specific episodes, and put words in God's own mouth that suggested a deity with limited patience for human folly. This combination, genuine respect for faith alongside willingness to satirize its institutions, was more nuanced than either purely devout viewers or purely secular critics wanted it to be. Both camps found things to complain about. The network received letters from religious organizations when the satire went somewhere they considered disrespectful. The network also received criticism from more secular viewers when they felt the show was being too deferential to religious sensibilities. Politics was the other major ongoing negotiation. The show's satire of political figures and political institutions was a source of consistent tension. The show made jokes about presidents across party lines, which gave it a degree of protection from accusations of pure partisanship. But the specific sharpness of some of the satire, the willingness to depict political figures as stupid or corrupt or both simultaneously, was not always comfortable for a network that depended on those same political figures for the regulatory environment it operated within. The period of the early 2000s, in the immediate aftermath of the September 11th attacks, was the tensest in this ongoing negotiation. The network, like most American entertainment institutions during that period, was under significant pressure to avoid content that could be characterized as unpatriotic or destabilizing. Political satire that had been standard practice became, briefly, something that required more careful handling. The specific way this pressure manifested in The Simpsons was subtle, but people who were in the writer's room during that period have described a general atmosphere of caution that was different from the usual working conditions. The show navigated this period without producing anything it significantly regretted, but the navigation itself was effortful in ways that it had not previously been. Creative effort that should have been going toward making better television was going toward managing the specific pressures of producing television in a period of national anxiety. The more recent political content disputes have been different in character. The rise of social media as a monitoring mechanism, as a space where viewer responses to television content can be aggregated and amplified in real time, changed the nature of the network's content concerns. The question is no longer just what will generate advertiser complaints in the traditional sense, but what will generate viral negative attention, what will produce the specific kind of social media event that attracts coverage and becomes its own story. The Simpsons has navigated this new landscape with varying degrees of success. Episodes that have generated significant negative social media response have, in some cases, been followed by responses from the show's producers that seemed driven more by the desire to manage the immediate online reaction than by any considered engagement with the underlying criticism. This is not unique to The Simpsons. It is a general condition of producing television in the current media environment. But it represents a different kind of creative pressure than the show operated under in its peak years. The show that produced the Golden Age episodes did not, in most cases, know what the immediate public response to any given joke or storyline would be before the episode aired. It made choices based on the internal judgment of the people in the room. The show that produces current episodes is always, to some degree, making choices with an awareness of how those choices might play in the social media conversation that will follow broadcast. This foreknowledge of potential reaction is not always conducive to the kind of creative confidence that produces the best comedy. Whoa! The dominant model for animated television was children's content, Saturday morning cartoons, afternoon syndication blocks, programming defined by simple conflicts and explicit moral lessons. The idea that an animated show could be produced for adults, could engage with satire, could handle complex emotional content, could be watched by adults who were not watching it ironically, or ironically watching it with their children, was not widely held in the American television industry in 1989. The Simpsons changed this so thoroughly and so quickly that it is now difficult to reconstruct the before. Within a few years of the show's debut, the television landscape began to fill with animated adult comedies. Some were obvious attempts to replicate The Simpsons formula. Some were genuinely original works that would not have been commissioned without The Simpsons having demonstrated that the format had an audience. Beavis and Butthead, which premiered on MTV in 1992, was the most immediate successor and the one most obviously shaped by The Simpsons' example. Mike Judge, who created it, was making something quite different in tone and ambition, but the existence of The Simpsons had created the possibility of it being made and broadcast at all. King of the Hill, which Judge created later, was more directly connected to The Simpsons in its ambitions, a suburban family comedy in animated form, dealing with real emotional stakes and social issues, told through specific and carefully observed characters. King of the Hill is one of the best animated shows ever made, and it would not exist without The Simpsons having demonstrated the audience for this kind of work. South Park, which began in 1997, borrowed the family in a small-town structure from The Simpsons, while taking its satirical content in directions that The Simpsons had never gone, and in many cases, was not willing to go. Trey Parker and Matt Stone acknowledged the debt, while also distinguishing their approach clearly. South Park's willingness to address the absolute current news cycle, to produce satirical commentary on events within days of those events happening, was a formal innovation that The Simpsons never attempted. But the space within which that innovation was possible was created by The Simpsons' decade of work. Family Guy, which premiered in 1999, was the most controversial successor. Seth MacFarlane's show borrowed structural elements from The Simpsons so directly that the debt was obvious to anyone paying attention. The dysfunctional family in a suburban setting. The father's stupidity as a source of comedy. The precocious child whose intelligence exceeded the adults around her. The talking animal. The flashback cutaway structure was the major formal innovation that distinguished Family Guy from its predecessor, but the template beneath the innovation was unmistakably borrowed. The eventual crossover episode between the two shows, which aired in 2014, was a cultural event in the specific sense of being something that a large number of people watched and argued about afterward. The Simpsons writers used the opportunity to be pointed about what they saw as Family Guy's relationship to their show. The jokes were not entirely gentle. The Family Guy writers, to their credit, gave as good as they got. The episode was a working document of a complicated creative relationship between two shows that had spent decades orbiting each other. Futurama, which Groening created after The Simpsons was already established, demonstrated something important about the nature of the original show's influence. Even the creator of The Simpsons, working in the same medium, with many of the same collaborators, produced a show that was clearly related to but distinct from its predecessor. Futurama is a science fiction comedy. Its emotional register is different. Its structural innovations are different. Its specific relationship to its audience, the way it builds and rewards long-term viewer loyalty through elaborate continuity, is something The Simpsons never attempted. The contrast between the two shows is instructive. The Simpsons is built on a foundation of deliberate non-continuity. Each episode resets to baseline. Characters do not change. Consequences do not accumulate. Futurama worked from the beginning with a genuine serial structure, building toward emotional payoffs that required the full run of the series to land. That structural difference produced fundamentally different viewer relationships and fundamentally different kinds of storytelling. The broader legacy of The Simpsons in the television landscape is not just the specific shows it influenced directly. It is the transformation of the category. Animated adult comedy is now a standard part of the American television landscape. Networks and streaming platforms commission it routinely. The audience for it is understood and served. The craft of it has been developed over 3 decades by hundreds of writers and animators and voice performers who built their skills in the space that The Simpsons created. Rick and Morty exists because The Simpsons exists. Archer exists because The Simpsons exists. Bob's Burgers and BoJack Horseman and Big Mouth and Harley Quinn and every other animated adult comedy currently in production exists, at some remove. Because a show about a yellow family in a fictional town demonstrated in 1989 that the format had something to offer that live action could not provide. This is The Simpsons' largest and most lasting contribution to American culture. Not any specific episode, not any specific joke. The demonstration, through sustained excellence over a crucial period, that animation for adults was a category worth taking seriously. Everything that followed from that demonstration is the show's true legacy. Wook. Section 31. What happened to Springfield after Disney the Fox acquisition, the streaming era, and the question of what The Simpsons is now. 2019. The Walt Disney Company completed its acquisition of 21st Century Fox. The deal, which had been in process since 2017 and had cleared various regulatory hurdles over the course of 2 years, was one of the largest media mergers in history. It brought an extraordinary range of content assets under Disney's ownership, including film studios, cable channels, international television operations, and the show that had spent decades making jokes about exactly the kind of corporate consolidation that was now swallowing it. The Simpsons now belongs to Disney. The show that once depicted Disney as a tyrannical corporation swallowing its competitors was itself swallowed by that exact corporation. The joke, when people noticed it, produced a specific kind of delighted disbelief. The show had, in a sense, predicted its own fate while making fun of it. The practical consequences of the acquisition were significant. The Simpsons streaming home became Disney Plus, the platform that Disney launched in November 2019. The show's entire archive, all 30-plus seasons, became available on the platform at launch. Disney Plus marketed the access to The Simpsons catalog as one of its major selling points. In the competitive streaming landscape of 2019, having decades of an iconic show available was a genuine commercial asset. The initial Disney Plus streaming rollout produced its own small controversy. The platform presented the classic episodes in a widescreen format that cropped the original footage, which had been produced in a 4:3 aspect ratio. For most content, the difference between aspect ratios is cosmetic. For The Simpsons, it was a genuine problem. The show's visual humor had been composed for 4:3. Jokes were built around the specific framing that the original format provided. Cropping the image to widescreen cut off visual gags. Characters' feet disappeared. Background jokes that the frame was specifically designed to include were excluded. The fan response was immediate and pointed. People who had watched the show for decades in its original format could see exactly what was being lost. The show's visual comedy, which is more precisely constructed than casual viewing suggests, was being damaged by the format change. The complaints were specific and credible. Disney, to its credit, responded by making the original aspect ratio available as an option for episodes produced before a certain season. This fix, while welcome, was itself somewhat awkward in execution and required viewer action to access. The episode had demonstrated that in the transition from Fox to Disney Plus, the specific technical requirements of the show's heritage had not been fully accounted for in the initial rollout. The broader question of what Disney's ownership means for The Simpsons is one that is still being answered. The show continues to produce episodes. Its creative team operates with the same basic structure it has had for many years. The day-to-day production of the show has not been visibly transformed by the change in corporate ownership. But the context is different. The Simpsons is now part of the same corporate family as the content it spent decades satirizing. The show that made jokes about Mickey Mouse and Disney theme parks and the specific cultural dominance of the Disney brand is now, formally, a Disney property. It sits in the Disney Plus catalog alongside the Marvel Cinematic Universe and the Star Wars franchise, and every piece of animated content that Disney has produced or acquired over the course of its history. Whether this context change eventually produces content changes is a question the show has not yet fully answered. The creative independence that The Simpsons maintained during its Fox years was real. Whether that independence is possible within Disney's ownership structure at the same level, whether there are topics or targets that are now effectively off-limits in ways they were not previously, is something only time and additional seasons will reveal. There is a specific irony in the situation that is worth naming plainly. The Simpsons spent years being one of the sharpest corporate satirists in American entertainment. It understood, at an instinctive level, how large corporate entities accumulate and exercise power. It depicted the mechanisms of that accumulation with clarity and with humor that never obscured the underlying critique. It is now a large corporate entity. Its back catalog is a financial asset that the acquiring corporation paid billions of dollars to obtain. The people who make it work for a company whose interests, in many cases, are exactly the interests that the show spent its best years skewering. This is not a scandal. It is not a controversy in the usual sense. It is, perhaps, simply the longest-running joke in the show's history. The one that took 30 years to get to the punchline. 2, 1. Section 32. The characters who should have had more Springfield's underused residents and the stories never told. Over 36 seasons, the show has introduced hundreds of recurring characters. Many of them have become beloved. Many of them have been used with extraordinary creative efficiency, getting enormous returns from very limited screen time. And many of them, despite their potential, were never quite given the space they deserved. Edna Krabappel is one of the most striking examples. Voiced by the late Marcia Wallace, Edna was Springfield Elementary's fourth-grade teacher and, for many seasons, one of the show's most quietly complex characters. She was lonely and sardonic, and professional in ways that the school around her consistently failed to reward. Her relationship with Bart was one of the show's most interesting ongoing dynamics. A teacher who genuinely wanted to do her job well, working with a student who genuinely did not want to let her. The mutual frustration of that relationship, and the occasional moments of genuine connection beneath it, were some of the show's most honest depictions of the specific difficulty of being a teacher. Her romantic life was a recurring source of comedy that occasionally gestured toward genuine sadness. She dated. She hoped. The show periodically invested heavily in a romantic storyline for her, and then let it trail away. The relationship she eventually developed with Ned Flanders, which began in a later season, was one of the show's more genuinely affecting late-period storylines. Two lonely people finding each other. Two characters who had both lost things they couldn't quite name. The specific quality of companionship between two people who have stopped expecting miracles but haven't stopped wanting company. When Marcia Wallace died in October 2013, the show retired the character. A brief dedication in a subsequent episode, a single scene, a goodbye that the show clearly found painful to produce. Edna Krabappel was written out of Springfield in a way that honored the character and the actress simultaneously. But the retirement was also the end of something that had never quite reached its full potential. In the later seasons, Edna had finally been given material that matched the depth of what Wallace brought to her. And then she was gone. Sideshow Bob has a different problem. He is one of the show's most fully realized recurring characters. The voice work Kelsey Grammer has always brought to the role is extraordinary. The specific combination of classical theatrical training and genuine comedic instinct that Grammer deploys for Bob creates a character who is funny, precisely because he is taking himself completely seriously at all times. Bob's tragedy, the endlessly frustrated ambition, the recurring failure, the specific humiliation of being defeated by the same small boy over and over, is written at a level of genuine craft. But the show has used him so many times, in so many variations of the same basic plot, that the character has become something of a mechanical exercise. There is a Sideshow Bob episode formula. Bob returns. Bob menaces Bart. Bob is foiled. Bob is arrested. The show has tried to subvert this formula, tried to move Bob into genuinely new territory, but the subversions have often felt constrained by the audience's expectation of the familiar loop. The episode in which Bob actually kills Bart was the most radical attempt to break the formula. It broke it, and then reassembled it, which is perhaps the most honest possible statement about the show's relationship to its own patterns. The character of Disco Stew, who exists primarily as a one-note joke about a man frozen in a particular decade of cultural history, was used just rarely enough, and just precisely enough, that he never outstayed his welcome. He is, in a way, the model for how Springfield's supporting characters work at their best. Just enough to be loved, not enough to be exhausted. Mayor Quimby should have been more. The character, clearly modeled on the Kennedy political dynasty, with particular attention to the specific combination of patrician confidence and operational incompetence, has the bones of a much more developed satirical portrait. The show used him effectively as a background presence, a reliable source of jokes about political corruption and self-serving governance. But the specific character of Quimby, the specific texture of a man who has held power for so long that he has genuinely forgotten what legitimate governance would look like, deserved more than the show gave it. The retirement home characters, specifically Grandpa Abraham Simpson, were another underused resource. Abe had more material in the first several seasons than he would have later. The specific comedy of a man whose memories are both unreliable and unexpectedly relevant, who lived through so much history that his anecdotes are simultaneously absurd and occasionally precise, was used brilliantly in the peak years. His relationship with Homer, the specific texture of a father-son dynamic shaped by genuine love and genuine mutual disappointment, was one of the show's richest emotional veins. Later seasons mined it less frequently and with less precision. Springfield's recurring female characters have, across the show's history, been generally underserved relative to the male ones. This is a criticism that the show has received and periodically acknowledged, sometimes with more grace than other times. The specific conditions of the show's peak years, a writer's room that was predominantly male, producing a show with a male protagonist, working within the conventions of a genre that had historically centered male characters, produced work that was extraordinary in many ways and limited in this particular one. The most interesting female characters in Springfield's history, Marge, Lisa, Edna, Sideshow Bob's eventual wife Francesca in a later season, the show's various female guest characters, have generally been characterized with more care when they have been given room, and more superficially when they have been used as plot devices. This is not a universal truth. There are episodes in which the female characters are written with extraordinary precision, but across the show's full run, The proportion of genuinely developed female characters to the proportion of fully developed male ones is not balanced. The show knows this. It has addressed it explicitly in episodes that engage directly with questions of how Springfield treats its women. The engagement is sometimes successful and sometimes awkward, but its existence indicates a level of self-awareness about the limitation. Ooh. Obese. Section 33. The Simpsons and Death. How the show has handled loss, grief, and the people who are truly gone. Ooh. And Section 33. There is a difference between the fictional deaths in The Simpsons, the dozens of Treehouse of Horror casualties, and the background character fatalities, and the occasional in-continuity demises, and the real deaths. The deaths of the people who made the show. The voice actors, the writers, the musicians, the animators whose absence from the credits marks a genuine and permanent loss. Phil Hartman's death in May 1998 was the most devastating. It came from outside the show, from circumstances entirely beyond its control, from an act of violence that had nothing to do with the production of television comedy. Hartman, who had been a regular presence on Saturday Night Live before joining The Simpsons as a recurring voice, was shot and killed by his wife at their home in Encino, California. He was 49. The characters he voiced on The Simpsons, primarily Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz, were retired immediately. The show did not recast them. It did not try to approximate what Hartman had done with them with a different actor. It simply stopped using the characters, which was the only honest response available. This is a position worth pausing on. Voice performances on animated shows are, in theory, replaceable in ways that live-action performances are not. The actor's face is not on screen. Another actor can be trained to approximate the vocal patterns of the original. The character continues. This approach has been taken with some characters on The Simpsons itself, most notably when the show recasted several roles in the context of the diversity discussions that followed the Apu controversy. But with Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz, the decision was different. The show and its producers seem to have felt that the specific relationship between Phil Hartman as a person and the characters he created for the show was not separable. You could not put Lionel Hutz's words in another actor's mouth and have it be Lionel Hutz. You would have something that used the name and the surface characteristics of the character, but lacked the animating intelligence that made it worth watching. Whether this is the right position, whether voice performances can or cannot be replaced in this way, is genuinely complicated. The answer probably depends on the specific performance in question. Hartman's work on those characters was, by the consistent assessment of everyone who was close to the show, exceptional. He improvised. He brought something that was not on the page. The characters as they existed on screen were not simply what the writers created. They were a collaboration between the writing and Hartman's specific voice, timing, and invention. Marsha Wallace's death in 2013 produced a different kind of grief. Wallace had been with the show since its earliest seasons. She was part of the original cast in a way that made her absence feel like a structural loss rather than simply the loss of a performer. The retirement of Edna Krabappel was handled with genuine care. The episode that served as the character's goodbye was constructed with attention to what Edna had meant to the show and to the audience. The show has lost other voices over the years. Doris Grau, who voiced Lunch Lady Doris, died in 1995. Her character was retired and then, controversially, brought back years later with a different actress. This decision generated debate about the criteria the show was applying, given that the same approach had not been taken with Hartman's characters. The deaths that happened outside the show, the passing of guest stars and writers, and other contributors whose relationship to the production was less continuous but still significant, form a larger catalog of loss that is less publicly discussed but no less real to the people who worked alongside these individuals. What the show's history of loss demonstrates is something that the show itself rarely addresses directly. The Simpsons may be a show about a family that never ages, but it is made by people who do. The production of the show is threaded through with mortality, in a way that the fictional Springfield is not. Characters do not age and do not die unless the show decides they do. People do both of these things regardless of what the show decides. The gap between Springfield's impossible stasis and the real passage of time in the people who make it is visible most clearly in these moments of genuine loss. The show builds its mythology around the idea that nothing changes, and then a person dies, and the show is forced to acknowledge that some things change permanently and irreversibly. and no reset button exists in the real world that produces the show each week. Woo. Woo. Section 34. The Simpsons Abroad International Versions. Global Controversies, and What the Show Means Outside America. Woo. Woo. The Six. The Simpsons is one of the most widely distributed pieces of American television in history. It has been broadcast in over 150 countries. It has been dubbed into dozens of languages. It has been localized, adapted, and contextualized for audiences whose cultural references are entirely different from the American ones the show was built around. The challenges of translating The Simpsons are genuinely interesting. The show's comedy is built on a dense network of cultural references. Jokes that work because of their relationship to specific American media, specific American social dynamics, specific American institutional failures, require either direct equivalence in other cultures or explanatory context that tends to kill the joke in the process of providing it. Different countries have handled this differently. Some dubbing teams have made aggressive localization choices, replacing American references with local ones. Others have kept the American references and relied on audiences sufficiently familiar with American culture to understand them. Others have added explanatory lines, which is generally considered the worst option from a pure comedy standpoint, since jokes that require explanation are jokes that have already failed. The Arabic dubbing of The Simpsons produced one of the most striking examples of localization. In the Arabic version, Homer Simpson does not drink beer. He drinks soda. Ned Flanders is not a devout Christian. He is a devout Muslim. The Simpsons are not precisely an American family. They are a family in a generic, non-specific cultural setting that happens to use the visual language of the original show. The decisions involved in producing this version required confronting questions about what the show fundamentally is. Is The Simpsons specifically American, requiring its Americanness to work? Or is it a universal story about a family that happens to use American cultural shorthand that can be swapped out for other cultural shorthand without losing the core? The Arabic version represents a bet on the second answer. Whether the bet pays off depends on what you think the core is. Brazil produced a controversy worth examining in some detail. The show broadcast an episode in the year 2002 that depicted Brazil in terms that the country's tourism board found deeply objectionable. The episode showed Rio de Janeiro as a place filled with crime, pickpockets, rats, and general danger. It depicted the Brazilian culture as violent and menacing. A character in the episode contracted a disease after arriving in the country. The Brazilian government formally complained. The tourism board demanded an apology and a retraction. The show did not provide one. Matt Groening defended the episode, arguing that the satire was directed at the generic American tourists' exaggerated fears of foreign countries, rather than at Brazil specifically. This defense was not particularly persuasive to the Brazilian government, which argued that regardless of the satirical intent, the specific images the episode deployed would cause real damage to tourism and to Brazil's international image. The episode remains in the show's catalog. No apology was issued. The controversy faded as controversies do, leaving behind a permanent example of the specific difficulties of satire that uses specific real places rather than generalized fictional ones. The show's relationship to China is different in character. Episodes of The Simpsons that have depicted Chinese characters or Chinese institutions have, in certain cases, been unavailable or restricted on Chinese platforms. The specific content concerns that drive Chinese broadcast restrictions are not always publicly disclosed, but the show's tendency towards satire of authoritarian institutions, its general discomfort with concentrated power operating without accountability, makes certain kinds of content predictably problematic for Chinese distribution. This is not unique to The Simpsons. American entertainment with satirical content faces similar challenges in markets where official institutions prefer not to be satirized. The question of how much to self-censor for the purpose of maintaining market access is one that American entertainment companies have been navigating for decades, with varying results and varying degrees of transparency about the trade-offs being made. The global reach of The Simpsons also means that the show's cultural influence operates internationally in ways that are harder to track than its American influence but are equally real. The specific American cultural vocabulary that the show exports, the particular way it models family dynamics, social criticism, and the relationship between individuals and institutions, has been absorbed by audiences who did not grow up in the culture that produced it. What these international audiences make of the show, how they read it, which elements resonate, and which fall flat, is a question that the show's American producers have thought about less systematically than might be useful. The show was made for an American audience. Its global success is something that happened to it rather than something it planned for. And the specific ways in which it translates, or fails to translate, or translates in unexpected directions, are a record of the show's relationship to the rest of the world that has never been fully examined. Move and some Fanted. Section 35. The long goodbye on endings, on legacies, and on what it will mean when The Simpsons finally stops. It has been renewed for additional seasons, and there is no publicly disclosed plan for its conclusion. But it will end. Every show ends. And the question of how The Simpsons ends, what the final episode will be, what it will try to say, and whether it will manage to say it, is a question that has occupied the thoughts of fans and critics, and the show's own producers, for at least 2 decades. There have been discussions, over the years, about what a proper ending would look like. The show's creators have given interviews in which they have described the kinds of endings they have considered. Some of these discussions have been serious. Some have been deflections of the question. None have resulted in a concrete commitment to any particular conclusion. The challenge of ending The Simpsons is enormous and is specific to the show in ways that are not present for most television productions. Most shows end because they run out of audience, or out of creative energy, or because the actors involved move on to other things, or because the network cancels them. These endings are often abrupt and unsatisfying, driven by forces external to the creative vision of the people making the show. The Simpsons has been renewed before it has been canceled for so long that its continuation seems almost like a law of nature. The show has never been in danger of cancellation due to ratings. It has never lost its voice cast to collective departure. It has never been the subject of a network decision to shut it down. It has simply continued, season after season, because the conditions for its continuation have remained in place. This means that whenever The Simpsons does end, it will be an active choice. Someone, or several someones, will decide that the time has come. The show will be given a final season, a final episode, a formal conclusion, and everything that the show has been for 36+ years will be asked, in that final episode, to be summarized or honored or gently released. The show has depicted its own ending in various dream sequences and flash-forward episodes, and Treehouse of Horror installments. It has imagined, in individual moments spread across its history, what it would look like for the Simpson family to reach a conclusion. These imagined endings are inconsistent with each other, which is itself appropriate for a show that has no fixed continuity. But they suggest, collectively, that the people who make the show have thought about the ending even as they have deferred it. The ending that fans most frequently discuss involves the family aging, Bart becoming an adult, Lisa leaving Springfield to go somewhere she can be what she has always been capable of being, Homer and Marge growing old together, Maggie finally speaking. These events, denied by the floating timeline for 36 years, finally permitted to occur. Whether this is what the actual ending will deliver is impossible to know. The show's history of self-awareness about its own conventions suggests that the ending will probably acknowledge the specific mechanism of its stasis, before or during the act of releasing it. The show knows why nobody ages. It has said so, obliquely, many times. The ending will presumably find a way to address the knowing. The other option, the genuinely darkest one, is that the show ends without a finale, that it simply stops producing episodes, that the floating timeline floats one episode further and then goes quiet, leaving the family frozen in the permanent present forever, as they have always been, with no goodbye and no acknowledgement that anything is ending. This would be, in a certain light, the most honest possible conclusion. The show has always been about the refusal to end. The characters have always refused to age, to leave, to conclude. Why would the show itself do what its characters have spent 36 years refusing to do? The final image of The Simpsons, whenever it comes, will be one of the most watched pieces of television in history. More people will tune in for the last episode than have watched in years, perhaps decades. The weight of what the show has meant, to its audience and to American culture broadly, will be present in the room in a way that will make the work of producing a satisfying conclusion almost impossibly difficult. But they will try. And the attempt, whatever it produces, will be the last act of a show that has been in continuous production longer than most of its current audience has been alive. The lights in Springfield will eventually go out. Until then, they're still on. Good. Good. Closing. The hour before dawn. In Springfield. Closing. The hour before dawn. In Springfield. It is very late now. Or very early. The distinction stops mattering after a certain hour. We have spent a long time in Springfield together. We have walked through its scandals and its controversies. We have stood outside the doors of its writers' rooms and listened to the shouting and the laughter. We have followed the careers of the people who built this thing, and the people who were hurt by it, and the people who carried it forward when the people who built it had gone. We have sat with the grief of the real deaths that the show could not reset from, and we have marveled at the specific strange durability of a piece of entertainment that has outlasted every prediction of its decline. Springfield is still there. The power plant is still visible against the horizon, its cooling towers against a sky that is always the same shade of animated blue. Homer is still on the couch. Marge is still in the kitchen, her impossible hair still reaching for the ceiling. Bart is still 10 years old, still thinking about what he can get away with next. Lisa is still 8, still reading, still carrying an understanding of the world that no one around her quite deserves. And Maggie is still watching, still silent, still waiting. The controversies will continue. The show will continue to do things that generate debate and discussion, and occasionally genuine anger. It will continue to be both better and worse than its reputation suggests. Depending on the episode, it will continue to outlive predictions of its end. It will continue to exist in that strange suspended state between the show it was and the show it is, carrying the weight of its own history in every frame. You can let it all go now. Whatever you came here with, whatever you were carrying when you pressed play, you can set it down. The town is quiet at this hour. The Quick E-Mart is closed. Moe's is dark. The streets of Evergreen Terrace are empty. Even the power plant has gone quiet. Its low hum faded to something below hearing. The Simpsons are asleep. You can sleep too. Springfield will be there when you wake up. It always is.